From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As the hearings reconvened after lunch, the former acting FBI chief, L. Patrick Gray, takes the stand to read his version of the events following June 17, 1972.
The committee will come to order. The chairman has been temporarily delayed, and he asks that we resume the hearings in the interest of time. Would counsel call the next witness?
Mr. Patrick Gray.
Mr. Gray,
Yes,
would you please stand and hold up your right hand? Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, please, I would like
Mr. Gray, prior to doing that, for the record, could we have your full name and address, Mr. Gray?
yes, my full name is Louis, L-O-U-I-S, Patrick Gray, G-R-A-Y, III. I live in Stonington, Connecticut.
And we see that you're accompanied by counsel. Will counsel please identify himself for the record?
If I may,
Yes,
may I introduce, Mr. Chairman, my counsel to the committee?
Certainly.
He is Stephen H. Sachs of Baltimore, Maryland, of the firm of Frank, Bernstein, Conaway, and Goldman. And we are also accompanied today, Mr. Chairman, by his secretary, Mrs. Marie Hertzlet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gray.
Mr. Chairman,
Hertzlet, H-E-R-T-S-L-E-T.
Who is blushing becomingly in the back of the room.
Mr. Chairman, the questioning, Mr. Gray, will be done by Mr. Rufus Edmonston, Deputy Chief Counsel. But I understand, Mr. Gray, you have a statement that you wish to read to the committee first.
Yes, I do, Professor Dash. With the kind indulgence of the committee, Mr. Chairman, I would like to read this statement.
Would you please proceed, Mr. Gray?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I do not welcome this opportunity to appear before this committee. In fact, I regret deeply the circumstances which necessitate my appearance today. At the same time, I appear before you voluntarily as an officer of the United States to testify without claim of privilege or immunity. My prepared statement will cover two areas believed to be of prime interest to the committee: the CIA dimension and the Howard Hunt files. I cannot possibly review the entire Watergate investigation in the time available, and I do not believe the committee expects me to launch into such a review. Nevertheless, upon the conclusion of my statement, I stand ready to answer any question which the committee or council may desire to ask about any aspect of my stewardship of the FBI. I do have, Mr. Chairman, a few preliminary remarks which precede my discussion of the areas believed to be of prime interest to the committee. I was appointed acting director of the FBI by Attorney General Kleindienst on May 3, 1972. I looked upon this appointment as a return to the service of my country, similar to that which I had rendered in the United States Navy for 26 years. I look forward then to many years of additional service to the country in the company of the honorable and dedicated men and women of the FBI. On May 16, 1972, my personal staff and I moved into the offices formerly occupied by the late J. Edgar Hoover. 1 month later, on June 17, 1972, the burglary of the headquarters of the Democratic National Committee in the Watergate Hotel occurred. At the outset, Mr. Chairman, I want to acknowledge that I am fully, totally, and completely responsible for the performance of duty of myself and of the men and women of the FBI during the year that I served as their acting director. They, of course, are not in any way responsible for my performance of duty or for any personal acts or judgments of mine which occurred during the period I served as acting director. The CIA dimension. At the time of the Watergate break-in, I was on the West Coast visiting FBI field offices and meeting a commitment to make a commencement address at Pepperdine University Law School in Santa Ana. I returned to Washington on the evening of June 20 and received a phone call from John Ehrlichman the next morning. Mr. Ehrlichman informed me that John Dean would be handling an inquiry into Watergate for the White House, that I should deal directly with John Dean concerning the investigation, and that Mr. Dean was expecting a call from me. Mr. Ehrlichman and I then discussed the matter of procedural safeguards against leaks, and I told him that we were handling this case as a major special with all of our normal procedures in effect. I also indicated to him that we were going to conduct an aggressive and vigorous investigation and would probably be interviewing people at the White House. I called Mr. Dean upon my return to my office at 10 a.m. and arranged to meet with him at 11:30 a.m. in my office on June 21, 1972. At our meeting, he discussed with me the sensitivity of the investigation and the need to avoid leaks in a political year. He also informed me that he had the responsibility to handle this inquiry for the White House and would sit in on any interviews of White House staff personnel. Mr. Dean stated that he would be there in his official capacity as counsel to the President. I know that I specifically asked Mr. Dean on 2 occasions if he would be making his reports direct to the President. I believe that this was one of those occasions, and I believe that the other occurred when we were discussing the transmission of FBI file material to him to assist him in his inquiry. I asked Mr. Dean if he would be reporting directly to the President or through Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman. He informed me that he would be reporting directly to the President. At this meeting with Mr. Dean, there was no discussion of whom we were going to interview or where our leads might take the investigation. We did discuss the scheduling of White House interviews through Mr. Dean and his sitting in on the interviews as counsel to the President. On Thursday, June 22, 1972, after being briefed by Mr. Charles W. Bates, Assistant Director, General Investigative Division, regarding the latest developments in the Watergate case, and undoubtedly as a result of information developed at that briefing, I telephoned Director Helms of the CIA. I told him of our thinking that we may be poking into a CIA operation and asked if he could confirm or deny this. He said he had been meeting on this every day with his men, that they knew the people, that they could not figure it out, but that there was no CIA involvement. I met again with Mr. Dean at 6:30 p.m. the same day to again discuss the scheduling of interviews of White House staff personnel and to arrange the scheduling of these interviews directly through the Washington field office rather than through FBI headquarters. At this meeting, I also discussed with him our very early theories of the case, namely that the episode was either a CIA covert operation of some sort, simply because some of the people involved had been CIA people in the past, or a CIA money chain, or a political money chain, or a pure political operation, or a Cuban right-wing operation, or a combination of any of these. I also told Mr. Dean that we were not zeroing in on any one theory at this time or excluding any, but that we just could not see any clear reason for this burglary and attempted intercept of communications operation. I believe that it was at this meeting on June 22nd that I told him of our discovery of a bank account in the name of Bernard Barker, who was arrested in the Watergate burglary, and the fact that a $25,000 check associated with Kenneth Dahlberg and 4 checks drawn on a Mexican bank payable to Manuel Ogario in the total amount of $89,000 were deposited in the Barker account. I do not have a clear memory of telling him about my telephone call earlier in the day to Director Helms regarding the question of CIA involvement. It is likely that I would have discussed the Helms call with him in connection with our discussion of the theories of the case, since Mr. Helms had informed me that there was no CIA involvement. On Friday, June 23, 1972, Mr. Bates met with me again to brief me on recent developments. I telephoned Mr. Dean following my meeting with Mr. Bates. I am quite certain that this call again involved the Barker bank account and the Ogario and Dahlberg checks. Either in this call or in the meeting of the preceding evening, Mr. Dean first raised with me the idea that if we persisted in our efforts to investigate this Mexican money chain, we could uncover or become involved in CIA operations. I remember telling Mr. Dean in one of these early telephone calls or meetings that the FBI was going to pursue all leads aggressively unless we were told by the CIA that there was a CIA interest or involvement in this case. At 1:35 p.m. on Friday, June 23, 1972, Mr. Dean telephoned me and said that General Walters, Deputy Director, CIA, would be calling for an appointment that afternoon and I should see him. Mr. Dean said he has something to tell you. At 1:56 p.m. on Friday, June 23, 1972, the Secretary to General Walters called my secretary and asked for an appointment. He was scheduled to see me at 2:30 p.m. that afternoon. Mr. Dean called me again at 2:19 p.m., and it is my recollection that this was a call to ask if I had scheduled a meeting with General Walters for that afternoon. I told him that the meeting had been scheduled for 2:30 p.m. I seem to remember that he asked me to call him after the meeting. I met with General Walters at 2:34 p.m. on Friday, June 23, 1972. He informed me that we were likely to uncover some CIA assets or sources if we continued our investigation into the Mexican money chain. I understood his statement to mean that if the FBI persisted, we would uncover CIA covert operations and that the CIA had an interest in Messrs. Ogario and Dahlberg and in the $114,000 involved. He also discussed with me the agency agreement under which the FBI and CIA have agreed not to uncover and expose each other's sources. I had not read this agreement and still have not, but it was logical to me at the time, and I did not question General Walters. I undoubtedly said to General Walters that we will handle this in a manner that would not hamper the CIA, and that I would have to make a determination as to how the FBI would proceed with our investigation in this area. I knew from Mr. Dean's earlier telephone conversation with me on this day that General Walters would be coming to see me, but I have no recollection or memory whatsoever of General Walters informing me at this meeting that he was coming to me after talking to the White House, or that he had talked to the White House at all. I understood him to be stating a CIA position, not a White House message. At this point, I would like to comment on General Walters' memorandum of this meeting, which I understand to be in evidence before this committee. With respect to General Walters' statement in paragraph 2 of his memorandum that quote, his, Gray's problem, was how to low-key this matter now that it was launched, unquote, I may have said words to this effect to let him know that we would handle the CIA aspects of this matter with kid gloves. I can state categorically, however, that any sentiment of that kind expressed by me was an effort by me to abide by the CIA-FBI agreement and related solely to the possibility of exposing CIA covert activities in pursuit of our investigation into Mexico. This sentiment, if expressed, could in no way have related to any effort by me or the FBI to low-key the Watergate investigation generally. In fact, the FBI did not low-key the Watergate investigation generally, and instructions were issued at the outset of the investigation and regularly thereafter to ensure that this case was handled as a major case under the immediate supervision of the special agent in charge of each field office, to which investigative leads were referred by the Washington field office or any other field office setting out leads to be pursued. With respect to the rest of the paragraph, I may have mentioned the $89,000 to General Walters. I do not remember, but if I did, I would have talked in terms of 4 checks in this total amount, not a check as his memo states, simply because 4 checks were involved. I probably also spoke of the name Ogario as well as Dahlberg, simply because these 2 men, Mr. Ogario and Mr. Dahlberg, were always associated in my mind with the $89,000 in 4 checks, the Ogario checks, and with the $25,000 in 1 cashier's check, the Dahlberg check, which were traced to the bank account of Bernard Barker. With respect to General Walters' comment in paragraph 3 of this memorandum that I said this was a most awkward matter to come up during an election year, it is certainly possible that in the course of my conversation with General Walters, I may have expressed the thought that the Watergate case was a hot potato for a new acting director in the FBI in an election year and for the President too. I know that I expressed this thought to many people at various times. Quote, Watergate is just what I needed, unquote, was a refrain I know I struck with friends on numerous occasions. General Walters' references to, quote, he, Gray, would see what he could do, and, unquote, and, quote, he, Gray, would have to study the matter and see how it could best be done, unquote, could only relate to my admitted desire to pursue this investigation without compromising CIA assets and resources. In no way, shape, or form did I say or seek to imply to General Walters or to anyone else, for that matter, that the FBI investigation would be other than aggressive and thorough. The only conceivable limited exception was the alleged national security considerations being presented to me by General Walters and Mr. Dean, which, as the record will show, brought about a delay in the interview of several persons for a period of 10 days to 2 weeks. As a matter of fact, and as my testimony will make clear in more detail, I ordered our agents to continue to probe the Mexican money chain and the Dahlberg relationship during the period that the personal interview with Mr. Dahlberg, with Mr. Ogario, was being held in abeyance, and Mr. Dahlberg was evading us as we tried to interview him. Finally, I have no recollection whatever of General Walters making any statement, as he alleges in paragraph 4 of his memorandum, to the effect that his job had been an awkward one. On General Walters' departure, I telephoned Mr. Dean and told him of the meeting with General Walters. I told Mr. Dean that we would hold up our interviews temporarily and work around this problem until we determined what we had encountered. At 3:15 p.m., I telephoned Assistant Director Bates to tell him of my visit from General Walters and to tell him that CIA had an interest in this matter and that we may have uncovered a CIA money chain. In this telephone conversation, I undoubtedly ordered Mr. Bates to temporarily hold up an interview with Mr. Ogario, but to continue to conduct appropriate investigation at Banco Internacional at Mexico City regarding the 4 Ogario checks, to continue to follow Mr. Dahlberg's movements, and to continue to obtain toll call records of his long-distance phone calls as we sought to interview him. On the afternoon of Friday, June 23, 1972, I again telephoned Mr. Dean on 2 occasions, once at 3:24 p.m. and once at 3:47 p.m. I cannot be absolutely certain that the names Ogario and Dahlberg were mentioned in connection with the CIA situation. It is my best recollection, however, that they were, and I undoubtedly told him that we would continue our peripheral investigation because of the apparently inconsistent reports I had received from Helms and Walters. He requested that we not conduct any interviews that would expose CIA sources in connection with our investigation into the source of the $114,000 in checks that were deposited in Mr. Barker's bank account. Again, I told Mr. Dean that we would hold off temporarily with interviews of Ogario and work around this problem to determine what we were encountering. On Tuesday morning, June 27, 1972, I met with Mr. Bates and with Mr. Mark Felt, acting associate director, to receive a briefing on the latest developments. While they were in the office, Mr. Dean called. The call involved establishing the chain of custody for the contents of Howard Hunt's safe and his providing us with photographs of certain White House staff members to aid us in identifying an individual who had been with Mr. Hunt at the Miami Playboy Club in December of 1971. In this conversation, I also told Mr. Dean that if Mr. Dahlberg continued to evade us, he would be called before the grand jury. Although I cannot pinpoint the exact telephone conversation, I believe that by this date, Mr. Dean had requested that Mr. Dahlberg not be interviewed because of alleged CIA interest in him. In this same conversation, I also told Mr. Dean that it was extremely important that the FBI continue its aggressiveness until we determine the motive, reasons, and identity of all persons involved. I said that I might be called upon at a later date to testify before congressional committees, and we could not have the FBI accused of not pursuing this case to the end. Following the briefing by Mr. Felt and Mr. Bates, and as an outgrowth of it, I telephoned Director Helms of the CIA and asked him to tell me specifically if the CIA had any interest in Mr. Ogario that would prevent us from interviewing him, and also asked that he and General Walters meet the following day at 2:30 p.m. in my office with me, Mr. Felt, and Mr. Bates to review our respective positions in this investigation. Director Helms told me that he would have to check to determine whether the CIA had any interest in Mr. Ogario and would call me later. I advised Mr. Felt of this meeting and also asked that he notify Mr. Bates. Director Helms called me back later that afternoon, told me the CIA had no interest in Mr. Ogario, and confirmed our meeting for the next day. Just 7 minutes after Director Helms called to me, Mr. Dean called me at 3:47 p.m. And although I cannot be absolutely certain, I believe this was a call again requesting me to hold off interviewing Mr. Ogario and Mr. Dahlberg because of CIA interest in these men. I cannot recall if I told him that I had just talked to Director Helms, who informed me that CIA had no interest in Mr. Ogario and that I was going to order that Mr. Ogario be interviewed. I seem to remember that Mr. Dean said to me that these men have absolutely nothing to do with Watergate, but I cannot remember whether he said this to me in this conversation or in earlier conversations. On Wednesday, June 28, 1972, at 10:25 a.m., Mr. Dean telephoned me and talked about rumors of leaks from the FBI, the material from Hunt's safe previously delivered to the FBI, rumors of a slowdown in the FBI, and leaks from the FBI concerning the tracing of the $114,000. Once again, I believe there was some discussion about Ogario and Dahlberg, and it is my recollection that I was asked if I had ordered the interviews of Ogario and Dahlberg. I replied that I had either ordered or was going to order the interview of Ogario. In this discussion, I may have told Mr. Dean that I had arranged to meet with Director Helms and Deputy Director Walters at 2:30 p.m. that afternoon to try to get this CIA situation resolved, but I cannot be positive that I did. At 10:25 a.m. on this same day, Mr. Ehrlichman called me. I was not available, but I returned his call at 11:17 a.m. His first words, issued abruptly, were, "Cancel your meeting with Helms and Walters today. It is not necessary." I asked him for his reasons, and he simply said that such a meeting is not necessary. I then asked him point blank who is going to make the decisions as to who is to be interviewed. He responded, "You do." I then telephoned Director Helms to tell him that I was canceling our meeting. I also advised Messrs. Felt and Bates of the cancellation, but stated that the three of us would meet. In this same conversation with me, Director Helms requested that we not interview active CIA men Carl Wagner and John Caswell. I passed this information to Mr. Felt and instructed that these men not be interviewed. Before orders could get to the field, however, Mr. Caswell had already been interviewed. I met with Mr. Felt and Mr. Bates in my office at 2:30 p.m. on this Wednesday afternoon, June 28th, to review the CIA situation. In this meeting, I was brought up to date on all the latest developments in the case. I can recall specifically discussing with them the alleged compartmentalization at CIA, where the right hand is not supposed to know what the left is doing in sensitive operations, and asked if this could occur. We agreed that it was possible, but unlikely in the absence of some special White House interest in the highest classification of national security interests, where the need to know was rigidly controlled. Mr. Bates pointed out that under no circumstances should we back off any investigation at the request of CIA without forcing them to reveal completely their interest in this matter. We all agreed that the FBI's reputation was at stake, and I assured them that I would not hold back the FBI in this investigation at anyone's request, including the President of the United States, in the absence of overriding and valid considerations. I told them that if I were ordered to do so without valid reasons, I would resign. It was in this meeting that I believe I gave Mr. Felt and Mr. Bates instructions to go ahead with the interview of Mr. Ogario and to continue our efforts to locate and interview Mr. Dahlberg. At 3:58 p.m., June 28, Mr. Dean called, and I was not available. I returned the call at 4:35 p.m., and I believe now that this call involved a request by Mr. Dean to hold up on the interview of Ms. Kathleen Chenal for alleged reasons of national security until she returned from her vacation in England. I'm sure I said we would hold up for the time being, but she would have to be interviewed soon. I can recall saying that we will interview her in England unless she returns from vacation at an early date. Mr. Dean gave me her address in this conversation, I believe, and I passed it along in a call to Mr. Felt, in which I instructed him to temporarily discontinue leads to interview and investigate Ms. Kathleen Chenal in England. In the evening of this same day, Wednesday, June 28, 1972, a cablegram was sent to our legat in Mexico City instructing him to interview Mr. Ogario concerning the 4 checks in the aggregate amount of $89,000. This order was issued in the afternoon meeting with Mr. Felt and Mr. Bates, I believe, because of the phone call I made to Director Helms on June 27th, asking if the CIA had any interest in Mr. Ogario, and his reply to the effect that CIA had no interest. At 8:15 a.m. on Thursday, June 29, 1972, I issued orders to cancel the interview of Mr. Ogario and to instruct the Minneapolis Field Division to make no further attempts to interview Mr. Dahlberg, but to continue to obtain records of his long-distance calls. I am fairly certain that I did so as a result of a telephone call I received from Mr. Dean at home prior to my departure to Dulles Airport for an inspection trip to San Diego and Phoenix. He again urged that these interviews be held up for national security reasons or because of CIA interest. I called Mr. Felt or his office and gave these cancellation orders. On my own initiative, I also ordered that George Monroe, CIA Station Chief at Mexico City, not be interviewed because I noted in one of the many reports that crossed my desk that he was CIA Station Chief in Mexico City. In San Diego on Friday, June 30, I received a call from Mr. Felt. He informed me that Assistant United States Attorney Silbert wanted the FBI to interview Mr. David Young, Mr. Ogario, and Ms. Janau, and that our Washington field office recommended interviews of Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Young, and Ms. Janau. I instructed Mr. Felt to tell Mr. Dean that we were going to interview Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Young, Ms. Janau, and any others that we must interview. And I also told him to give to Mr. Dean the message from Assistant United States Attorney Silbert, just as we had received it. Mr. Dean had called me earlier that morning to complain bitterly about alleged leaks from the FBI. In this conversation, it is my recollection that he again raised the question of not interviewing Mr. Ogario and Mr. Dahlberg and stated that they had absolutely nothing to do with Watergate, but I cannot be certain. Mr. Dean called me again that afternoon. I do not recall whether or not Mr. Dean and I discussed Messrs. Ogario and Dahlberg in this conversation. I do know that Mr. Dean asked me to consider setting up a special group in the FBI to investigate the entire matter of leaks. I told him that it was not necessary and that I would not take such action. Mr. Felt called me later that afternoon to report that Mr. Dean informed him that Mr. Young and Ms. Janau would be available for interview during the first part of the coming week. He also told me that Mr. Dean was still complaining about alleged leaks from the FBI. On Monday, July 3, 1972, I scheduled a meeting with Messrs. Felt, Bates, and Kunkel, special agent in charge of the Washington field office, to review the investigation to date and to consider all ramifications of a possible CIA involvement. This meeting lasted from 2:30 p.m. until just about 4 p.m., and we discussed every possible theory, the conflicts to date in CIA interest or not, and the compartmentalization alleged to exist in CIA. Mr. Dean called at 2:40 p.m., and I merely told him that I was in a meeting and that I would return his call. In this meeting, I stated that I was not going to hold off any longer on this phase of our investigation at the request of anyone, unless I received from CIA a written request not to interview Mr. Ogario and Mr. Dahlberg. I returned Mr. Dean's call at 3:59 p.m., and he called me again at 4:14 p.m. I believe it quite likely that in one of these phone calls, I told Mr. Dean that the FBI was going to interview Ogario and Dahlberg unless we had a writing from the CIA requesting that we not do so. On Wednesday, July 5th, at 5:54 p.m., I telephoned General Walters. My contemporaneous notes of this call read as follows. "7552 WED, abbreviation for Wednesday, 5:55 p. TCT General Walters, and in parentheses, Dick Walters, I will need a request in writing rather than the verbal request to refrain from interviewing Ogario and Dahlberg because of CIA interest. Position of developing investigation indicates there is CIA involvement and that some of these men have been used by CIA in part, and there is indication some are currently being used. There is the dollar chain, either CIA or political. I do not want to uncover and surface a CIA national security operation in pursuing these leads, but I must, for the record, have in writing from CIA a request to refrain on the basis of national security matters, or I must proceed. He stated that he would respond not later than 10 a.m. tomorrow. I said that I would order the interviews if I did not have the writings by 10 a.m. And at the bottom of this telephone memorandum I have written gave the above information to JWD, WMF, CWB from 6 p.m. to 6:10 p.m. that evening, and those men are Messrs. Dean, Felt, and Bates. At this point, I would like to comment on General Walters' memorandum of this phone call, which I believe is in evidence before this committee. With respect to General Walters' statement that I told him that the pressures on me to continue the investigation were great, I am quite certain that I did not so express myself. It is entirely possible, however, that on the limited question of the alleged impact of the investigation on CIA national security matters, the only topic General Walters and I were discussing, I may have expressed the thought that the leads to Messrs. Ogario and Dahlberg were clear, and that their interviews were a necessity which only the clearest expression of national security interests should prevent, and that the FBI, for the sake of its own integrity, would refrain from conducting the interviews only if we received such a written request from the CIA. With respect to General Walters' statement that he, Gray, had talked to John Dean, while I have no specific recollection of telling General Walters that I had talked to John Dean, it is entirely likely that I did tell General Walters that I had informed Mr. Dean that the FBI was going to interview Messrs. Ogario and Dahlberg unless we had a writing from the CIA requesting that we not do so. On Thursday, July 6, 1972, I met with General Walters in my office, and I remember that he delivered to me the writing that I requested, and I remember that it indicated the CIA had no interest in Ogario or Dahlberg. After reading the document, I concluded that there was no reason for us not to interview Messrs. Ogario and Dahlberg. When General Walters departed my office at about 10:25 a.m. or 10:30 a.m., I ordered the interviews of Ogario and Dahlberg immediately. My recollection of the conversation with General Walters at this meeting differs with his in several respects. My principal recollection is his preoccupation with the fact that he was unable to give me a writing stating that there was a CIA interest in Ogario and Dahlberg, and his telling me that he would resign if he were asked or directed to give me such a writing. He reported this thought to me several times during our conversation. I recall that General Walters indicated a feeling of irritation and resentment at the extent to which White House aides had involved themselves in the question of CIA interest. But I do not recall his giving me any details, and I have absolutely no recollection of his disclosing to me that he had been instructed to bring a false report to me. I asked for no details. I, too, was concerned and disturbed at the contradictory reports I had been receiving from Director Helms, Mr. Dean, and General Walters with respect to CIA interest, and at the abrupt cancellation by Mr. Ehrlichman of the meeting I had scheduled with Director Helms and General Walters on June 28. I undoubtedly so expressed myself to General Walters. My recollection is that he and I then engaged in a general discussion of the credibility and position of our respective institutions in our society and the need to ensure that this was maintained. Toward the end of the conversation, I recall most vividly that General Walters leaned back in the red, overstuffed leather chair in which he was sitting, put his hands behind his head, and said that he had come into an inheritance and was not concerned about his pension and was not going to let these kids kick him around anymore. We stood up together as he prepared to leave. I cannot recall which one of us suggested that we ought to call the President to tell him of this confusion and uncertainty that had been encountered in determining CIA interest or no CIA interest. I believe it was General Walters who suggested it first, because I can firmly recall saying to him, quote, "Dick, you should call the President. You know him better than I," unquote. I believe he said, "No, I think you should, because these are persons the FBI wishes to interview." We did not settle on who, if anyone, would make such a call, and General Walters left. At this point, I would like to comment on some aspects of General Walters' memorandum of our meeting of July 6th. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 1 that in all honesty I, Walters, could not tell him to cease future investigations on the grounds that it would compromise the security interests of the U.S., even less so could I write him a letter to this effect. We did not at any time discuss a curtailment of the entire investigation. In our telephone conversation of July 5th, I had asked him specifically about Messrs. Ogario and Dahlberg, and had said to him that in interviewing them, we did not want to uncover and surface a CIA national security operation. In our July 6th meeting, I most definitely recall General Walters saying that he could not write a letter stating that our investigation of Ogario and Dahlberg would jeopardize national security. I distinctly remember that his inability to write such a letter to the FBI was the strong central theme of his comments throughout this meeting. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 1 that he, Gray himself, had told Ehrlichman and Haldeman that he could not possibly suppress the investigation of this matter. I did not discuss the Watergate investigation with Mr. Haldeman at any time, except that during my confirmation hearings in 1973, at the request of Senator Kennedy, I telephoned Mr. Haldeman to ask whether Mr. Dean had shown Mr. Haldeman copies of the FBI reports of interview. At no time did anyone ever order or request me to suppress the investigation. As I have testified, I was obviously aware of the hot potato aspect of the investigation, sensitive to any implication that the FBI would not do a thorough job, and undoubtedly told any number of people, perhaps including Mr. Ehrlichman and certainly including Mr. Dean, that the FBI would follow its leads wherever they led. I was saying privately as well as publicly, and I may have told General Walters, that there was just no way to stop or divert an FBI investigation once it began. I was making the point publicly in response to press inquiries that no one man could do it, and to control an FBI investigation would require control of too many people, from the Attorney General down to the case agents. I was also saying at this time and later that even if an attempt were made to control and direct an FBI investigation, the details of such an effort would leak. And in this connection, I probably mentioned to General Walters my Saturday, June 24, 1972 meeting with our Washington field office agents on the subject of alleged leaks of FBI information. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 2 concerning his alleged report to me of his White House conversations. I have no recollection of being told by General Walters that he and Director Helms had met with White House staff assistants and that General Walters had been directed to tell me that pursuit of the investigation would uncover CIA covert operations. I have absolutely no recollection of any kind of being told by General Walters that he had been instructed by White House aides to bring a false tale to me concerning CIA interest, and that he had in fact done so on June 23. I am sure that if General Walters had told me this, I would remember it. Indeed, I was shocked when I first read newspaper accounts in May 1972, apparently based on this memorandum. I have no recollection of General Walters mentioning any visits or discussions with Mr. Dean. As I have already indicated, I do remember that he repeatedly stated his inability to write a letter indicating that the CIA had an interest in Messrs. Ogario and Dahlberg, and that he would resign if directed to do so. I am quite certain that he spoke of such a course as dangerous to the President, and although I do not recall his use of the phrase mortal wound, I know that I used it in my subsequent conversation with the President, and it seems quite likely that I picked up the phrase from General Walters. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 3 that I informed him that I had told Attorney General Kleindienst that I could not suppress the investigation. Never did I have any occasion to say to the Attorney General that I could not suppress the investigation within the FBI, and I certainly do not believe I said this to General Walters. I had no reason to do so. Again, I believe that General Walters may be confusing my possible references to my public remarks and my thoughts that to control an investigation of the FBI, one would have to control everyone involved, from the Attorney General down to the case agents. My contacts with Mr. Kleindienst were extremely limited throughout the investigation, never involved discussion of its details, and always assumed that the investigation would be full and thorough. In fact, at the outset of the investigation, I had a telephone conversation with Mr. Kleindienst in which we explicitly agreed that this should be a vigorous investigation. I may very well have mentioned this to General Walters. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 3 that he, Gray, had told Ehrlichman and Haldeman that he would prefer to resign, but his resignation would raise many questions that would be detrimental to the President's interests. I have no recollection whatever of having made this statement to General Walters. I certainly never made such a statement to either Mr. Ehrlichman or Mr. Haldeman. I had so expressed myself to my own people within the FBI in the context of our discussions of our determination to proceed to interview Messrs. Ogario and Dahlberg unless we received a written statement of CIA interest. A narrative memorandum prepared by Assistant Director Bates of the General Investigative Division recounts a meeting between Mr. Felt, Mr. Bates, and me on June 28, 1972, and I quote from that memorandum. Quote, I, Mr. Bates, pointed out that under no circumstances should we back off of any investigation at the request of CIA without forcing them to reveal completely their interest in this matter. Mr. Felt and I both pointed out that the FBI's reputation was at stake as well as Mr. Gray's position, that we did not feel we should hold back under any circumstances unless the reasons, therefore, were publicly expressed. Mr. Gray made it plain that he would not hold back the FBI in this investigation at anyone's request, including the President of the United States, and if he were ordered to do so, he would resign, unquote. It is certainly possible that I discussed this conversation with Mr. Felt and Mr. Bates with General Walters in the context of his telling me that if he were directed to write a letter asserting CIA interest in Messrs. Ogario and Dahlberg, he would resign. With respect to General Walter's assertion in paragraph 3 that he, Gray, was prepared to let this go to Ehrlichman, to Haldeman, or to Mitchell for that matter, I have no recollection whatever of mentioning specific names and do not believe that I did. But it is certainly possible that I told General Walters that I would take the investigation wherever it led. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 3 that he, Gray, felt it important that the President should be protected from his would-be protectors, he had explained this to Dean as well as Haldeman and Ehrlichman. It is possible that I expressed the sentiment contained in the first quoted sentence in the context of responding to the general expressions of irritation at White House aides I heard from General Walters. I could not have told him that I explained this to Dean, Haldeman, and Ehrlichman because I never expressed such a sentiment to any of them. I had said to Dean on several occasions that the FBI would investigate the case no matter how high it led, and may well have told that to General Walters. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 3 that, quote, he said he was anxious not to talk to Mitchell because he was afraid that at his confirmation hearings he would be asked whether he had talked to Mitchell about the Watergate case, and he wished to be in a position to reply negatively, unquote. It is quite possible that I expressed myself along these lines. If I did, I am sure that it was in the context of our discussion about expressing our concerns to the President, particularly who, if not the President himself, could be talked to. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 3 that he, Gray, said he would like to talk to the President about it, but he, Gray, feared that a request from him to see the President would be misinterpreted by the media. My recollection concerning our conversation about talking to the President is recorded above, and I recall nothing further. But it is possible that I did state that I believed a request by me to see the President would be misinterpreted by the media. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 3 that, quote, I said that if I were directed to write a letter to him saying that future investigation of this case would jeopardize the security of the U.S. and covert operations of the agency, I would ask to see the President and explain to him the disservice I thought this would do to his interests. The potential danger to the President of such a course far outweighed any protective aspects it might have for other figures in the White House, and I was quite prepared to resign myself on this issue. Gray said he understood this fully and hoped I would stick to my guns. I answered him I would. As stated above, I absolutely do not recall General Walters saying or implying that White House aides had directed him to write a letter falsely claiming CIA interest, but the general thought in this excerpt about danger to the President and disservice to the President's interests if General Walters were to be directed to write such a letter are what I recall as being the central part of the discussion General Walters and I engaged in. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 5 that I could not sit on this matter and that the facts would come out eventually, I probably did say to General Walters that the facts would come out eventually, as I always believed they would. But I would have had no reason to tell him that I did not believe I could sit on this matter, for the fact was that we were not sitting on it. We were investigating it on a high priority basis. I may again have told him that there was no way for any one man or group of men to control an FBI investigation, even if one wished to do so. After General Walters left the office, I sat at my desk quietly and mulled over our conversation. I was confused, uncertain, and uneasy. I was concerned enough to believe that the President should be informed. I decided to call Clark McGregor to request that he inform the President of what I would tell him. I decided on Mr. McGregor because I knew he was close to the President had his confidence. At 10:51 a.m. Thursday, July 6, 1972, I spoke to Mr. McGregor at San Clemente, California, via White House switchboard. And I told him that Dick Walters and I were uneasy and concerned about the confusion that existed over the past 2 weeks in determining with certainty whether there was or was not CIA interest in people that the FBI wishes to interview in connection with the Watergate investigation. These, of course, are not my exact words, but they do express the thoughts that I conveyed to him. Again, although these are not the exact words, I also conveyed to him the thought that I felt that people on the White House staff were careless and indifferent in their use of the CIA and the FBI. I also expressed the thought that this activity was injurious to the CIA and the FBI, and that these White House staff people were wounding the President. I asked if he would please inform the President, and it is my best recollection that he said he would handle it. 37 minutes later, at 11:28 a.m. on Thursday, July 6, 1972, the President called me. He expressed his congratulations to the FBI and asked that I express his congratulations to the agents in San Francisco who successfully terminated a hijacking there the previous day. I thanked the President and then said to him, and to the very best of my recollection, these are the words: Mr. President, there is something I want to speak to you about. Dick Walters and I feel that people on your staff are trying to mortally wound you by using the CIA and FBI and by confusing the question of CIA interest in or not in people the FBI wishes to interview. I have just talked to Clark McGregor and asked him to speak to you about this. There was a slight pause, and the President said, Pat, you just continue to conduct your aggressive and thorough investigation. Following this conversation, I experienced no further concerns of this kind. I believed that if there was anything to the concerns I expressed to the President or to Mr. McGregor, that I would hear further in the matter. I did not. Frankly, I came to the conclusion that General Walters and I had been alarmists, a belief I held for many months. General Walters came to my office again on July 12, 1972. At this meeting, he apparently gave me a memorandum, which I am now informed contained information to the effect that the CIA furnished certain aliases to Liddy and Hunt and certain paraphernalia to Hunt. Until I briefly saw a copy of this memorandum this spring in the offices of the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, containing a notation of its receipt in my handwriting, I had no recollection of this memorandum. I still do not recall noting its contents at the time. I am told that the original of this memorandum was found in my safe after I left the FBI. I probably gave it to my secretary to put in the safe after General Walters left my office. It is also possible that I may have routed it to Messrs. Felt and Bates, as I know I did with the July 6, 1972 memorandum that General Walters brought to me. I know that it has been suggested that the information in this memorandum concerning the aliases of Liddy and Hunt would have been of material assistance to the FBI Watergate investigation, since Liddy and Hunt used those aliases, Warren and Leonard, in some of their pre-Watergate travels which were under investigation. The insinuation has been made that I somehow purposely suppressed this information to hinder the investigation. This is nonsense. First, As I have stated, I do not recall noting the significance of any of the information at the time. Second, I am positive that the FBI had by then clearly established that Liddy and Hunt were Warren and Leonard. And third, if I had any intention of suppressing this information, I would certainly not have left it in my safe. In short, any suggestion that I had any improper intention in my handling of this memorandum is absolutely false. I have also heard it suggested that the paraphernalia referred to in this memorandum was in fact used in the break-in in the office of Dr. Ellsberg's psychiatrist. I state categorically that I had absolutely no knowledge of such an event or the plans for such an event until it was reported in the newspapers this spring. At this point, I would like to comment on General Walter's memorandum of July 13 with respect to his meeting with me on July 12. With respect to General Walter's assertion in paragraph 3 that he thanked me and said that this case could not be snuffed out and it would lead quite high politically. I do not remember how or why this subject could have come up at this meeting. In any event, I could not have said it would lead quite high politically because I had no basis for such a belief. I suppose I could have speculated that it could lead quite high politically or stated that in a case of this nature there is no telling where leads might run. I do not remember any part of the conversation which might have caused me to be talking about snuffing out the case. After the July 6, 1972 writing was delivered to me, and I ordered the immediate interview of Messrs. Ogario and Dahlberg, we had no problems with CIA interest or non-interest in our prospective interviewees. With respect to General Walter's assertion in paragraph 3 that Dahlberg was in the clear, he had gotten a check from Maurice Stans and had deposited it in the Mexican bank. I do not remember talking to him about the Dahlberg check. He may have asked me. In any event, if we did discuss it, I could not have made these statements. The facts were that Mr. Dahlberg, when interviewed, told us that he had collected these monies in Boca Raton and had turned them over to Mr. Stans and did not know what happened to them thereafter. These funds, to the best of our knowledge in the FBI, were never deposited in the Mexican bank, and Stans did not give the check to Mr. Dahlberg. Mr. Dahlberg gave the check to Stans. I do not recall discussing this with General Walters, but if I did, I would certainly have discussed it on a factual basis. I think he was just mixed up in writing or dictating his memo simply because he was not as familiar with the facts in these particular transactions as I was. I may very well have told him it was undoubtedly a political contribution or it was political money. All along, we in the FBI thought this to be a CIA covert operation, a CIA money chain, a political operation, a political money-washing operation, or a combination thereof. With respect to my report to General Walters of my phone call with the President, including the statements attributed to me that the President asked if I had talked to General Walters about the case, that the President asked for my recommendation in the case, that I told the President it could not be covered up would lead quite high, and that the President should get rid of the people that were involved. I have already testified as to my entire recollection of my telephone call with the President. With regard to General Walters' version of my conversation with the President, I have to say that it does not square with my memory of what I said to the President or what I said to General Walters about the call from the President. At this July 12, 1972 meeting with General Walters, it is my best recollection that I merely said to him that I had spoken to the President last week on the subject we discussed when the President called to congratulate us on a hijacking. I certainly do not remember discussing the conversation other than to tell him just what I had said to the President. I am quite positive that I did not say to the President that the case could not be covered up, and I have no recollection whatever of telling him that it would lead quite high, and that I felt the President should get rid of the people who were involved, and I am just as positive that I did not make such remarks to General Walters. I probably did tell General Walters that on several occasions I had told John Dean that this investigation would have to expose whoever is involved, no matter how high it reached, that Mr. Dean had responded no matter how high, and that I said yes no matter how high. Perhaps General Walters has confused my conversations with Mr. Dean with my conversation with the President. The only response by the President I now recall, or have ever recalled, to my remarks was that we should continue our thorough and aggressive investigation. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 3 that later on that day Gray had talked to Dean and repeated the conversation to him, Dean had said okay, Gray had heard no more on the subject. He asked whether the President had spoken to me, and that I said he had on another matter, but had not brought up this matter with me. I could not have said that I talked to Mr. Dean and repeated the conversation to him. I did not at any time tell Mr. Dean that I had spoken to the President. My logs, moreover, show no calls to or from Mr. Dean and no visits with Mr. Dean from July 6, 1972 through July 11, 1972. I did ask General Walters if the President had spoken to him about my call. He said he had talked to the President, but not on this subject. I did tell him that I had heard no more on the subject from anyone. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 4 that Gray then said that the U.S. Attorney had subpoenaed the financial records of the committee to re-elect the President, it had been suggested to him that he stop this. He replied that he could not. Whoever wanted this done should talk to the Attorney General to see if there was any legal way to do this. He could not. I have absolutely no recollection of anyone ever contacting me to stop any subpoena. I believe I would recall such an event if it occurred. I would certainly have directed any such inquiries to the Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General, or the United States Attorney. I simply do not know how General Walters could have received this thought. It is possible that we could have been discussing a news story, if there was one, about the FBI not subpoenaing appropriate records. But I do not remember discussing this subject with General Walters. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 4 that, quote, he said that he had told the President in 1968 that he should be aware of his subordinates who would try to wear his Commander-in-Chief's stripes, unquote. I probably said this to General Walters because I had expressed this thought to the President in a letter to him just after his election in 1968. With respect to General Walters' assertion in paragraph 5 about resigning, I have no memory of again discussing with General Walters our respective resignations at this meeting. General Walters came to my office again on July 28, 1972 at 11 a.m. to meet with me, as he says in one of his memoranda, to clarify the last memorandum he had given me in reply to inquiries from Mr. Parham, Ray Cleo. I now know that Mr. Parham was a special agent assigned to the FBI Alexandria field office. I do not recall or remember the details of this meeting with any degree of precision. It is possible that I recounted the details of this meeting to Mr. Felt or to Mr. Bates, and either one of them may have a memorandum in their files regarding it, or the FBI files may contain other relevant information on Mr. Cleo. I know that I did have a telephone conversation with Mr. Helms regarding Mr. Cleo, and this could very well have been the subject of a call I made to Mr. Helms on Thursday, July 27, 1972 at 9:25 a.m. I am quite certain that I was told by Mr. Helms that Mr. Cleo was an electronics engineer for the CIA who had no connection with Watergate. But I am not certain that Mr. Helms and I discussed Mr. Cleo on July 27, 1972 at 9:25 a.m. Even though I am quite certain that we did have the conversation regarding Mr. Cleo, I just cannot be sure of the exact date and time. I know that I discussed Mr. Cleo with Mr. Felt on Friday, July 21, 1972, along with 3 other matters in a meeting with him from 2:30 p.m. to 3:10 p.m. He may very well have notes on this discussion. Further, Mr. Parham may be able to shed some light on his own inquiries re Mr. Cleo. At this point, I would like to comment on some aspects of General Walter's memorandum of this meeting. With respect to General Walter's comments concerning furnishing equipment to Hunt, I have no recollection of General Walters passing this information on to me. Hunt's prior CIA activities, whatever they were, did not have significance for me in relation to Watergate. I probably did ask General Walters if the President had called him, yet I have no specific recollection of doing so, nor do I recall his reply. At no time in any of my conversations with General Walters do I recall or remember saying to him that pressure had been brought to bear on me. Any possible reference to pressure could only refer to the Mexican matter, the Barker, Ogario, Dahlberg dollars, and the asserted CIA national security dimension. General Walters and I may have been discussing the credibility and integrity of our 2 agencies, and I could have told him that it began to look as if the Mexican money chain was also a political contribution chain from Texas contributors, and that we were going to have to run it down in relation to the criminal investigation of the bugging of Democratic headquarters. If General Walters told me that they intended to terminate the 9659598 number, it had no significance to me. I did not know anything about such a number and certainly would not have asked any questions about this number, simply because I would have believed it to be a number associated with CIA operations, and I would not have made any inquiries concerning this number. I could have said to General Walters, this is a hell of a thing to happen to us at the outset of our tenure with our respective offices, although I do not remember saying it to him on this particular occasions. The only other CIA contacts I can recall at this time are as follows. On October 18, 1972, Director Helms visited me. He said he had come to see me as a courtesy before he went to see the Attorney General. He said that one of his lawyers had met with Assistant United States Attorney Silbert the previous week. Mr. Helms also told me that CIA was to provide documented answers to questions of the Assistant United States Attorney. He did not tell me what the subject matter or nature of the questions was, and I did not ask him, feeling that CIA business was not my business. In fact, I had a hard time trying to figure out why he came to see me, because his conversation was so general and nonspecific. I assumed, of course, that the questions had to do with Watergate and CIA's role in Watergate, if any. However, I did not question Director Helms about this, and he did not offer to enlighten me. General Walters came to see me again on February 21, 1973 at 9 a.m. My notes of this meeting show that the topics discussed involved national security projects of great sensitivity. If the committee wants to hear about this meeting, I would respectfully request that my testimony be taken in executive session. General Walters came to see me again on Thursday, April 12, 1973 at 10:37 a.m. on one of the national security projects we discussed in the meeting of February 21, 1973. If the committee wants to hear about this meeting, I respectfully request that my testimony be taken in executive session. There has been hearsay testimony before this committee to the effect that I was furnished material from CIA concerning photographs of Garden Liddy standing in front of Dr. Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office. This statement records my entire recollection of receipt of information concerning Hunt or Liddy. I never, at any time, was in possession of such photographs or knew of their existence. I also had and have no information related to any discussions between the White House, Department of Justice, and CIA on the subject of retrieval by the CIA of CIA information furnished to the Department of Justice. The Howard Hunt files. Prior to a meeting I had with Mr. Dean and Mr. Ehrlichman in Mr. Ehrlichman's office on the evening of June 28, 1972, I had no knowledge from any source whatever of the existence of these particular files or of the information and instructions I was to receive that evening. I arrived at Mr. Ehrlichman's office at about 6:30 p.m. that evening for the purpose of discussing with him the many rumors and allegations concerning leaks of information from the FBI regarding the Watergate investigation. One of his secretaries told me to go right on into his private office. Mr. Dean was in the office talking with Mr. Ehrlichman. I remember being surprised at Mr. Dean's presence because I had not known that he would be at the meeting. After the usual greetings were exchanged, Mr. Ehrlichman said something very close to, quote, "John has something that he wants to turn over to you," unquote. I then noticed that Mr. Dean had in his hands two white manila legal-size folders. It is my recollection that these folders were not in envelopes at this time. Mr. Dean then told me that these files contain copies of sensitive and classified papers of a political nature that Howard Hunt had been working on. He said that they have national security implications or overtones, have absolutely nothing to do with Watergate, and have no bearing on the Watergate investigation whatsoever. Either Mr. Dean or Mr. Ehrlichman said that these files should not be allowed to confuse or muddy the issues in the Watergate case. I asked whether these files should become a part of our FBI Watergate file. Mr. Dean said these should not become a part of our FBI Watergate file, but that he wanted to be able to say, if called upon later, that he had turned all of Howard Hunt's files over to the FBI. I distinctly recall Mr. Dean saying that these files were political dynamite and clearly should not see the light of day. It is true that neither Mr. Ehrlichman nor Mr. Dean expressly instructed me to destroy the files. But there was and is no doubt in my mind that destruction was intended. Neither Mr. Dean nor Mr. Ehrlichman said or implied that I was being given the documents personally merely to safeguard against leaks. As I believe each of them has testified before this committee, the White House regarded the FBI as a source of leaks. The clear implication of the substance and tone of their remarks was that these two files were to be destroyed, and I interpreted this to be an order from the counsel to the President of the United States issued in the presence of one of the two top assistants to the President of the United States. It is my recollection that I asked for large brown envelopes in which to place the files. I believe that Mr. Dean stepped briefly into the outer office to obtain the envelopes and placed each file in a separate brown envelope in Mr. Ehrlichman's inner office and handed them to me. Although my memory is not perfectly clear on this, I believe Mr. Dean then left Mr. Ehrlichman's office, and I stayed for 5 or 10 minutes to discuss the rumors and allegations of leaks from the FBI. These were the same rumors that had been rampant in the first week of the investigation. I believe that I told Mr. Ehrlichman that I had spoken to all of the agents assigned to the case and was quite confident that these leaks had not come from the FBI. I then left Mr. Ehrlichman's office with the 2 manila envelopes containing the files, went to my car, placed the files in my briefcase, and proceeded to my apartment. I placed the files on a closet shelf under my shirts. After 2 or 3 weeks, I took them into the office and placed them in my personal safe. To the best of my recollection, I removed the files to my home in Stonington, Connecticut in late September or early October 1972 and placed them in a chest of drawers in the area just outside my bedroom. I intended to burn them, but I did not get around to doing so until after my illness, hospitalization, and convalescence in the latter half of November and December. I distinctly recall that I burned them during Christmas week with the Christmas and household paper trash that had accumulated immediately following Christmas. To this point, I had not read or examined the files, but immediately before putting them in the fire, I opened one of the files. It contained what appeared to be copies of top-secret State Department cablegrams. I read the first cable. I do not recall the exact language, but the text of the cable implicated officials of the Kennedy administration in the assassination of President Jim of South Vietnam. I had no reason then to doubt the authenticity of the cable and was shaken at what I read. I thumbed through the other cables in this file. They appeared to be duplicates of the first cable. I merely thumbed through the second of the 2 files and noted that it contained onion-skin copies of correspondence. I did not absorb the subject matter of the correspondence and do not today, of my own knowledge, know what it was. Mr. Dean has described in testimony before this committee a conversation with me at a Department of Justice luncheon which he placed during or shortly after January of this year, at which I allegedly told him to hang tight on not disclosing my receipt of the documents and informed him that I had destroyed them. I recall no such meeting or conversation with Mr. Dean at a Department of Justice luncheon, and my records do not indicate any such luncheon meeting. I shall now set forth for the committee my recollection of all conversations I have had with Messrs. Dean, Ehrlichman, and others about the June 28 meeting and its aftermath. I believe that Mr. Dean called me at my home in Connecticut in late October or early November. As I recall it, he asked me on that occasion if I still had the 2 files he gave to me. I said I did, and that they were in a safe place in my home at Stonington. I believe Mr. Dean asked if I had read them, and I told him truthfully that I had not. The sequence of the next discussions I had about these files is somewhat hazy in my mind. My best recollection now is that over a span of several days, during my confirmation hearings in early March of this year, I had discussions on the subject with Assistant Attorney General Peterson, John Dean, and John Ehrlichman in that order. I believe that Mr. Peterson called me and told me that Dean had stepped out of an interview being conducted by Assistant United States Attorneys in Mr. Peterson's presence to inform Mr. Peterson that he had turned 2 files from Hunt's safe having nothing to do with Watergate over to me. Mr. Peterson told me that he informed Dean to take it up with me and asked me if Dean had done so. I told Mr. Peterson truthfully that Dean had not. I certainly did not acknowledge to Mr. Peterson that Mr. Dean had turned over any such files to me. But I do not recall Mr. Peterson asking me that question on this occasion. I must acknowledge the possibility, however, that Mr. Peterson may have asked me if Dean had turned over such files to me. If he did ask, I am certain that I would have denied receipt of such files because of the instructions I received from Messrs. Ehrlichman and Dean on June 28, the information I had been given about their national security implications, and the injunction that they should never see the light of day. I recall calling John Dean shortly thereafter and asking him whether he had told Henry Peterson about the 2 files. He told me that he had. I then asked him, in effect, if he told Mr. Peterson the whole story, namely that the files were given to me in John Ehrlichman's presence with the assurance that they had nothing to do with Watergate, were sensitive and classified with national security overtones, should not be a part of the FBI files, were political dynamite, and clearly should not see the light of day. He said he had not told Mr. Peterson all of this. I told Mr. Dean that if, as I had been assured, these files were of the character he described and had nothing to do with Watergate, he ought not to be discussing them at all, but that if he did, he should at least tell Mr. Peterson the full story of their significance and the instructions to me. Within a few days after this call, perhaps the next day, I called John Ehrlichman. This is the conversation which, unknown to me, John Ehrlichman tape recorded. I believe this committee has a transcript of that tape. I believe this call to be a call reflected in my logs as made on March 6, 1973 at 6:34 p.m. I come to this conclusion in substantial part because at the outset of the conversation, the transcript reports me as informing Ehrlichman that during my confirmation hearings this morning, members of the Judiciary Committee received copies of a letter from the American Civil Liberties Union objecting to my offer that members of the Judiciary Committee could examine the entire FBI Watergate file. The transcript of my confirmation hearings reveals that such a letter was received by the committee on the morning of March 6. The transcript of this conversation with Mr. Ehrlichman also reveals that I state to Mr. Ehrlichman that, quote, I am being pushed awfully hard in certain areas, and I am not giving an inch, and you know those areas, unquote. The assumption appears to have been made by Mr. Ehrlichman and by various members of this committee in their questioning of Mr. Ehrlichman that the certain areas in which I was being pushed was the receipt by the FBI of the contents of Hunt's safe. In fact, the subject of the contents of Hunt's safe did not arise until in my confirmation hearings until the next day, March 7th. I was being pushed, however, with respect to my turning over FBI reports to Mr. Dean, and it was clear to me that my relationship with Mr. Dean was coming under increasing criticism by members of the Judiciary Committee. There is no doubt that I was concerned that the committee would, as it subsequently did, inquire into the circumstances of the turnover to the FBI of the contents of Hunt's safe. Because of the instructions I had received from Messrs. Dean and Ehrlichman when the two files were given to me, and my absolute conviction that these files, tinged with political and national security implications, had nothing whatsoever to do with Watergate, I had no intention of volunteering to the committee my receipt and destruction of these files, and did not do so. I would not and did not make any false statements under oath, but I acknowledge that I purposely did not volunteer this information to the committee. I justified my reticence not only because I then believed in the rectitude of the administration, whose nominee I was, and in the integrity of the men who gave me the files and instructions, but because my brief look at the file of State Department cables had confirmed for me what I thought were overwhelming considerations of national security. I had no way of knowing then, of course, that the cables were fabricated, nor, I might add, did I know then what I have since learned, that I was being left, in Mr. Ehrlichman's elegant phrase, to, quote, hang there, unquote, and, quote, twist slowly in the wind, unquote. It was in this context, and knowing that Mr. Dean had already told Mr. Peterson about the files, that I had my conversation with Mr. Ehrlichman on March 6th. There is no doubt that the message I intended to give Mr. Ehrlichman was to tell Mr. Dean, was that he should tell Mr. Dean that he should not disclose the delivery to me of those files. At about 10:30 p.m. on the evening of April 15, 1973, I received a call from Mr. Ehrlichman. His remarks were very short, terse, and to the point. He simply told me that Dean had been talking to the prosecutors for some time, and, quote, we, unquote, think you ought to know about it. It was obvious from his tone and the manner in which he spoke that no questions were invited and none were asked. I merely said thanks as he was hanging up the phone. I may have said good evening, John, or hello, John, when I picked up the phone, and it is my firm recollection that he started talking right away and made no response. Shortly after 11 p.m., Ehrlichman called me again. This time his remarks were just as short, terse, and to the point. He said, Dean has been talking about the files he gave you, and you better check your hold card. I said, John, those papers were destroyed long ago. Again, it was plain and obvious from his tone and the manner in which he spoke that no questions were invited and none were asked. Both of these calls were of extremely short duration, less than 15 seconds each. His manner was fast-talking, and he seemed tense. I know that Mr. Ehrlichman has testified that in these conversations, I told him I would deny receiving the files and ask him to support me in that denial. I have absolutely no recollection of such an exchange, and believe that both conversations were substantially as I have described them. I realize that the conversations may have been recorded without my knowledge. On Monday, April 16, 1973, at 10:54 a.m., Assistant Attorney General Peterson came to see me. He said that Mr. Dean told the prosecutors he had turned over 2 of Hunt's files to me. I denied that I had received them. Mr. Peterson went on to say that Mr. Dean said these 2 files had nothing to do with Watergate. He also said that Mr. Dean told the prosecutors that Mr. Ehrlichman had said to him, Dean, you drive across the bridge each day, throw them in the river. I was extremely troubled at my denial to Mr. Peterson. I slept little, if any, that night. On Tuesday, April 17, 1973, at approximately 9 a.m., I placed a call to Mr. Peterson on my private line. He was not in, and I left word. He called me back, and at my request, we met in my office later in the morning. I started our meeting by admitting that Dean had given me 2 white manila files in Ehrlichman's office. He asked if I had them, and I told him I had burned them. He asked if I knew what was in them. I told him I had not read the files. He said, the Assistant United States Attorneys will want you before the federal grand jury. I told him I would go willingly and, quote, tell it to them straight, unquote. On Wednesday, April 25th, 1973, I telephoned Senator Weicker asking to meet with him. For a week, I had thought about this matter and of Senator Weicker's staunch and valiant support of me and his warm friendship. I had a duty to tell him of these 2 files, yet my shame was so deep that it was hard to pick up the phone and to call. Senator Weicker and I met twice that day in my office and again the next day. I told him the manner in which I had received the files, that I had not read them, and that I had torn them in half and thrown them in my burned wastebaskets under my desk in my office on July 3, 1972, after returning from a visit to the San Diego and Phoenix Field divisions. We discussed this subject at great length, and he questioned me intensively on the entire matter. I persisted in my assertions to him that I had not read them and that I had thrown them in my burned wastebasket in my office on July 3, 1972. I really cannot explain why I failed to tell Senator Weicker all the facts at this time and made the misstatements to him concerning the date I destroyed the files and my knowledge of what one of them contained. A sense of shame is all I can remember. I suppose I felt in some irrational way that I would look better in his eyes if I had destroyed them promptly and never looked at them. I have subsequently revealed all the facts of the matter to Senator Weicker, the staff of this committee, the prosecutors, and the grand jury. At the time, I accepted the 2 files from Dean and Ehrlichman. At the time, I destroyed them, and on the several occasions prior to my denial to Henry Peterson on April 16, in which I resisted disclosure of the fact that I had received and destroyed the documents, I believed that I was acting faithfully, loyally, properly, and legally pursuant to instructions given me by top assistants to the President of the United States. I have come to believe, however, what I should have realized then, that my acceptance of the documents in the first place and my keeping them out of the normal FBI files was a grievous misjudgment. My destroying them and resistance of disclosure only compounded the error. That the documents were not in fact Watergate evidence, while legally significant, does not lessen my present belief that I permitted myself to be used to perform a mere political chore. I shall carry the burden of that act with me always. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my statement, sir.
Mr. Gray, the committee got copies of your statement late, and neither the counsel of committee have not had an opportunity to study it. And it's almost 4 o'clock after 5 days of hearings here, and if you have no objection, the committee will postpone the interrogation until Monday.
Mr. Chairman, I'm at the command of the committee.
At 9, the committee will stand in adjournment until 9:30 Monday morning.
So, the committee now has a full weekend to think of questions for L. Patrick Gray, and there will undoubtedly be many. There may be some fallout questions for other witnesses as well, such as how the White House, namely John Dean, knew so quickly of the key roles played by Dahlberg and Ogario in the cash transactions, and how Dean learned so much about them without alerting Finance Chairman Maurice Stans as to what was actually occurring, and why, if both Walters and Gray were determined to resign before agreeing to compromise their agencies, was there such an incomplete initial investigation of the break-in. Gray will probably be questioned also about yesterday's charge by convicted Watergate conspirator James McCord that the FBI was not allowed to pursue any major thread in the investigation without clearing it first with the Justice Department. Officials from the Justice Department are also scheduled to take the stand next week before the committee goes home for its summer recess. The future course of the committee's work? NPAC's Peter Kay talked about that today with Committee Chief Counsel Sam Dash.
Mr. Dash, I get the feeling that the committee is continually fueling itself, continually coming up with new evidence to keep the hearing going, which brings me to the question of when Mr. Colson appears, do you intend to get into a full-scale investigation of the ITT matter?
Well, no, let me first respond to the manner in which you put the question. I don't believe we're fueling ourselves just to keep the hearing going. It is not our purpose to keep the hearing going, but it is our purpose to complete the investigation. We are fueling ourselves, as you put it, because we are constantly continuing our investigation. We have never stopped the investigation. The investigation continues, and although there are hearings going on during the day, my staff is constantly interviewing witnesses, and tonight we will again be interviewing witnesses, and over the weekend. And obviously, when you continue the investigation, you're always coming up with new information if it's a successful investigation. And this produces this new information that we produce at the hearings. It's no effort on our part just to continue the hearings. It's an effort to do the complete job under our resolution to tell all of the facts to the American public. Now, with regard to Mr. Colson's appearance when we resume, again, he will only be called at that time for the purpose of the discussion involving whatever the relationship he had with the Watergate and cover-up, because he will be called if we resume in September. And the committee has not made a decision yet as to whether we'll resume hearings in September to finish the witnesses that have not been called in this part of the Watergate hearing. The committee feels that when it completes the few witnesses that we now have, Mr. Gray and former Attorney General Kleindienst and Mr. Peterson, that we in fact have ended this phase. If we begin the new phase, which will be the political espionage and the campaign financing, and we include Mr. Colson in that phase, then we will go forward in the entire area of the ITT issue, because the ITT question, the investigation of ITT, the settlement of the antitrust case, the $400,000 contribution that was to be made, all comes within the purview of our resolution, and is clearly related, of course, to that memorandum which I introduced into evidence when I was cross-examining Mr. Holden.
Would that come during the fundraising
That's
phase?
really basically within the campaign financing phase.
Which would start in September, presumably?
Not necessarily, because it may be that in that we may not start the hearings in that area until sometime in the latter part of September or early part of October.
Well, now, there are other key figures in the ITT case. For instance, Mr. Kleindienst himself, former Attorney General Mitchell. They would not be asked about this now. They would be presumably recalled during this other phase.
Oh, yes. When Mr. Kleindienst appears next week, he will not be asked questions concerning ITT. He'll be asked questions concerning his knowledge of facts relating to the Watergate case or the cover-up.
Finally, what's the status of the committee's lawsuit in regards to the White House? When is it going to be filed?
Well, just as in our investigation, our lawyers on our staff are working around the clock, doing all the research that is necessary prior to filing a complaint, which in a historic lawsuit. We want to be very careful and certain that our complaint is the best possible complaint we should file in accordance with the law. And we should be able to file that complaint sometime next week. And we'll be working this weekend on it, and possibly Monday, and the committee will have a chance to take a look at it, and I'm sure we can file it sometime next week.
Watching the hearings with us most of this week has been an associate of Sam Dash's at the Georgetown University Law School, Professor Jack Murphy. Jack, we've now come to the end of 8 weeks of hearings, 35 days, I think it is, and we're about to conclude this phase, as Mr. Dash said. What do we know? Where have we arrived? Are we any nearer to finding out the truth, do you think?
Well, I think we are somewhat nearer, but it would be presumptuous on my part to say how much nearer, and of course what the truth will finally be. I'm abstaining along with all those other conservative vocalists on the Hill who won't say really what they think, and I think that's appropriate for this stage of the proceedings. There were more conflicts in today's testimony comparing with testimony of previous weeks and even this week. We had, for example, in the case of Mr. Gray's testimony, conflict with Mr. Ehrlichman with respect to the contents of the phone conversation of April 15th this year about the destruction of the tapes. He was in conflict with Mr. Dean on a relatively minor point, the nature of a conversation they had, I believe, in March of this year at the Justice Department. He was even in conflict with something about General Walters had to say. I thought in general that conflict was not so much a matter of substance but a matter of style, except on the question of what Walters said to him on June 23rd when Walters left that meeting between Haldeman and Ehrlichman and Helms and himself and went to Gray's office. You recall that Walters was fairly clear that he didn't represent this to be a final CIA judgment, that is, that there might be some kind of compromise of covert operations in Mexico were the FBI to go ahead. On the other hand, Gray said that he had the distinct impression that what the general was telling him was that they would be likely to disrupt one of those covert operations. That is a problem for me because I'm still a little bit concerned about the sense that General Walters had leaving that critical June 23rd meeting with Haldeman and Ehrlichman, what was said there. Now, Walters himself is in conflict with Haldeman as to whether or not at that June 23rd meeting there was a discussion about Mexican money or Mexican activity. Haldeman said he didn't recall in the fashion which he didn't recall so many things. And General Walters said at the close of his testimony that he would stand on his recollection that, in fact, Haldeman had said that. I'm troubled a little bit by the fact that Haldeman is represented by General Walters to have given him pretty much of a direction that he go down and tell Mr. Gray that there were problems here and that this investigation should be tapered off.
Well, Jack Murphy, thank you very much.
Today's testimony dealt with two of the nation's foremost intelligence agencies, the FBI and the CIA. But the Watergate spotlight has also uncovered some other efforts to gather political intelligence. Impact's Peter Kay has a report on new charges of political spying.
United States Army intelligence agents in Europe last year harassed supporters of Democratic presidential candidate George McGovern, according to Senator Lowell Weicker. A member of Weicker's staff turned up documents that show that a group of pro-McGovern American civilians in Berlin were subject to wiretapping, surveillance, and having their mail opened. These documents were classified in an attempt to cover up the activities of the Army intelligence agents, but copies have been turned over by Weicker to the Senate Armed Services Committee and to the Watergate Committee, and I asked the Connecticut senator if the same people who brought us Watergate have extended their activities to the Pentagon and to the Berlin Wall.
As I indicated to you, the reason why I turned it over to Armed Services, I just don't have the resources or the capability of conducting a thorough investigation. I know the evidence I've got indicates exactly what I've told you. Now, who directed it, how extensive it is, etc., that's something to be investigated.
One last quick
and
question.
I admit to the fact that I'm maintaining a personally broad status on what my source is, on where we're talking about, etc., because I've got some sources to protect, and I'm sure the committee does also.
First, there was Ambassador Richard Helms, and then Generals Robert Cushman and Vernon Walters, and now L. Patrick Gray. These four men, the witnesses of the last 2 days, have more in common than a maturity of age and the gray in their hair. They all brought distinguished, unblemished careers to their involvement in or brushes with Watergate, and each has now been forced to come before this committee, and thus before the rest of us, to publicly confess to having done things they sorely wish they hadn't. The degree varies, of course, from Mr. Helms lamenting his okay to let CIA psychiatrists and technicians assist the White House plumbers, to Mr. Gray's extremely poignant admission that he destroyed evidence and that he shall carry the burden of that act with him always. From a legal standpoint, it may be that sometime in the future some court may ultimately decide that one or all of the four was a participant in the total crime that is now called Watergate. But strictly on a human level, they must also be written down in the final Watergate stories as victims of it too. If there was ever any doubt of how far the terrible tentacles of this tragedy ultimately reached, 4 men named Helms, Cushman, Walters, and Gray have supplied the answer, to me at least. I will be back Monday night. For Robert McNeil and Peter Kay, I'm Jim Lara. Have a nice weekend.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.
Knowing at least what I know now, and knowing that in the service of my country I've withstood hours and hours of depth charging, shelling, bombing, but I never expected to run into a Watergate in the service of the President of the United States, and I ran into a buzzsaw, obviously.
In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening. L. Patrick Gray told the Senate committee today that Watergate drove him out of his post as acting FBI director proudly, but with a broken heart. Although he insisted that the Bureau had conducted a vigorous, aggressive investigation of Watergate, he conceded that he and his colleagues had been babes in the woods over some matters. Gray, a career naval officer before he came to the Nixon administration, said he felt he had adequately alerted President Nixon 3 weeks after Watergate that some of his staff were behaving illegally. But when the president asked him no questions and there was no follow-up, he concluded he had been an alarmist. At no time till late spring, Gray said, did I consider I was being swept into the very conspiracy I was trying to investigate. That's a madman's horror. Gray said he tried twice to expand the Watergate investigation into political matters, but was turned off by Assistant Attorney General Peterson. Later, Peterson told him, I'm scared. Apparently you and I are expendable, but Haldeman and Ehrlichman are not. Senator Ervin dismissed Gray with a line from the Psalms, praising he who sweareth to his own hurt.
Attorneys for President Nixon are scheduled to appear in federal district court tomorrow. They'll have a statement justifying the president's refusal to turn over tape recordings of White House conversations to the government's special prosecutor. So far, the Ervin Committee has not followed up on Mr. Nixon's refusal to comply with the subpoenas it issued for the same tapes. But Peter Kay reports that legal action is imminent.
Members of the Senate Select Watergate Committee now have a draft of the lawsuit seeking presidential documents and tapes. After viewing it in executive session and discussing it tomorrow morning, the committee is expected to give the green light to Chief Counsel Sam Dash to take the case to federal district court here, possibly as early as tomorrow afternoon. There's no indication at this time that the case would be combined with a somewhat similar proceeding by federal prosecutor Archibald Cox. Cox's complaint will be heard by federal judge John Sirica tomorrow morning. The historic Senate committee action may solve for the first time the historic doctrine of separation of powers, never challenged in the history of the Republic. It is expected to go quickly to the Supreme Court, where it may be argued by Senator Sam Ervin himself. Committee lawyers have worked round the clock on the complaint, and they have called in outside constitutional experts to help them, such men as Alexander Bickel of Yale, Philip Kerwin of Chicago, Jerome Barron of George Washington University, and Sherman Cohn of Georgetown. The case is expected to be about 5 pages long, but will have attached documents and exhibits. Committee lawyers say it will be about this thick.
L. Patrick Gray's testimony has several very important threads to it. Jack Murphy, one of our regular legal eagles from the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington, watched it all with us today. Jack, what would you point to as some of these most important things to look for tonight?
Well, it was a rich day, Jim, and I hesitate to try and portray what's coming with any fulsome detail, but three things very quickly. One, the meeting of April 26th between Mr. Peterson, Mr. Kleindienst, and Mr. Gray, at which Mr. Gray told them that he had burned the Hunt files. During that meeting, notwithstanding the availability of that information, the President asked him by telephone through Mr. Kleindienst to stay on as acting director of the FBI. At that same meeting, I think they'll be interested in the fact that Mr. Peterson uttered rather mysteriously the fear that he was expendable, as was Gray, while Haldeman and Ehrlichman were not. The meaning of expendable remains to be seen. On April 30th, the President, we know, told the country that he, back on March 21st, had discovered new important information about this investigation, and on the 30th he said he personally ordered all those entrusted with the investigation to report to him personally. Mr. Gray will tell us that in the ensuing period after March 21st, the President never contacted him.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Jack. Mr. Murphy will be back at the close of tonight's broadcast to talk about this and all the other things in more detail. He'll be joined at that time by David Wise, Washington-based journalist and author of the new book, The Politics of Lying.
Now, to help you plan your evening's viewing, here is NPAC's hour-by-hour rundown of the testimony. In the first hour, L. Patrick Gray is examined closely by Assistant Committee Counsel Rufus Edmiston as to why he agreed to turn FBI files over to Presidential Counsel John Dean, apparently without question. And Gray answers allegations that top-level FBI officials prevented an FBI interview with James McCord. In the second hour, Gray tells of reaching his decision to quit as acting head of the FBI, following a meeting with Attorney General Kleindienst and Assistant Attorney General Peterson. At that meeting, Peterson told Gray he was scared that both he and Gray were considered expendable by the White House. Gray also describes his state of mind when he finally burned the Hunt papers that Ehrlichman and Dean had given him. The third hour sees Committee Chairman Ervin exploring why Gray permitted John Dean to sit in on FBI interviews of people connected with the Watergate case. And Senator Weiker's interrogation reveals a conflict between Gray and President Nixon about the Watergate case leading higher. In the fourth hour, Chairman Ervin tries to clarify some of Gray's statements in a taped conversation with John Ehrlichman. Gray explains he wanted John Dean to shut up regarding distinctions Dean was making between handing over files to the FBI director and to FBI agents. Gray also portrays himself as leaving the job of acting director of the FBI with a broken heart. And in the final hour, witness Gray tells about the great respect he had for the people he was dealing with at the White House. He says he had no idea that they would lead him into the conspiracy he was investigating. This, he said, would be a madman's horror. And Gray concludes by defending the investigation which the FBI made into the Watergate break-in. Now to the hearings and Senator Ervin.
The committee will come to order. The counsel will examine the witness.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rufus Edmiston, Deputy Chief Counsel, will question the witness. I'd like to state, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, that before Mr. Edmiston begins, that as we approach the recess period, I'd like to state that the hearings have had the untiring support of the entire staff, secretaries, assistant chief counsel, and all staff members around the clock. But the assistance given to the committee, untiring assistance of Mr. Edmiston, Deputy Chief Counsel, has really assisted us in having the kind of successful hearings we've had. And as Chief Counsel, I want to make this public statement concerning the aid I've been given by Mr. Rufus Edmiston, Deputy Chief Counsel.
Well, in the words of Senator Ervin, I would like to thank Mr. Dash for his eloquent prevarication on my behalf. Mr. Gray, for the record, would you state your name and address?
Yes, it's Louis, L-O-U-I-S, Patrick Gray III, Stonington, Connecticut.
Mr. Gray, I'm going to ask you a few questions regarding your background and how you came into the Nixon administration. Now, I believe you attended Rice University and graduated from the United States Naval Academy in 1940. Is that correct?
That's correct. I attended Rice. It was then Rice Institute, 1932 to 1936 in Houston, Texas, and then entered the Naval Academy, graduated in 1940.
And then through a special program, you entered George Washington University Law School and received your J.D. degree in 1949.
Yes, I was selected to attend law school under the Navy's postgraduate law program.
But your entire career was spent as a naval officer until your retirement in 1960, I believe.
That is correct, sir. I was served in battleships for a year and a half and then in submarines for the balance of my career.
And then you engaged in the practice of law and in certain business endeavors in Connecticut from 1961 to 1969, and then you came on board as the executive assistant to Mr. Robert Finch, I believe, at HEW.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
What did you do down there?
As Mr. Finch's executive assistant, I helped him in the transition as the Nixon administration came in, and I guess you would say I was his man Friday. I worked from 6:30 in the morning till 9 or 10 o'clock in the evenings and worked at stand-up desks there in my office and handled primarily all of the paperwork and all of the dealings with the assistant secretaries and with the other personal staff members of the secretary. And in general, the operation of the office of the secretary was pretty much in my hands, subject to the secretary's desires.
Mr. Gray, when did you first become acquainted with President Nixon?
My recollection is that it goes back to when I was a freshman in law school and the president was a freshman congressman, and it was at a party out at the Chevy Chase Club to which I had been invited by the doctor who had really saved my life during the war.
Now, I understand that you served on Mr. Nixon's personal staff at the date of your retirement from the Navy on June 30, 1960, until the election of 1960. And then you served again on his campaign staff in 1968. Now, Mr. Gray, would you say that from those two experiences that you have a close personal relationship with the President? What is your relationship with the President?
Mr. Edmonston, I served from June 30 when I retired from the Navy and went over to room 361 Senate Office Building until shortly after January of 1961. I served primarily as what I would call a logistician. My first job, for example, was working with analysts with regard to handling of the mail. During that campaign, I had a lot to do with obtaining space. I put together an organization known as Retired Armed Servicemen for Nixon. I put together a group of lawyers and got a volunteer organization set up in the Solar Building basement here in Washington to answer mail. It was that type of thing. But, Mr. Edmonston, I did not serve in the campaign of 1968. The only thing I did in the campaign of 1968 was prepare a letter for the President's signature going to the National Association of Small Business Investment Companies regarding the President's position with reference to NASBIC. But I was not active in the campaign of 1968 at all, other than doing that paper at the request, as I remember, of Dr. Glenn Olds.
Well, you would say then that you have not been a close personal friend of the President, but a casual acquaintance over the years.
Our relationship has been more professional than personal, and I don't think the President would consider it personal, and it would be presumptuous of me to say that. It's a lot of people like to bask in the glory of the President, and maybe I'm human enough to want to do it too. But the facts are, as he would probably say himself, that our relationship is professional. That of a centurion to the Senate, it was that kind of thing.
Mr. Gray, after you served with Mr. Finch at HEW, you went back to law practice again, and then I noticed in your biographical sketch that you were a special consultant to the President's Cabinet Committee on Education. What was that?
Yes, sir. I was asked to come back and work with the Cabinet Committee on Education because apparently there was some intelligence that making the transition from the unitary or the the segregated school system to the desegregated school system in some southern states was going to be difficult. And the President's Cabinet Committee on Education wanted citizen state advisory committees set up. And I was asked to go into Mississippi first and then into Georgia and work with leading citizens of those two states, black and white, who were not really actively engaged in politics. This was to be a citizen effort, and I went into Mississippi for 6 weeks, and then I went over into Georgia, and I set up both of those two state advisory committees, and then other people picked up the work thereafter based on the work that had been done in those two states.
Now, Mr. Gray, I'll just briefly state, and you can agree or disagree, that in 1970 you were nominated to be Assistant Attorney General, Civil Division, and you were confirmed to the Senate. Then in February 1972, you were nominated to be Deputy Attorney General, and I noticed in the record that you never became Deputy Attorney General. What happened?
I was Deputy Attorney General designate, and we had, Mr. Kleindienst and I had appeared before the Committee on the Judiciary, and as I think that my name was reported out of the Committee on the Judiciary, but a newspaper article, a columnist, Mr. Anderson's column, as I recall, came out, and Mr. Kleindienst asked that his hearings be reopened. That column had to do with certain charges made in connection with the ITT settlement.
Now, Mr. Gray, did I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to say that that reopening of Mr. Kleindienst's hearings stopped any further action with regard to my nomination. I continued as Assistant Attorney General, Civil Division, and Deputy Attorney General designate.
Is it fair to say that, Mr. Gray, with the exception of a couple intermittent years of private practice of law, that you've spent your entire adult life devoted to government service of one kind or another?
Yes, sir, that would be correct, except for those years you've already enumerated, Mr. Edmiston.
Now, Mr. Gray, I noticed in your prepared statement that you devoted a substantial part of it to your recollections and those of General Walters regarding conversations he had with you, with others, and with the President. Now, I do not intend to question you in that area, and will leave it to Minority Counsel and to the members of the committee. But I have some questions, and I don't want you to infer in any way that I'm attempting to browbeat you or be discourteous, but I think they're questions that have to be asked regarding other phases that were not mentioned very substantially in your statement. Now, in your statement, you say that when the Watergate break-in occurred on the 17th, that you were in California, and you returned to Washington, and you state that on June 21, you received a telephone call from Mr. John Ehrlichman at the White House, and he informed you that John Dean would be handling a White House investigation of the Watergate affair. And I think he also told you that John Dean would be the only one handling the investigation. Now, at this point, how well did you know John Ehrlichman, and how well do you know him now?
I think that during the campaign of 1960, if I remember correctly, Mr. Haldeman was a chief advance man, and Mr. Ehrlichman was an advance man then in that campaign, and I knew them only in that capacity. I had no personal relationship or no close contact with them at all. And coming back into government in the Nixon administration as executive assistant to Secretary Finch, my relations with both Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman were professional, on the telephone, that sort of thing. It's not a social relationship, never has been. I've never been in Mr. Ehrlichman's home, and he's never been in my home. Ours has been purely a working professional relationship in the respective positions in which we have found ourselves.
Mr. Gray, how well did you know John Dean?
I met Mr. Dean for the first time at the time of the 1971 demonstrations, when he was at a meeting in the Attorney General's conference room, and I asked some people later on who that particular individual was, and I was told who he was. That's when I first met Mr. Dean, first knew who Mr. Dean was.
Now, Mr. Gray, did you meet with Mr. John Dean in an area around your apartment on one of the first two Sundays in July. I think maybe in one of your interviews you thought it was the first Sunday. Did you have that meeting?
Yes, after some 3 months of reconstruction and working over notes, memoranda, records, logs, and talking with my wife regarding this entire matter, I did have a meeting with Mr. Dean on either Sunday, the 25th of June, or Sunday, the 2nd of July.
What were the circumstances that Mr. Dean would be at your apartment, Mr. Gray?
Mr. Dean called me, as I recollect, called me on the telephone on a Sunday morning and said that he wanted to meet with me and wanted to talk with me. And I said, well, fine, we can meet in my office in the department. And he stated that this would not be practical because of the fact that there are not too many people present at the department on a Sunday, and that it would be easily noticed that he would be coming into the Department of Justice and there would be another leak. And I suggested then, all right, I said, then we can meet over here. My apartment's very small. We can't meet in the apartment, but we can meet over here. And we agreed to meet over at the apartment, and I met him outside the apartment. We walked around the apartment building and sat down and chatted on a bench overlooking the channel there. This is in Southwest Washington at Harbor Square Apartments.
So Mr. Dean at that time was saying that there could possibly be improper inferences drawn or improper appearances if he were to go directly to your office or you were to go directly to his office.
No, I didn't take him to be saying that, Mr. Edmiston. I took him to be saying that there would be another leak, that Dean would have been seen entering the Department of Justice, but I didn't really, in fairness and in honesty, take him to be saying this was an improper thing to be doing.
All right, Mr. Gray, at this meeting with Mr. Dean, did he discuss with you his desire that you turn over any FBI documents relating to the Watergate investigation to him?
I can't be absolutely certain. I know that one of the first remarks he made was that this was a heck of a note when the acting director of the FBI and the counsel to the president have to meet on a park bench in order to avoid leaks. We could have discussed on that particular Sunday afternoon the various theories of the case that the FBI had been considering and that he and I had already discussed. We could have discussed the leaks that were rampant in that first 2-week period, and it is entirely possible that he could have raised with me the question of making available to him the FBI materials available to me for his use in the conduct of his inquiry. I cannot state it with that kind of certainty, but I can say that it is entirely possible. My recollection is, and my remembrance is that subject was raised in a telephone call with Mr. Dean following that Sunday meeting.
So that the first occasion when Mr. Dean, when you turned over any kind of FBI documents to Mr. Dean was when? The first occasion, any documents?
To the best of my recollection, following this meeting on the bench there at the Harbor Square Apartments, a phone call ensued following that during the week. And it was in that phone call that Mr. Dean raised the question of making available to him the materials, the FBI file materials that were available to me.
Is that around July the 9th or something like that?
I would say that I believe it to be in the week of July 9th.
Now, the first thing then that you turned over to Mr. Dean were FBI teletypes. Is that true?
That is correct. He asked me if I would make available to him FBI file materials that I had available to me.
What are teletypes, Mr. Gray?
The teletypes are the orders and instructions that are issued to the field by the FBI headquarters, by me, the acting director, and they can be reports of summaries of investigations conducted in the field. They are brief summaries, 3 or 4 lines on each facet. They can be any number of other things. They could consist of leads sent out for interviews, that type of material.
Can they be fairly described as raw FBI materials, Mr. Gray?
I have never really understood what raw FBI materials are, Mr. Edmiston, and I think there's a lot of confusion been generated about that. When the FBI sets up a file and starts a file, we begin with the first serial in the file, and then everything goes in it. There could be evaluations in there. There could be teletypes of the kind that I'm talking about. There could be reports of interview, FD 302s. There could be anonymous letters that are unevaluated, that type of thing. But this was material that eventually found itself into the FBI Watergate investigative file.
Right. Now, let's go chronologically. Then I understand that on July the 17th, Mr. Dean requested that you give him a summary of the various events that had transpired in connection with the investigation. Now, did you accommodate his request?
Yes, sir. He asked me if I could prepare, cause to be prepared, a summary of the status of the investigation to date. And I discussed with him the format and told him I thought that should be in the form of a letterhead memorandum, which was the type of format that we used in preparing such summaries. And I told him that I thought that this should be addressed to the Attorney General, as was the case in such a format. And then I know I had a telephone conversation with Mr. Felt concerning that, and this was a type of thing that was regularly done in accordance with the FBI standard operating procedure. In fact, it had been proposed as of June 19th, and I stopped it at that time. I got the opinion from our Office of Legal Counsel, and I think my instructions to Mr. Felt were, as I remember, to just have the Assistant Director in charge of the Office of Legal Counsel prepare an opinion having to do with this subject matter. And such an opinion was indeed prepared. However, at the time I had the telephone conversation with Mr. Felt, I told him that I thought this was proper and that I would do it even if Senator McGovern were president. Those are my exact words to Mr. Felt. I felt it was proper, but what I was trying to do with this memorandum was try to set up some standards and procedures for the deliveries of FBI material through the cabinet officer, through the political officer.
Right. I'm going to question you about that memorandum in a moment, but going back to the teletypes, what were the circumstances surrounding the turning over of the teletypes, Mr. Dean? Did he come to you, you go to him, or what?
Well, in that telephone conversation, I asked him first if he had the proper safeguards for this material. Could he keep it in safety in his office? Did he have, I don't know whether I mentioned a four-drawer tumbler locked safe, the appropriate type of safeguards, but I was interested in whether or not he could safeguard it. And he assured me that he could and that he did have the facilities to do it. And then he said that he wanted to send Mr. Fielding over to pick them up. And I said, no. I said that you would have to come over and pick them up yourself. And I recollect that he asked me if he could come over and read them in the office. And I said, no, that would be impractical because there are too many people in and out of my office all day long. There's a constant stream of people and a constant stream of phone calls and a constant stream of mail. So I turned that down, and he did come over, and he did receive them from me in a brown government issue type briefcase, the kind that I have with me today behind me.
All right.
I delivered them to him personally.
Mr. Gray, we've heard a lot of talk about FBI 302 forms. Just what is an FBI 302?
An FBI 302, Mr. Edmiston, is a report of interview. It is not an investigative report. It is a part of an investigative report, and it is merely the agent's recounting of the interview that he had with the individual being interviewed.
Now, is it true that on July the 26th, 1972, in response to I will characterize it as a demand, you can tell me if it wasn't, a demand from Mr. Dean that you gave him several FBI 302s?
It's my best recollection, Mr. Edmiston, that it was in that time, that week, the 26th, 27th, 28th, that Mr. Dean called and requested that I make available to him the interview reports that I had available, and I did. And I believe, my best recollection is that those were picked up once again by him on the 28th of July. Now, those were two groups of interview reports, FBI Form 302s that I had. A group delivered to me think the first group was delivered to me on the 30th of June. The second group delivered to me on the 17th of July.
Now, you told Mr. Dean that he could have what had been given to you. Of course, there were thousands of volumes of other materials that didn't come directly to you that, of course, Mr. Dean didn't get.
That is correct. That is correct.
All right, Mr. Gray, when you were the acting director, I think you mentioned a moment ago, Mr. Felt, who was he?
W. Mark Felt was my acting associate director in the Federal Bureau of Investigation when I served as acting director.
Who was Mr. Dalby?
Mr. Dalby was the assistant director in charge of the Office of Legal Counsel, and a very wise counsel.
Now, Mr. Gray, I have a memorandum here that you referred to a moment ago, which is dated July 20, 1972, and the subject is dissemination. It's to Mr. Felt from Mr. D.J. Dalby, and the subject is dissemination of information, the White House criminal cases. Now, I would appreciate it if you could identify this memorandum. It's 63 in your files. If we could have one taken down, please. If you could identify that, and if you would look at the bottom page of it and the supplemental memorandum that goes with it. And tell me if those are your notations on the back page of each memorandum.
Mr. Edmiston, I don't have that supplemental memorandum, but I know...
It's 65 in your file.
Yes, I recognize both of these, and these are Exhibit 63 and Exhibit 63 and 65 of more than 200 exhibits that we have submitted to the committee.
Right. What is the notation on the back page of the primary memorandum? It's in your handwriting, you said.
The last sentence in the memorandum is the authority and obligation of the FBI to keep the Attorney General fully informed and to leave the rest to him. And I underlined that and drew a line from it and said do so in this particular case and in all future cases, and signed it G3, 7/20, 8:57 p.m. in the evening.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like to request that these two memoranda be inserted in the record, properly identified.
Without objection, they'll be marked appropriately as exhibits and admitted as such.
Mr. Gray, I know you mentioned this memorandum a moment ago. I want to read certain portions of it. And first of all, you had this memorandum written, didn't you, Mr. Gray?
Yes, I asked that this memorandum be prepared.
And your desire to be informed, quote, on the legal basis for dissemination by the FBI to the White House of information concerning a criminal case being investigated, more specifically, a case being investigated as a criminal case for prosecution involving a violation of Title 18 U.S.C. and which does or may implicate federal employees as subjects. Now, we're talking about the Watergate case, aren't we?
That's correct, and I don't think there was any doubt in anybody's mind that's what we're talking about.
Now, you asked for this memorandum, didn't you, in response to Mr. Dean's demands for your FBI materials? You wanted to know what to do about it.
I asked for it in connection with the preparation of the letterhead memorandum summarizing the investigation, which was the request made by Mr. Dean.
All right. Then the memorandum went on to further state that any information provided to the White House by the FBI should be channeled through the Attorney General, and it stated the requirements are that we follow the chain of command and not bypass any link in it. This means that we advise the White House, if at all, through the Attorney General and not around him. And then the supplemental to that memorandum, Mr. Gray, lists certain exceptions where the White House can be informed of FBI materials directly if they have to do with domestic or foreign intelligence. Now, the back page of that supplemental memorandum also reads, matters which the President necessarily acts more directly on his own initiative than is the case with the criminal law. Thus, there seems quite a reasonable distinction between a constant flow of advice to the White House on matters of criminal law on the one hand and on matters of domestic and foreign intelligence on the other. Now, Mr. Gray, I know we might have some interpretations that are different on a legal memorandum of this nature. But didn't that memorandum really say that, look, we in the FBI are not supposed to turn anything over to the White House unless we do it through channels, because you did that when you sent your memorandum to Mr. Dean through the Attorney General on the 21st, I believe. And then, is it not true, Mr. Gray, that you turned right around after you procured this memorandum and turned over a whole batch of 302s to Mr. Dean?
I think, Mr. Edmiston, before I answer that question, I should refer just a little bit to the policy within the department and within the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and what Mr. Hoover's practice had been to send over anything that the director desired to send over. My objective here in asking for this opinion was limited solely to a letterhead memorandum which we had to initiate. We had to take material already resting within our files, pull it all together, distill it, and put it together in the form of a letterhead memorandum summarizing the status of the case. And I think that you also find the language in our Exhibit 63 here that we're referring to, in which it says, we did not consider the matter of disseminating such information to the White House on specific White House requests. In this latter situation, we assume that since the President is the top boss of the executive branch, he can obtain from that branch any information that he wishes. This is a different matter, legally and otherwise, from the one in which we would, on our own decision, initiate dissemination of the information. So we were dealing, I think, Mr. Edmiston, with a different type of situation. At least I, at that time, envisioned that in that manner. And what I was trying to do, my objective was to begin to set up formalized standard procedures within the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the dissemination of information. But there's no doubt in my mind that when the counsel to the President of the United States asked for information, I was going to give it to him, and I did, sir.
Well, Mr. Gray, you sent the memorandum through channels, through the Attorney General.
Yes, sir.
And then I mentioned that you sent the 302s directly to Mr. Dean. Now, we might be using Senator Ervin's lightning bug concept of hindsight right now, but don't you know that 302s are more important than any memorandum, because they contain the raw data that FBI agents collect from all over the country? Innuendo, the things when Mr. Kleindienst came, I remember first to this committee, to Senator Ervin and Senator Baker and Mr. Dash and Mr. Thompson and I were in the room, and Mr. Kleindienst said very specifically to Senator Ervin and Senator Baker, I will not have raw FBI data spread around indiscriminately. And so it's been the position of the President and Attorney General Kleindienst that the raw data is by far the most important. So I'm saying you sent the memorandum through channels, and then, Mr. Gray, in spite of Mr. Dean being the counsel to the President, you gave him the 302s.
Yes, sir. And that, you must make a distinction again, I think, between raw data and what I sent to him. There was no raw data in these teletypes. This was not unevaluated information. This was not anonymous letters and that type of thing. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Edmiston, when we were considering what type of material to be sent to the Urban Select Subcommittee, my position was in the inception and was throughout to send everything that we had, because there wasn't anything in there of the type of material that is so often referred to as raw data, this anonymous stuff, this innuendo, and this sort of thing. That type of material was not in the FBI investigative file of the Watergate investigation, and I think you could look at it today and go right down through it.
Well, a 302 is not evaluated, though, either, is it? It is only an agent's written remembrance of what he elicited from some witness.
That is correct. That is correct. It's merely what he remembers of his interview with the person interviewed.
Mr. Gray, did you consult with Mr. Peterson and Mr. Kleindienst about the advisability of giving the FBI data to Mr. Dean?
No, sir, I did not.
Why did you not?
I didn't do it because I thought that I was the acting director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and when I have a request from the counsel to the President of the United States, I don't have to go run around to the Attorney General and to the Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Criminal Division and ask them to hold my hand and help me respond and make a decision. I did not do that, and I would not do that.
Mr. Gray, I don't mean to quibble with you, but you had 26 years of military experience, and you know things about the chain of command. You didn't work for Mr. Dean, did you? Your direct supervisor and your boss, so to speak, was Mr. Kleindienst, wasn't it?
That is correct. And also, the President of the United States is my boss, and when the Council to the President levies a request upon me, I'm going to comply with that request, and I did comply with it.
Well, if every person in departments and agencies were to follow that rule, then I can conceive of having havoc all over the federal government. If various councils to the President were to call up government agencies and countermand, or in other words, step into the internal operation of every agency.
I don't think that would occur. I think the FBI occupies a peculiar position with reference to the President of the United States, and that the President of the United States looks to the Federal Bureau of Investigation in a little different manner than he does the other departments of government.
You did understand, Mr. Gray, that Dean was speaking for the President of the United States. He said that to you, I believe, on...
No question about it. I asked him specifically on 2 occasions and maybe even 3 occasions. I can't be certain of the 3rd occasion, so I can't testify to it under oath. But I specifically asked, John, are you reporting directly to the President or through Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman? And he told me directly to the President.
Did you ever again ask I know Mr. Ehrlichman called you up on that first day and said, Mr. Dean will be handling the investigation, but after that time, did you ever again ask Mr. Ehrlichman or Mr. Haldeman, is John Dean able to speak for the President? Did you ever do that?
No, the thought never entered my mind to do that. And I didn't talk with Mr. Haldeman at all during this investigation. I did talk with Mr. Ehrlichman, but the thought certainly never crossed my mind to ask him again, for reassurances. I asked John Dean, and I believe John Dean.
Mr. Gray, I'm going to move on to that date, which has had a great effect on your life, I'm sure, the 28th of June, 1972, when you met with Mr. Ehrlichman early that morning, and you told him that you would like to see him that afternoon, and you finally did go to the White House, and you met in Mr. Ehrlichman's office with Mr. Dean. Why did you want to see Mr. Ehrlichman that day?
On June 28th, that was a day of the telephone call from Mr. Ehrlichman, in which I believe that we set up the appointment to meet that evening with regard to the heat that I was taking concerning the leaks that were alleged to be coming from the FBI, or that was an appointment set up by his secretary dealing directly with my secretary, but it was in a telephone call, Mr. Edmiston, at 11:17 a.m. that morning. That was the call in which he counseled my meeting with Director Helms and Deputy Director Walters of the CIA.
In your statement, you made reference to the fact that when you arrived at the White House and you walked into Mr. Ehrlichman's office, you were very surprised to see Mr. Dean. Well, that surprises me that you were surprised. You had met with him or spoken with him. You've spoken with him, I think, 16 times since the 21st, and you'd met with him at least once. Why were you surprised to see John Dean in the meeting in Mr. Ehrlichman's office?
Because I had been led to believe, and it was my understanding, that I was going to meet with Mr. Ehrlichman. I was not told that anyone else was going to be there.
Now, as I mentioned a moment ago, in this meeting, there events transpired which had an unprecedented impact on your life, and I certainly don't intend, Mr. Gray, to attempt in any way to browbeat you or to ask any condescending questions, but there are some questions you know that should be asked. That was the day that Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Dean handed over to you the contents of the Hunt safe, which had not been turned over to the FBI. And can you reconstruct that meeting a little better than you did in your statement? Were Mr. Dean and Mr. Ehrlichman acting strangely?
I didn't think they were acting strangely at all, no. I didn't notice anything strange about the meeting. I was surprised to see John Dean there, and Mr. Ehrlichman's first remarks to me were, as I remember it, as closely as I can remember it, John has something to turn over to you.
I noticed that in your statement, Mr. Gray, there's no indication that at any time you made any resistance to taking these files.
I asked the question whether or not these files should become a part of the FBI files, And I was told no, but if you're asking me, did I resist and did I say, no, I don't want these files, or you keep them yourselves, no, I did not.
Right. Now, Mr. Dean had said that the files had national security implications, that they were political dynamite. They were absolutely not connected with the Watergate. And I know you've asked yourself this question probably dozens of times. Why didn't you tell Mr. Dean and Mr. Ehrlichman to take their own files and destroy them?
I don't think that the thought ever entered my mind to do that. These men were telling me that these were sensitive, they were classified, they had national security implications with political overtones, had absolutely nothing to do with Watergate. As I recall, it was either Mr. Ehrlichman or Mr. Dean who said they should not be allowed to muddy the issues in the Watergate case. And then it was in conclusion that Mr. Dean emphasized the national security implications and the fact that they were political dynamite and clearly should not see the light of day. I was receiving orders from the counsel to the President and one of two top assistants to the President, and I was not about to question those.
You had been in frequent contact, Mr. Gray, with Mr. Walters and Mr. Helms. Did it occur to you in that meeting that since the papers were not related to Watergate that you might suggest to Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Dean that they turn them over to Mr. Helms or Mr. Walters?
No, sir, I didn't think that.
Well, did you ever think that after you took the files out to yourself? These do not involve Watergate. Why shouldn't I turn those over to Mr. Walters? I've had a great relationship with him.
I didn't know whether they involved CIA. I didn't know what they involved in that point in time. And in point of fact, Mr. Edmiston, going back to that period, those files were not of that moment to me because of the assurances that I had received that they had absolutely nothing to do with Watergate and were not connected with Watergate in any way.
Now, Mr. Gray, you held those files for approximately 6 months, and I'm not going to ask questions about the different versions of whether you got them or whether you looked at them or didn't. But your final testimony is that you took them to Connecticut and you burned them with the Christmas trash. I just want to know what kind of state of mind were you in to hold those so-called explosive files for that amount of time and never look at them?
I didn't believe they were explosive files. In the first place, I was told that they had absolutely nothing to do with Watergate and had no connection with Watergate. And on the basis of all my background, training, and experience, I had no need to know, and I wasn't concerned about looking. I didn't have that natural curiosity of the cat or of the female. In hindsight, granted, God knows I should have looked at those files. I should have looked at them that evening in the office and said, if I'd looked at them that evening in the office, I would have said, give these to the State Department. Because when I did look at them, just before burning them, I saw that they were State Department cables, what I believe to be bona fide State Department cables. But they weren't of that moment to me so that the burning of them was on my mind every single day.
All right, when you had that little brief glimpse of these cables at that time with your Christmas burning trash, you saw that they involved State Department. Did it occur to you at that moment that I can give these to the State Department now? I know that they're not in my bailiwick, and I haven't been the recipient of holding something from my own agency. Why didn't you give them to the State Department at that time?
I didn't think in those terms at all, and I must honestly say that to you. I wish I had. I wish I had brought them back. I wished 100,000 times that I had been a blackmailer or a leverage man or an edge man to hold those things, you know, and have them and be able to produce them in front of this committee today. But the facts are otherwise. I carried out my orders and I destroyed them. In fact, I was ashamed of what I read in that dispatch to believe that my government would be involved in that kind of an effort to assassinate the president of another nation.
Mr. Gray, who, in your mind, when you were burning the papers, did you think wanted them burned? The president, John Ehrlichman, John Dean, or somebody else?
I really can't be sure of that. I felt that I was taking orders from the counsel of the president and the assistant to the president, but I've got to say in all honesty and fairness and decency that if I had looked at those files that evening and saw what they were and had said to those two men, I want a written order from the President before I'm going to take these files, I don't think I would have gotten that order.
Mr. Gray, I'm going to ask just a couple questions about the scope of your investigation, not to in any way impugn any individual FBI agent, not to impugn you, or not to investigate the investigators. Now, in a recent article published in the August 1973 Armed Forces Journal, Mr. McCord set forth some gaps in the FBI investigation which he considered to be fundamental. Now, some of those questions raised by Mr. McCord appear to bear repeating here. Let's see if you can shed some light on them. First of all, he suggests that it was absurd for the FBI not to have interviewed every employee of the committee to re-elect the president. What about that, Mr. Gray?
Well, suffice it to say that the professionals within the FBI felt that the leads ran to 60 employees of the committee to re-elect the president, and we had no additional leads to interview any other people. And I would like to say as a general comment, Mr. Edmiston, if I may, that the professionals in charge of this investigation have stated categorically that they were never restricted, limited, or refused in any way with regard to running out any leads that they wished to run out, with the exception of the delay in the Central Intelligence Agency interviews of Senor Manuel Ogario and Mr. Dahlberg, which I previously related in my statement.
I'm going to leave other details to later, but Mr. McCord cited in this article a situation involving him personally. He says in this article that if he had been interviewed by a friendly FBI agent, one in whom he had trust, that he would have confessed, but there, quote, there is evidence that senior supervisory personnel of the FBI tried to get approval to get to me seeking a confession in July 72, but were turned down at the, quote, highest levels. What is to that, Mr. Gray?
I don't know what Mr. McCord is referring to at the highest levels, and I can only speculate as to what he may be referring to, and I can tell you, and it's among the exhibits which I have already turned over to the committee. I believe it was on June 28th at the meeting that I had 2:30 in the afternoon with Mr. Felt and Mr. Bates, when Mr. Bates mentioned the fact that there was a special agent of the FBI who knew the McCords well, that this special agent was not stationed here in the Washington Field Division, but was in another field division. And the suggestion was made that perhaps this agent could go to Mrs. McCord and determine whether or not Mr. McCord was willing to talk with us. I might digress for just a moment and say that at the inception, my agents tried rigorously to interview the suspects, and all of them refused to be interviewed. And Mr. McCord was no exception. He refused to be interviewed. And this agent was Special Agent Dennis Mahan, who did talk to Senor Martinez. And we caught an awful lot of heat in the newspapers because of the fact that Senor Martinez was represented by an attorney at that time. But nevertheless, his suggestion was made to me that this agent be permitted to talk with Mrs. McCord and seek to prevail upon her to determine whether or not Mr. McCord would be willing to talk with us. I gave instructions to contact this agent, Special Agent Guthrie of the Birmingham Field Division of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and determine whether or not he knew the McCords, how well he knew the McCords, whether or not he would be willing to contact Mrs. McCord, as was suggested that he do. And he was contacted by Mr. Bates, and he did say that he knew the McCords well, and he did say that he would be willing to do anything that would assist the FBI or the McCords. That report was made to me by Mr. Bates, and I gave it some very, very serious consideration. I knew that Mr. McCord was represented by an attorney. I knew that if he wanted to talk to us, he could have made the offer himself in some way, could have made it known himself in some way, that he wished to talk with us. I considered the case law on the point, and I finally decided that on the basis of ethics and what had happened to us before with regard to Special Agent Mahan's efforts to talk with Senor Martinez, that ethics and case law prohibited me permitting that to go forward. And I may be the man that Mr. McCord is referring to at the highest levels who turned that down. But the fact of the matter is that I turned it down at the time, and when I was reviewing all of my notes here just recently, I said if I had permitted that to go forward, perhaps ethics wouldn't be a consideration today, because perhaps we would have broken the case. But I felt at the time that ethics and case law were against me, and I could not go around behind that attorney's back.
All right, Mr. McCord. Excuse me.
Mr. Chairman, may I be permitted a brief legal point in connection with Mr. Gray's last answer? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I simply wanted to bring to the attention of the committee the fact that it's at least my interpretation of the Supreme Court's mandate in Miranda against Arizona at 384 United States Reports 436, that when a man refuses to be interviewed, it is the obligation of the investigators to, a man in custody refuses to be interviewed, it is the obligation of the investigators to cease interviews at once. That's the express holding, among other things, of the Miranda case. And furthermore, the case of Masai, M-A-S-S-I-A-H, against the United States at 377 United States 201, really elaborates the point and makes especially clear that where a man is represented by an attorney, an attempt by the government to circumvent that relationship and to interview him notwithstanding and without the attorney's knowledge is also of seriously questionable constitutionally. And so I bring those two cases, Mr. Chairman, to the attention of the committee because I think they support the judgment that Mr. Gray made, as well as Canon 7 of the Canons of Ethics, which I think is further support for that. Thank you.
Well, I haven't I recognize that. At the same time, I think it's worthy of observation that there was nothing to prevent the procuring of a search warrant and searching the premises of any of the accused.
Nothing, Mr. Chairman, with the possible exception of probable cause.
Well, Mr. McCord certainly goes on to say that...
Well, I can't see a lack of probable cause while a man is caught in an act of burglary.
May I address myself to that, Mr. Chairman? We did get a considerable number of warrants for Mr. McCord with regard to his bank accounts, McCord Associates, and all that. And quite frankly and honestly, I don't know whether we ever asked the Assistant United States Attorney for a search warrant for his home. I believe that the Watergate investigative file would show that we, after Mr. Baldwin's testimony of July 10 to us, that we did at some time then go out there. But I can't testify as to a fact on that because I simply do not know whether or not the agents requested a search warrant of the Assistant United States Attorney. They did not make such a request to me. I can testify to that as a fact.
Then you know nothing of Mr. McCord's assertion, quote, but when senior personnel of the FBI sought such warrants, they were turned down. And before that, he had talked about the $18,000 in his house, lots of electronic equipment in his car, all this paraphernalia, which would have been leads toward the investigative end. You know nothing about search warrants being turned down?
I turned down none. None were presented to me. I heard no discussion about it because, as I've said, we subpoenaed the records of McCord and Associates. We subpoenaed the bank accounts of McCord and Associates. We subpoenaed Mr. McCord's bank account, personal bank account. We subpoenaed his other bank account that he had with some, I think it was Dedicated Friends of America. But specifically, no request was made directly to me. And as a matter of fact, search warrant requests did not come to the acting director. By the same token, leads did not come to the acting director. These were generated at the case agent level, working directly with the Assistant United States Attorney. There were very few requests to interview that came to me or to get warrants that came to me. I know of no request for a warrant that came to me.
Mr. Gray, I obviously could list a number of other things, but I believe that we can wait for that later. Now, I want to ask you a couple ending questions here about your confirmation hearings. Who initially suggested, Mr. Gray, that you be nominated as the FBI director?
I think initially this probably came up in the summer of 1971. I can remember I was the Assistant Attorney General Civil Division then and was busily engaged in the various litigations that were going on in connection with the injunctions involving demonstrations. I know the Quaker Action case and Vietnam veterans and that sort of thing, the use of Lafayette Park and so on. And I can remember one meeting with former Attorney General Mitchell in his office when I was reporting to him on this litigation, and he said to me, he said, "I don't want to add to your troubles, but how would you like to be considered for the position of FBI director?" And I said, "General, I will serve in any position and in any capacity that the President wishes me to serve." And that was the end of that. I heard no more about it. And it was not until the morning of the day after Mr. Hoover's death, and I believe that morning was May 3, that, and I can't remember all the people who were sitting around in the Attorney General's office, but one of them made the suggestion, after we had considered who should be named acting director, that why not consider Pat Gray? And it was later that afternoon that well, earlier than that, at about noon, the Attorney General telephoned me from his car and told me to meet him in his office that afternoon at about 2:15 or 2:20, and I met him, and I went up, walked right in, and he said, "I'm going to name you acting director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation."
Now, Mr. Gray, during your confirmation hearings, there was quite a bit of controversy about your perhaps involvement in the ITT matter. They were digging in on you heavily about the Watergate investigation. And sometime during that time, I think around March 7 or 8, and your statement alluded to it, you had a call with Mr. Ehrlichman, and he seemingly approved of the way you were handling yourself, but of course unknown to you, that same day, he called Mr. John Dean, and therein ensued the famous quote that I think we ought to let him hang there, let him twist slowly, slowly in the wind. At what point in your confirmation hearings did you discern this attitude on the part of the White House?
I never did. The first knowledge I had of that was when I was shown in the Assistant United States Attorney's office that telephone conversation.
Well, what was happening, Mr. Gray? Do you know now? What was happening to you?
What was happening to me?
As far as the White House was concerned.
Mr. Edmiston, that calls for a judgment, you know, that I'm not prepared to make because I don't have all the facts on the other side, but knowing at least what I know now and knowing that that in the service of my country I've withstood hours and hours of depth charging, shelling, bombing, but I never expected to run into a Watergate in the service of a President of the United States, and I ran into a buzzsaw, obviously.
Mr. Gray, is it possible that the attitude of the White House changed because you were attempting, in a manner without compromising the FBI's integrity, to tell the Judiciary Committee everything that you knew?
Well, now there's no question about it in my mind because the original offer that I made was rescinded on March 16th. I offered every senator of the United States a complete FBI investigative file. Every time a senator would ask me a question that I could not remember, I would go to the FD 302 to get the exact information and put an insert in the record. And I can see now that this was perhaps very unsettling. I believed it was the right thing to do. I was proud of that investigation. I thought the FBI did a terrific job. And I even sent a message to the FBI explaining why I made that complete FBI investigative file available to every United States senator to be accompanied by 2 special agents of the FBI who would respond to their questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to defer what questions I may have until after the members of the committee have had an opportunity to question this witness. And also, if I may, I'd like to waive my privilege of questioning this witness at this time to Senator Weicker.
Without objection on the part of any member of the committee, the chair will rule that Mr. Thompson can waive his right to question at this time to Senator Weicker, in which case Senator Weicker will not be subject, since he's exercising counsel's time, will not be subject to the 10-minute rule.
In just a moment, Senator Lowell Weicker of Connecticut tries to find out what efforts President Nixon made to get information from Gray about the Watergate investigation. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. Its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
Returning to the hearing, Senator Weicker begins his questioning of L. Patrick Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gray, I'd like to, if I could, just set the background prior to this questioning because of certain comments that have been made relative to our relationship, the fact that I look upon you as I do because of a long-standing friendship, etc. Prior to 1969, when I came to Washington, at which time you came to serve Mr. Finch, or with Mr. Finch, had you and I ever met?
No, sir.
Have you ever been in my house, or I in yours, in a social sense, aside from the meeting which we had with the staff in my home relative to this matter here?
No, sir. I didn't even know who you were.
And the positions that you were offered in the administration, these weren't positions that I recommended you for, but rather positions that came about in your relationships with the administration. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I didn't even know you, Senator Weicker, and I made no request of you, and the only reason I got into the administration at all was through Bob Finch, and I had to labor mightily to even get in to come back down here and serve my country at a tremendous financial sacrifice.
It is true, however, that since the matter of Watergate has arisen and the problems associated there, too, that you and I have had increasing frequency of contact.
Yes, Senator Weicker, that is correct.
Now, I'd like to read to you, if I might, Mr. Gray, a portion of the President's statement of April the 30th, 1973. Specifically that portion which states, until March of this year, I remain convinced that the denials were true and that the charges of involvement by members of the White House staff were false. The comments I made during this period and the comments made by my press secretary in my behalf were based on the information provided to us at the time we made those comments. However, new information then came to me which persuaded me that there was a real possibility that some of these charges were true, and suggesting further that there had been an effort to conceal the facts, both from the public, from you, and from me. As a result, on March 21st, I personally assumed the responsibility for coordinating intensive new inquiries into the matter, and I personally ordered those conducting the investigations to get all the facts and to report them directly to me right here in this office. My first question to you, in light of the President's statement of April the 30th, where he states that on March the 21st, he personally assumed the responsibility for new inquiries and personally ordered those conducting the investigations to get all the facts and report them directly to me right here in this office. My first question to you is, did you ever receive, after March the 21st, or from March the 21st on, a directive from the President of the United States relative to these Watergate matters? Which directive inquired of you as to what your investigations were producing, et cetera?
No, sir. The President did telephone me on March the 23rd, and this was the typical buck-up type of call.
May I just stop here for 1 minute, Mr. Gray? Was the FBI investigating? Were they still involved in the investigations of Watergate in March?
Yes, because it was due to the action that I took. I tried to take it in October, and I did take it in December to get us into the activities that were political in nature, you might say. They involved the activities of Mr. Segretti, and to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, and I believe that I have exhibits before this committee which indicate all of what I am saying right now, Senator Weicker, we were at that time still investigating.
And you received, from March 21st on, and we will get to the phone conversation in a minute, no order from the President, as one who was conducting the investigation, to get all the facts and to report them directly to me, the President, right here in this office?
I did not, sir, and I received no such order from anybody.
All right. Now, would you please tell the committee as to what happened on the phone call of March 23rd?
The March 23rd phone call from the President, once again, it was a surprise to me. I didn't really expect to see it. That followed the testimony I'd given on March 22nd, in which, in response to a question from Senator Byrd, I had said that Mr. Dean had probably lied when he was talking with our agents, and the way the questions were phrased by Senator Byrd, there was no other answer I could give. But the President called me on March 23rd and was in the nature of a buck-up call to say, and I cannot remember his precise words, but to say, I know the beating that you're taking up there, and it's very unfair, and there'll be another day to get back at our enemies, and there will always be a place for you in the Nixon administration. And I thanked the President, and then I remember distinctly him saying, you will recall, Pat, that I told you to conduct a thorough and aggressive investigation. And I remember that so distinctly because I had the eerie feeling that this was being said to me, but why? And I related it immediately to the July 6th telephone conversation I had with the President in the previous year.
Now, the July 6th telephone conversation, as I recall, this one emanated from the West Coast, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's the one that I testified to in my statement.
Do you have any understanding as to where the March 23rd phone call emanated from?
No, sir, I do not know. I do not know as of this day, and maybe I don't know if my telephone logs would show on March 23rd. We can take a look, but I do not know of my own independent recollection right now.
But you do recall that the nature of the conversation was, number one, to buck you up in relation to your confirmation hearings, and then having done that, the President turned to you and said, you will remember, Pat? Of our previous conversation?
No, he just said, you will remember, Pat, that I told you to conduct a thorough and aggressive investigation. My log, daily log, which is in exhibit before this committee for Friday, March 23rd, 1973, shows that at 1:11 p.m. on that day, President Nixon telephoned and spoke to Mr. Gray. That would indicate to me that that telephone conversation was made in Washington, since there's no reference at all to San Clemente or Key Biscayne, and normally the people who kept this log would make such references.
Now, Mr. Gray, I'd like to move along, if we can, to the events of April. More specifically, those events which commenced with your telling me of the burning of the files in your office on April the 25th. I think that's been gone into detail. If there's anything that you want to add, if there are any further questions, I'm sure that they'll develop that. But I'd like to move from April the 25th to the afternoon of the 26th of April and have you recount to the committee, in your own words, what transpired in the late afternoon of April the 26th.
Well, Senator Weicker, was after 6 o'clock in the evening when I was leaving, and I believe it to be somewhere between 6:15 and 6:30. And I was driving out the gate, and the police officer there, the GSA security force, Officer Cousins, whom I used to say hello to every night as we drove out and exchanged a few pleasantries, said to me that Mr. Peterson had called, and it's urgent, and you are to call him right away. And I got out of my car, and I walked into the guard booth there, and I telephoned Mr. Peterson. And Mr. Peterson said that he had had a call from the Attorney General Kleindienst, and Attorney General Kleindienst wanted to meet with us in his office at 7 p.m. Mr. Peterson said he was calling from the golf course and was coming in directly from the golf course, and it was about the stories and rumors that were on the media circuit that the files had been burned. And I said, fine, I'll go back up to my office and wait a while. And I asked my driver, Special Agent Thomas E. Moten, who's also a good friend of mine, to park the car and wait for me. And I went on up to the office, and at about 5 minutes to 7, I walked over to the Attorney General's office, and I found the main door locked, and I walked to what we call an alcove door that leads almost directly into his own private office. And I can remember pulling out my key, and the door was open. I didn't have to use my key. And I walked right in, walked through the conference room, walked into the secretary's area, and picked up the phone, called Mr. Peterson, and told him that I was here in the Attorney General's office. And just then the Attorney General walked in. I could hear his footsteps. And I told Mr. Peterson, the Attorney General walked in, come on up. And I went back immediately, and the Attorney General said to me the President had called him and is concerned about the reports that these files were burned and that we had to meet and make some recommendation to the President. By then, Mr. Peterson had come up. We both sat in chairs in front of the Attorney General's desk, and I told them that I had spoken with you. I did not say to them that you had talked to the press, even though you had told me that you did. You said to me, you're probably going to be the angriest man in the world at me for talking to the press. And I said, no, you ought to be the angriest man in the world at me. I did not say that you had given this information to the press, but I said I believe that Senator Weicker knows all about this because I have spoken to him. And then Mr. Kleindienst said, let's have a drink. And Mr. Peterson, Mr. Kleindienst, and I all went into a little private office off of his main office, and Mr. Kleindienst fixed a drink for himself and for Mr. Peterson, and I do not drink, and I just sat there in an overstuffed leather chair. And Mr. Kleindienst was sitting right in front of me, facing me, and he said to me, it doesn't seem to me that you can continue as acting director of the FBI. And I said, well, Dick, it does seem to me that I can continue as acting director of the FBI because these files had absolutely nothing to do with Watergate. And the men and women of the FBI know I have done nothing to stifle this investigation, but that I will accede to whatever the President wishes. If he wishes me to continue to serve, I will serve. If he wishes me to resign, I will resign. Mr. Kleindienst then went into his other office and said he was going to talk to the President. And during his absence, Mr. Peterson was pacing up and down in the office, walking back and forth, and I remember him distinctly saying Pat, I'm scared. And I said, Henry, why? And I'm still sitting there in that chair. And he said, I'm scared because it appears that you and I are expendable and Haldeman and Ehrlichman are not. And I said, Henry, you think I should get a lawyer? And this is the first time I had even entertained the idea. And he said, yes. And I did, and later. But then Mr. Kleindings came back into the office and sat down in the chair again facing me and said, the President wants you to continue to serve as acting director. And I said, fine, Dick, I'll do it. And then all three of us left the office. We walked out of the office together.
Now would you move to the morning of the 27th?
Well, when I got home that evening, it was after 8 o'clock, and I did quite a bit of thinking about this, and I thought that I better really resign, that this was not the thing to have done, and that there was no way in the world that I would be able to explain it to the FBI. It would take too long. So coming into the office that next morning, I asked two members of my personal staff, the oldest two members, to come in and sit down with me. I told them all the facts, and I said, I just feel that I can no longer command the FBI. They agreed with me. And I told them, I said, all right, what I want you to do, I'm going to call Marjorie in, my secretary, and dictate my resignation. I want you to prepare a statement to go along with it. Earlier that morning, at about 8 o'clock, when I first came in, I called Mr. Felt, reached back on my console, pushed his button, and called him, and I said, Mark, later on I'm going to want to talk with you and members of the personal staff about this story of the burning of the files, but I feel that I can no longer command the FBI. I told him that earlier. And then they came, the members of my personal staff came, the two members of my personal staff came back in at about 10:15 in the morning. I asked Mr. Felt to come in. We went over the whole thing again. We went over the statement. We went over my letter of resignation. And I told Mr. Felt to have the acting directors assemble at 11:30, that I was going to tell the Attorney General that I was going to resign, and that's all there was to it. And I believe that I did tell the Attorney General. I'm pretty sure that I told the Attorney General. I haven't even looked at my logs to see if there's a telephone call to him, but I'm pretty sure that I told him that I was going to resign. But I had Mr. Felt set up the meeting with the assistant directors at 11:30 in my conference room so I could appear before them and tell them. And I did. I met with them and I told them exactly what had happened, and I said, Mr. Felt will tell you all the details, but I feel that I can no longer command the FBI. And I shook hands and I said goodbye to him. I think it was then at about noon that I called Mr. Higbee. I called Mr. Haldeman's office asking to speak to the President. And I got Mr. Higbee, and Mr. Higbee said that the President and Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman were in Mississippi with Senator Stennis, and I think it was Meridian, but I'm not sure of the town, and that he would have to get to them with regard to my statement to him that I was going to resign, that I could no longer command the FBI, and that if I tried to do so, there would be insurrection and mutiny, and that this resignation had to be accepted. And that was just at about noon. And I believe let me refer to my logs. Yes, I telephoned Mr. Higbee at 12:18 p.m., and I told him at that time that my resignation had been written and was on its way over, and he said, let me talk to them, to the party down there in Mississippi, before you send this over. And Then there was another call at 1:59. Mr. Higbee spoke to me and said, please send your resignation over. They're expected back at about 3 o'clock. And I believe it was in this call that I told him I also wanted to issue a statement along with this resignation of mine. And this, my recollection is, this took him aback a little bit, and he said, no, the White House is going to want to issue the statement. And I said, no, my statement is harmless. I am going to issue it, and I read it to him. And then he called me back at 2:09 p.m. and told me to go ahead and send the resignation over and send the statement over to him, which I did.
Now, after your resignation was announced, did you receive any information
when I left,
or any indication that according to White House officials or those associated with the White House that in fact yours was not a resignation, but rather that you'd been kicked out?
Yes, sir. I left the department that afternoon about 2:45 p.m. and drove, as I recall, to Connecticut. And I think it was the next day that I talked with my executive assistant, who told me that there had been stories that had been carried on the wires to the effect that I had been thrown out, and that he had taken it upon himself because he had participated in this whole thing with me. He had taken it upon himself to issue a correcting statement attributed to FBI sources.
Then, at any point, I repeat, between March the 21st and April the 27th, which marked the date of your resignation, any time during that period, did you or were you requested by the President of the United States to give to him information, facts, etc., relative to the Watergate situation?
I was not given any orders by the President of the United States or anyone to give them any facts about the Watergate situation until Mr. Peterson came to me on April 16th, and I've already testified to that in my statement. This is when he asked me whether John Dean had given me 2 of Howard Hunt's files.
After March the 30th, it's been testified to before this committee that Mr. Ehrlichman was placed in charge of the Watergate investigation as of March the 30th. So my question to you is, aside from the phone call of April the 15th, which phone call, again, has been testified to before this committee and also, I believe, has been testified to by you, did Mr. Ehrlichman make any inquiry of you as to the matters attendant to Watergate?
No, sir, he did not. There were calls with Mr. Ehrlichman, but they did not involve Watergate, and I know I met with Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Timmons in Mr. Ehrlichman's office regarding the possibility as to whether or not there were sufficient votes to clear my nomination out of committee. I know we discussed at that particular meeting that I would probably be the best man to take the FBI through the hearings before the Urban Select Subcommittee. But I recall absolutely no requests of me for information regarding the conduct of the investigation or about the continuance of the investigation, other than those that were the reports that were going back on the specific items that the Department of Justice was asking us to inquire into, to investigate in connection with Segretti activities. The interviews of Mr. Chapin I have reference to, and those documents are exhibits before this committee. I have submitted them.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions this time.
Senator Talmadge. Gray, you had long service in the United States Navy, I believe.
Yes, sir, 26 years of it.
What was your rank when you retired?
Captain.
You were accustomed to carrying out orders of superiors, were you not?
Yes, sir, in the Navy I was trained in, you said aye, aye, sir.
That was the same Navy I served in, I may say also, Captain Gray. Now, getting to these Hunt papers that were turned over to you on June the 28th, I believe it was, 1972, is that correct?
Yes, sir, in the evening.
And they told you never let them see the light of day?
Yes, sir. These, as I best remember it, Senator Talmadge, this was in the concluding remarks of Mr. Dean when he said to me that these have national security implications, they are political dynamite, and clearly they should not see the light of day.
Was it your thinking when you received that order that Tennyson must have had in mind when he wrote the charge of the Light Brigade that theirs was not the reason why, but to do or die?
I don't know that I thought in those terms, Senator Talmadge, but I really, you know, I took this as an order, and I did ask the question, should these become a part of the FBI investigative file? And I was told no.
You accepted it as an order, and you executed it as an order, and you carried it out as an order. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
What did you think of the source of that authority was?
Well, as I've testified, I can't really say it came from the President, but I can say to you, Senator Talmadge, that one thing I neglected to say in the course of the conversation in the Attorney General's little private office when he was sitting there after having talked with the President, Mr. Kleining said to me, there must be no implication that in burning these files there was any attempt of a cover-up at the White House. And I told him, I said, Dick, I clearly got instructions, I thought, to burn those files, and I burned them, and that's going to be my testimony.
You assume that Dean's authority came from the President, did you not?
He was standing right there in the presence of the top assistant to the President.
You assume that Ehrlichman's order came from the President?
I had to believe they were acting for the President, yes, Senator
You
Thomas.
assume that it came from the Chief Executive of the United States of America acting in that capacity? The subordinates, is that what you assume?
I made that assumption, but Senator Talmadge, in fairness and decency and honesty, I've got to say I just can't testify under oath that the President ordered them to do this.
I can understand.
But I made that assumption. There's no.
You in the Navy, when you got an order from the fleet commander, you assumed that it came from the Chief of Naval Operations, did you not?
That's correct, sir.
And in turn, that he was appointed by the President of the United States and it came from the authority of the President. Is that an accurate
That's
statement?
correct, sir.
I believe you, in some statement, you stated you wrote the President, I believe,
That is
in
correct.
1968, to beware of his subordinates. They were attempting to wear his stripes as Commander-in-Chief. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I wrote that to him. That was in connection with my letter to him saying that I was delighted to hear his remarks on the evening there in the Waldorf, because I was writing in terms of the divisiveness and polarization that had set upon our country, and it seemed to me that he was saying that he was going to heal this, and I wrote it in that connection. I wrote him a very idealistic, flowering letter, and that letter was introduced in evidence before the NEDSI subcommittee. But in that letter, I did say just that, Senator Talmadge.
What made you think then that his subordinates were trying to take advantage of the positions they were being placed in?
That was very early in the game, and I didn't know any of those subordinates, but I knew that sometimes that this would occur in the area of White House politics, and I was merely telling him that. I had nothing specific in mind, Senator Talmadge, because I didn't even know who were going to be the subordinates.
That was a foreboding on your part in behalf of a friend.
That is correct, Senator Talmadge.
If you had that suspicion in 1968, what made you abandon that suspicion in 1972?
The thought never occurred to me at all again. You know, that letter had to be dredged up out of memory.
You assume then that when they gave those instructions, it came from the Chief Executive of the United States of America?
No question about it, because I had prior experience in the administration, and I knew that those men did give orders. I knew that they used to come over and do that sort of thing. They used to do it in HEW.
Now let's get back to your telephone call. I believe the President of the United States called you the night of July the 6th, 1972, to congratulate you on the good work the FBI had done in preventing the hijacking of an airplane in California. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was before noon, though, Senator Talmadge.
Before
yes,
noon.
Sir.
You took advantage of that opportunity, I believe, to relate to the President of the United States your concern in behalf of some of the operations of his subordinates. Is that not true?
That is correct, sir.
Well, now, there's a memorandum dated July the 13th, 1972, signed by Lieutenant General Vernon G. Walters, Deputy Director of the CIA. It's somewhat different from the conversation that you had with the President in your testimony that you presented to us last Friday. Now, as I recall the facts, you and General Walters had several conversations from time to time about the interference that you were having from the White House trying to drag in the CIA in the investigation. Is that not true?
Senator Talmadge, I have to say that I talked with General Walters on June the 23rd when he met with me, and I did not have any other contact with him until July the 5th, I believe, when I telephoned him, and then I met with him on July 6th, and it was at that July 6th meeting where his preoccupation with his inability to write a letter saying there was CIA interest in Senor Ogario and in Mr. Dahlberg became of considerable importance.
Let me read now what General Walters had to say about your conversation with the President, and ask you wherein you differentiate. General Walters, quoting you, the President then asked him what his recommendation was in the matter. Gray had replied that the case, that's the Watergate case he's referring to, is it not?
I'm sure it is, Senator Talmadge.
The case could not be covered up and would lead quite high, and he felt that the President should get rid of the people that were involved. Did you tell General Walters that?
I have no recollection or memory of telling General Walters that, because my recollection of my message to the President is entirely different. My recollection is that it was I who first raised the question with the President. It was a surprise to me that the President called me back so quickly after I had spoken with Mr. McGregor. And it was with some fear and trepidation, I might add, that I really literally blurted out to the President, Mr. President, I have something that I want to speak to you about. So my recollection of that conversation is quite different.
Mr. Walters' memo was written right after the conversation that you recollect later on, was it not?
Yes, that's his testimony, Senator Talmadge.
Let's read some more of General Walters' statement now and see where the conflict is between you and he. Now I'm quoting further General Walters, and he's reporting your telephone conversation to the President. Any attempt to involve the FBI or the CIA in this case would only prove a mortal wound. He used my words, and would achieve nothing. Did you tell the President that?
I told the President that Dick Walters and I feel that people on your staff are trying to mortally wound you by using the FBI and the CIA and by confusing the question of whether or not there's CIA interest in or not in the people that the FBI wishes to interview. And then
Who do you have reference to when you mentioned members of his staff?
Had the President asked me, I would have mentioned Mr. Dean and Mr. Ehrlichman, because I was still smarting a little bit under the cancellation of the June 28 meeting.
Let me read further now, still quoting General Walters. The President said then, and I quote, "Then I should get rid of whoever is involved, no matter how high." Gray replied, that was his recommendation. Did that conversation take place?
Senator Talmadge, I have absolutely no memory of that, and my recollection of my conversation with the President is as I have testified to. And I have also submitted to this committee some exhibits, some responses with regard to General Walter's statements. I don't believe we're that far apart, but I believe that he has taken other things that we talked about at that time and put them in there in improper context, not correct context.
Let me read further now. The President then asked what I thought, and that's referring to Walters. And Gray said my views were the same as his. The President took it well and thanked Gray. Later that day, Gray had talked to Dean and repeated the conversation to him. Dean said, okay, unquote. Is that correct?
Well, I did start out my conversation with the President by saying Dick Walters and I feel. So there's no question about the fact that I mentioned that General Walters certainly shared in my views, Senator Talmadge, but I did not call John Dean. I told very few people of this. There were very few people who really knew of this conversation with the President of the United States.
Then the difference between you and General Walters' testimony, I take it, is in the subject of detail and not the tenor of the conversation.
No question about it, Senator Talmadge, because the message was delivered.
Let me ask you something that I think is very important. The only evidence that this committee has had to date implicating the President of the United States is that of John Dean and you and General Walters. Did you think that your conversation with the President on July the 6th, 1972 was sufficient to adequately put him on notice that the White House staff was engaged in obstructing justice?
I don't know that I thought in terms of obstruction of justice, but I certainly think that it was adequate to put him on notice that the members of the White House staff were using the FBI and the CIA.
Do you think an adequate and do you think a reasonable and prudent man, on the basis of the warning that you gave him at that time, would have been alerted to the fact that his staff was engaged in something improper, unlawful, illegal?
I do, because frankly, I expected the President to ask me some questions, and for 2 weeks thereafter, I think it was on the 12th and again on the 28th, I asked General Walters if the President had called him. And when I heard nothing, I began to feel that General Walters and I were alarmists, that we had a hold of nothing here. And it is true that I must say that I called Clark McGregor with some fear and trepidation because I didn't have all the specifics. I had General Walters' continued reiteration that if he was directed to write such a letter to me, he would resign. And we did discuss his resignation. And I even mentioned to him that I had already said this to my people.
One or two final things. I think my time's about expired, Captain. I believe you made a denial to someone that you burned the papers last Christmas, during the Christmas celebration, during that period in Connecticut. Who did you make that denial to?
To Assistant Attorney General Henry Peterson on April 16th of this year in my office.
And did you make any other denial that was a fabrication or falsehood?
Well, I didn't tell the whole story, the correct story, to Senator Weicker. I testified to that yesterday.
You failed to volunteer at that time, and did you tell an outright falsehood?
To Senator Weicker?
Yes.
I told him an outright falsehood. I said that I burned those papers on the 3rd day of July in a wastebasket in my office in FBI, and it was not true. I didn't tell him.
All right. That's twice now that you yourself, Captain, have admitted that you told a falsehood. Why do you think this committee should believe you now rather than maybe believing you were still telling a falsehood?
I'm sitting up here testifying to you under oath and knowing full well that the substance of my testimony is of critical importance to this nation.
You're a lawyer. You're aware of the penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Captain. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Garney.
Mr. Gray, let's go back to that meeting with General Walters, the first one, on June the 23rd. What did he say to you when he and you talked together?
The best that I can remember, Senator Gurney, is that he stated to me that if we proceeded with our investigation into in my recollection, is Mexican money chain, we would uncover CIA assets and resources. And then he mentioned to me the agreement between the agencies not to uncover one another's sources. And although I had not read that agreement at that time and have not read it yet, I said to him, I understand this, it's logical, it makes sense. And I recollect that he also said that if we did proceed to investigate south of the border, we could interfere with some CIA covert activities.
Did you want to go on further?
And I think he also told me that we had to fire people and then the matter ought to be tapered off there.
Did he tell you that he had previously had a meeting with Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman?
No, sir, because I had no recollection or memory of that, and I was outraged when I read this in the newspapers. I think it was in May of this year.
So then he never did tell you what he told the committee here not long ago, that Mr. Haldeman actually gave him an instruction to go over to you and tell you something.
He did not tell me, to the very best of my memory, and I've searched it and dredged it, because I've got to be fair to him, but I do not remember him telling me. I knew, however, Senator Gurney, from a phone call from John Dean, that he was coming to see me.
Yes, Dean, set up the meeting, or else warned you that it was going to take place.
He told me
alerted you.
Yes, sir. He told me that General Walters would be calling for an appointment, that I should see him, and that he had something to tell me.
Then why do you think that General Walters was there? After you finished your meeting and he said to you what he did, what was your impression as to his reason for being there with you?
My impression was that he had brought to me a CIA message, that we had some problems, some difficulties, and that we would have to maneuver around them until we could see exactly where we were going with that investigation. And indeed, that is just exactly what I ordered my people to do.
At any later date, did he call you on the phone or come to you in a meeting and say, Mr. Gray, I've had my people here in the CIA go all over their records and files, and we can't find any covert operations in Mexico that you could interfere with? Did he ever say that to you?
No, sir. The only thing that occurred along those lines is when, after 2 meetings with my people, I finally made the decision that I had to have a writing from the CIA if I was to continue to refrain from interviewing Ogario and Dahlberg. That's what I was interested in. I was interested in Ogario and Dahlberg. We had done everything we could do to trace those monies except interview those 2 men. And my message to him was, either you've got an interest in Ogario and Dahlberg or you haven't, and if you have, I need it in writing or I'm going to go ahead and interview those people.
Now, at that point, when of course he has testified and said that he couldn't give you any such written assurance, did you get the idea that he had been perhaps instructed by somebody to try to get you to slow down and steer clear?
I got the idea that what he was saying to me was that he might be instructed, or that he could be instructed. He was telling me that if I am directed to write to you in this vein, I'm going to have to resign. This will be a disservice to the President. I would have to ask to see the President. And this is the July 6th meeting where his total preoccupation was with, if I am directed to write such a writing, I cannot do it. And it was at that meeting that he handed me also that long memorandum.
Did he recount to you then or on any other occasion these phone calls he had with John Dean?
Absolutely not, sir. My first recollection of knowing anything about those is when I read that in that newspaper and worked up a rebuttal that night at my apartment and called my attorney that evening and told him that I wanted to go on television the next day to rebut this.
He told you nothing about these, I would call them hints and suggestions that the CIA do something about this?
No, sir.
And particularly, did he tell you about Dean's request to the CIA through General Walters to furnish bail money and support money for the defendants?
No, sir, that was never mentioned in that conversation. If things like that had been mentioned in that conversation, Senator Gurney, he would have sat right there while I called the President of the United States.
Let me go into here in my remaining few minutes about the FBI investigation. There have been a great many, I think, accusations or hints or suggestions along the way here that the FBI conducted a somewhat less than full investigation of this Watergate matter. And I'd like to start at the beginning and receive from you, the acting head of the FBI, then exactly what they did do. In the first place, who authorized the investigation?
In the very beginning, in the very early part of it, I asked whether or not we were in it, and did we have jurisdiction. Initially, you know, it was thought to be a burglary, which would just be a District of Columbia case, would be a Metropolitan Police Department case, Senator Gurney. Then it was thought to be a bombing case, and then later on my agents detected those devices, and as a matter of fact, we were already justifying our entry into the case on the Interstate Transportation of Stolen Property statute, and my guys were in it already. But later on, the Assistant Attorney General of the Criminal Division, the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, stated that this would be an FBI case. But I would like the record to show quite clearly, and it can be substantiated, that we were in it prior to that time.
And after you started the initial investigations, your people did advise you that this was a case in which the FBI had jurisdiction, so you ought to continue.
Yes, sir. They not only advised me of that, and I discussed with Mr. Felt, and there is documentation to this effect that this would be conducted as an aggressive, vigorous, thorough, no-holds-barred investigation.
Just how vigorous and thorough was this? For example, how many agents did you have working on this?
There were over 300, Senator Gurney, and there were over 27,000 man-hours of time, as I remember. There was considerable overtime, and I think there's an exhibit before this committee, though. I think 53 of our 59 field offices were involved, and 4 of our foreign offices were involved, and instructions were continually going to the field to take, that the special agent in charge of each field division was to take this investigation under his own personal supervision, utilize as many special agents as were needed to do a vigorous, imaginative, thorough investigation and follow all logical leads as quickly as possible.
You, I think in a previous question by the chief counsel, or assistant chief counsel who interrogated you, he referred to this article by Mr. McCord, where he said that top professional people tried to do thus and so and were prevented from doing it, and I do remember your answer to that. But my question is, who were the top professional people in charge of this investigation?
I would say that the individual most directly in charge of it would have been the special agent in charge of the Washington Field Office, Mr. Kunkel, who was commended by the United States Attorney, and then Mr. Bates, who was the Assistant Director of the General Investigative Division, and certainly Mr. Felt, and certainly Mr. Gray, me, sitting up there at the top of the heap with the paper flowing back and forth. But the case agents were working on a daily basis there with the Assistant United States Attorneys, and the field supervisors were working with the case agents, as were the bureau supervisors. And there is ample documentation, Senator Gurney, before this committee in the form of exhibits. I don't want to take the time of the committee to read them, where the men of the FBI themselves recounted on two specific occasions that I know of the vigor of the investigation, the fact that there were no limitations or restrictions placed upon it. It is true that we were investigating only violations of the IOC, the Interceptive Communications Statute, and the Conspiracy Statute. And it is true also that in October we sought to broaden that investigation, but it was not considered on the basis of the evidence then available that it was prudent to broaden it. And that was a Department of Justice decision in order to us.
Did you at any time ever instruct anybody in the FBI to low-key, go soft on this investigation?
No, sir, and I think every agent of the FBI will support me in that testimony. In fact, they did support me in that testimony before the confirmation hearings. There's a memo to that effect where they were polled and they were asked, and they all came back with an unequivocal no, with the exception. The only lead that was not followed was that one lead of Carl Wagner of the CIA, where Mr. Helms had requested that we not interview these two covert members of the CIA, and before I could get the orders out, one of them had already been interviewed, John Caswell, but Carl Wagner we did not interview.
Of your own knowledge, did any of the other people in charge of this investigation in the FBI give any instructions to low-key, soft pedal this investigation?
No, sir. I certainly have no knowledge whatsoever of any member of the FBI doing that sort of thing. And this is why I feel that Mr. McCord is really unfair. Mr. McCord is really being unfair to the dedicated men and women of the FBI in his article, because those people worked around the clock and day and night, and that includes the agents as well as the secretaries.
What about this Wagner of the CIA? Do you know what his job area was?
Well, I know now, but I didn't then. And I know only from having read it in the newspapers, and I'm proceeding now on the assumption that they are correct. But my recollection from reading it in the newspapers is that Mr. Wagner was General Cushman's executive assistant.
On this matter of search warrants, does the FBI ordinarily ask for search warrants on their own, or do they receive instructions from the Justice Department, that is, the particular U.S. attorney who's in charge of a criminal matter?
I think that, and I'm not experienced enough to know what the procedure is at that working level, Senator Gurney, so my answer has to be taken in that vein. But I think what would happen, that an agent would consider whether or not he needed a search warrant and then would go ask an assistant United States attorney, or the assistant United States attorney could tell him, probable cause lies, here's the warrant, go get it. But I can't really be that sure of the nitty-gritty of the investigative process at that level.
How many people did the FBI interview in the Committee to Re-elect the President and in the White House? Do you recall?
I don't know the exact number. I think it was 60 or more at the Committee to Re-elect the President, and I've forgotten the number at the White House. It may be 15 to 20 in that ballpark, Senator Gurney.
As I recall your testimony before the Judiciary Committee and your confirmation proceedings, you testified that this was one of the most extensive investigations in the history of the FBI. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, now one final question. If that was so, and I certainly believe you, and I certainly know that the files of the FBI will show the extent of the investigation, why don't you think this led beyond Liddy and Hunt?
I don't know. I've asked myself that many times, and I wonder if were the agents awed by the people that they were interviewing. But then I asked the question, did the agents ask tough questions? And I was assured that they had indeed asked tough questions. And one must conclude at this point in time that what was being told to the agents was not correct, was not accurate.
Well, to put it another way, perhaps, the reason why it didn't lead beyond those two is because there was a massive cover-up involved, and people were not talking, or they were not telling the truth. Is that it?
That certainly can be concluded at this point in time, Senator Gurney.
Thank you. I think my time has elapsed.
Senator Inouye.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to get back to June the 28th, sir.
Yes, sir.
At that time, you received papers from Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Dean. Were you aware that these papers came from the safe of Mr. Hunt?
Yes, sir, I was, Senator, because one of the things that Mr. Dean said to me is that he wanted to be able to say that he had turned over everything from Hunt's safe in the event that such a question were asked him later on.
Weren't you suspicious that very sensitive papers would be in the safe of Mr. Hunt?
I knew from what we had developed to that date that Mr. Hunt had been working in connection with the Pentagon Papers. I felt that he could very, very likely have been involved in working with national security type material. Yes, sir, I was aware of that.
When did you first learn that Mr. Hunt was involved in the Watergate break-in?
I believe that was probably, it either occurred in a summary briefing that I got via telephone from Mr. Felt on June 19 when I was in Palm Springs, where he read from a summary, or it occurred when I got back to Washington and had my first briefing here in Washington, Senator.
So you knew prior to the receipt of these papers that Mr. Hunt was involved in the break-in?
I didn't know that he was involved in the break-in. I knew that he was an individual that we were looking for, that we wanted to talk to him because of the fact that his check had been discovered, I believe, among the effects of the men who were actually involved in the break-in.
Then how could you conclude that the papers that were in the office of Mr. Hunt had nothing to do with the Watergate break-in?
Well, I took the word of Mr. Dean and Mr. Ehrlichman. And as I said to you earlier, Senator, that the information that we had was that Hunt had been working there in the White House on the Pentagon Papers and other affairs of this nature. And I thought it highly likely that there could be national security related papers in his safe.
They impressed upon you that these papers were highly sensitive?
Really, he said sensitive and classified with national security implications. Those are the words I remember, and with political overtones. These are copies of papers that Howard Hunt has been working on. These were the words that I recollect, sir.
In terms of classification, what classification did you have in mind?
I was certainly thinking of secret or top secret classification.
If these were top secret classification, and I presume as acting director of the FBI, you're well aware of security procedures, did you feel it was adequate enough to just hide it under your shirts?
You know, Senator, in a way, to be absolutely honest with you, I didn't even think of those terms. As a matter of fact, the security at Harbor Square, the apartment I lived in, is very good. It's much better than it is in the Department of Justice, I might add. But this is the truth, sir. But I didn't consider it.
When Mr. Dean called you in Connecticut to inquire about these papers, how did you respond to him, sir?
My best recollection is that I told him I had the papers with me here in Stonington and they are in a safe place.
Now, if you had received the impression on June the 28th that you had been given orders from your commander-in-chief to destroy these papers, why did you wait 6 months?
That's a very good question, Senator, in a way, and it's one that I have thought about a great deal. And my own thinking at the time was that there was no hurry. I had these papers in my possession, and I was going to burn those papers. That was firmly fixed in my mind. And I don't like to admit this, but I didn't even know at that time that the 2 little red wastebaskets under my desk in the office of the acting director of the FBI were burn baskets. I had it fixed in my mind to take these papers with me to my home in Stonington and to burn them there where I had the facilities to burn them. That was my thinking.
Now, you've testified that when you, just prior to burning, you rifled through or riffled through the papers. Is that correct, sir?
I've testified that I opened, I believe, Senator, the first file, the smaller of the two files, and noted that this was a State Department cablegram, and it looked like it had been mimeographed. It was a coarser type of paper, and it was black on white, and it had the top secret stamp on it. And I looked at the first cablegram, and I read it. And then I riffled through the others. And
now, what did the first cablegram say?
I cannot with any certainty at all remember the precise words, except to say to you, Senator, in a way, that it had to do with South Vietnam, and it had to do with the assassination of President Diem, and it implicated Kennedy administration officials in promoting or provoking that assassination.
Then how would this be politically embarrassing to the Nixon administration?
I don't know. This is what I was told, sir.
Now, at that moment, didn't you get a bit suspicious?
No, sir, I did not.
That here was something that they told you would be political dynamite and politically embarrassing, I presume, to the present administration and not to Mr. Kennedy.
This is possible, Senator, in a way, but what I'm saying to you is that I did not become suspicious because at that point in time I felt that I had copies of top-secret cablegrams that were in the files of the State Department and that these were copies of cablegrams that Howard Hunt had been working on.
Just a few minutes ago, you testified that if Mr. Dean had requested of you FBI assistance in furnishing bail and support money for the Watergate defendants, you would have had him sitting there while you called the president.
No, sir, that's not quite what I testified to. I think Senator Gurney's question to me was, did General Walters say to you that Mr. Dean had said this to him? In other words, did General Walters recount his conversation with Mr. Dean when Mr. Dean asked him, General Walters, could the CIA go bail and furnish money for these suspects? And I said that if General Walters had told me that, I would have had him sitting right there and we would have called the president together.
Why didn't you do the same thing when Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Dean told you to destroy sensitive papers?
I really had no suspicions of them at all.
What is the difference between the two?
Well, the difference was that some things had transpired between June the 28th and July the 6th, and General Walters was telling me at that point in time that he could not give me a directive in writing, and the implication being, to me at least anyhow, I was interpreting that to mean that somebody is going to order him to write a directive to me saying that the CIA does have an interest in Messrs. Ogario and Dahlberg.
On June the 28th, did you feel it was something that would be reasonable to expect the President of the United States to request you, through his subordinates, to destroy sensitive papers which were found in the safe of one suspected in the Watergate break-in?
No, and I've testified earlier in response, I think, to a question from Senator Talmadge that I made the assumption that these people were acting with color of authority and within the powers of their office. But I also said that I can't say that I know as a fact that they received a direct order from the President of the United States to call Pat Gray over there and tell him to burn these documents.
In all the years you have served in the Navy, did any superior officer request of you the commission of an illegal act?
That's a pretty broad question, Senator, in a way, and I'm trying to think very hard. I'm thinking of some wartime operations and thinking of some of the things we did. They could be classed as illegal, perhaps, and I'm thinking particularly when I commanded a submarine during the Korean War. But
and you followed those orders implicitly without questioning?
Well, you know, Senator, in a way, you're getting me to the point where I'm going to have to tell you what those orders were, and those are very, very sensitive orders. What I was
what
doing
I'm trying
with
to
my
say
submarine
is that didn't you feel a bit strange that the President was requesting you to do something which was rather illegal?
No, I haven't testified that the President was requesting me to do that. That hasn't been the thrust of my testimony.
You had testified that you had assumed that the orders had come from the Chief Executive.
That I assume that these men are acting within the color of their office and within their authority. Absolutely, there's no question about that.
And you didn't think it was strange for the President, through his subordinates, had asked you to commit an illegal act?
I think that I may have testified earlier that if I had stopped then and there and said, I want a writing from the President of the United States to do this, that I wouldn't have gotten it. But I didn't have that thought at that time, Senator, in a way. There was no reason for me to have that thought at that time. I was not that suspicious.
Was this the practice of what has been referred to as deniability?
Sir, I don't know, because I don't know about that practice of deniability. I know what it refers to. I know it refers to earlier testimony here, but I had never heard that utilized within the Department of Justice.
Now, on March the 23rd of this year, you had a conversation, a telephonic conversation with the President, and you just testified that when the President said, Pat, remember I told you to conduct a thorough investigation, you said you had an eerie feeling. What did you mean by that?
Yes, I thought he was trying to put that on the record, so to speak, relating all the way back to the July 6th conversation.
Are you suggesting that the President was putting this on tape?
You know, at the time, Senator, in a way, I didn't know that these conversations were being taped. But nevertheless, I had that eerie feeling that the President is reminding me of something, and why. That was my reaction. But at that time, I didn't know that these were on tape.
Further elaborate on the eerie feeling.
Sir?
Can you further elaborate on the eerie feeling?
No, it was just that I had the feeling that I was being reminded of something, and the only thing that I could think of was the July 6th telephone conversation.
You said reminding you of something to place it on a record. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And what came to your mind at that point?
The prior conversation that the President had had with me.
I have just one final question. This may sound like a very ridiculous question, but 3 articles have been written suggesting that the December the 8th plane crash in Midway Airport in Chicago was not just an ordinary plane crash, that there were some insidious activities involved. People have suggested that there were certain passengers with cyanide in their system and that the FBI had refused to investigate this. Are you aware of these articles?
I hesitate to say no to you because I may have read of them, but when you say, Senator, cyanide in their system, I'm quite sure I haven't read of that one, and I'm equally certain that there was no refusal on my part as acting director of the FBI to investigate that. I don't know that the matter did come up. I would have to check to see whether or not a request
Did you
was made.
investigate that Midway crash?
Did I?
Yes.
Did the FBI?
Yes.
I do not know, Senator, in a way. I cannot answer that question. Usually, a crash like that is investigated first by it's my understanding that it's investigated first by the National Transportation Safety Board. But I would have to check the FBI records to see.
Wasn't the FBI a bit curious when one of the passengers happened to be Mrs. E. Howard Hunt with $100 bills in her possession?
I don't know whether the FBI was a bit curious or not, Senator. I can't really answer that question.
It was on the front pages of most of the papers of the United States.
I realize that. I'm aware of that. And the only thing I can say to you is that at that period of time, I was still hospitalized in Connecticut, and I don't know whether a directive came over for the FBI to interview or not interview. I really don't.
Now, you riffle through these papers. I just wanted to give you time to think about this. Can you recollect as to the contents of those other papers in the Hunt file?
The only recollection I have of those, Senator, in a way, is that they were onion skin copies of correspondence. That's what they appeared to be to me.
After reading the Diem cablegram, you were not curious about the other papers?
No, sir, I was not. And I did not read them, or I would testify today to you what was in them. I wish I could. Now, if I may, I would like to correct one thing, at least in my testimony. You know, when I took that action, I didn't consider that to be an illegal action at the inception or at the end, Senator, in a way, on my part. And I still don't. I viewed that as non-Watergate, and certainly on the basis of what I saw, clearly non-Watergate.
If this had been a legal act, didn't you find it a bit strange that Ehrlichman and Dean would ask you to do the dirty job? Why couldn't they have taken it back into their wastebasket and burned it?
I think now, looking back on it, that and I thought nothing of it at the time, that they indeed wanted to be able to say that John Dean had turned over everything in Howard Hunt's safe, regardless of its characterization to the FBI.
You're saying that, as far as you're concerned, the act you committed was normal, proper, legal, and yet you were not curious as to why these men very privately, secretively asked you to destroy these papers?
No, I was not curious, and I'm not going to say to you at this point, Senator, in a way that it was proper and all the rest of it, because I know now that it wasn't.
No, but at that time you considered it proper.
I did.
Then if it's proper, why can't Mr. John Wesley Dean III take it home to his backyard and burn it?
Those questions were not raised in my mind, Senator, in a way, because on the basis of my training in dealing with the office of President, when I was on active duty in the United States Navy, I revered that office, and I revered the people in it, and I respected them, and I had no reason to raise any suspicions.
Then you were a bit insubordinate, sir, in waiting 6 months to destroy the papers and not following the orders of the President of the United States.
Yes, that is a conclusion that can be drawn, Senator, in a way.
Why did you wait these 6 months?
As I testified earlier, I was not in any hurry at all to burn these. And I knew I had to burn them because I had no facilities for destruction at Harbor Square, my apartment, and I did not know that those 2 baskets under my desk in the FBI were burned baskets.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
The committee will stand in recess till 2 o'clock.
After lunch, Senator Montoya will ask Gray about his dealings with John Dean a few days after the Watergate burglary. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
The senator from New Mexico now resumes the questioning of Gray.
Committee will come to order. Senator Montoya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gray, this morning you recounted the different dates of communication with the White House, with Mr. Dean, with Mr. Ehrlichman, and then also with General Walters. I believe that the first contact you had with respect to the Watergate case was on June the 20th, when you received a call from Mr. Ehrlichman informing you that Mr. Dean would handle the investigation. That was the tenor of that call. Is that correct?
Senator Montoya, that was on the 21st of June, sir.
Well, I have it from your logs that it was the 20th, but let's say that it was the 21st. And then on June the 22nd, you made a telephone call to Mr. Helms of the CIA. I believe you did that, or you telephoned somebody with respect to the $25,000 and the bank account in Miami. Did you not? Or did you inform Mr. Dean that evening and he was the first one?
What I did, sir, was on the 22nd of June, was to have a meeting at about 5 o'clock with Mr. Bates, the Assistant Director in charge of the General Investigative Division, and it was following that meeting that I telephoned Mr. Helms to tell him of our thought that we may be poking into a CIA operation. That was one of the theories that we had, sir.
Now, why did you get into the investigation and into the discovery of the bank account and the Dahlberg involvement in this money transaction so soon? Had you received a request for this information to be obtained or to try to trace the money that was found on the defendants, the source of the money?
Yes, sir. It was a part, Senator Montoya, of trying to trace the money that was found on the defendants, and we had learned that it had gone through the Atlanta Federal Reserve Bank and the Philadelphia Federal Reserve Bank, at least the serial numbers with the prefixes C and F, I believe. And we were trying to run down that money as a part of our investigation, and that's how we came across and also by virtue of the fact that we had subpoenaed Mr. Barker's bank accounts there in Miami.
What did Mr. Helms tell you when you called him?
I told Mr. Helms that I was calling to tell him of the thought that we may be poking into a CIA operation in connection with the Watergate burglary. And he told me that he had been meeting with his men on this every day, and that although we know the people, we cannot figure this one out, but there is no CIA involvement.
All right. Then that evening you met with Mr. Dean.
That's correct, sir.
And you told Mr. Dean about the Miami bank account, and you brought the name of Bernard Barker to his attention, and also the $25,000 check which was associated with Kenneth Dahlberg.
I believe that at that meeting, at which we discussed the scheduling of our interviews and the various theories of the case that we and the FBI were considering, and I told him in connection with those theories that we were not zeroing in on any one particular theory. But I think that I most probably discussed the sum total of the money, the $114,000, the four checks for Senor Manuel Ogario, and the cashier's check for Mr. Dahlberg, the $25,000 one, sir.
Did you tell Dean about Helms' statement previously that there was no CIA involvement?
I either told Mr. Dean in that evening meeting, or I told him in a telephone call the following morning, yes, sir.
Now, on June the 23rd, I believe you received 2 telephone calls, or had 2 telephone communications with Dean. One of these was at 11:06 a.m. And it was during this call that Mr. Dean brought to your attention or raised first the idea that if you persisted in your efforts to investigate the Mexican money chain, that you would be uncovering or become involved in CIA operations. That's from your statement on page 6.
Yes, sir, that's where I recollect it is, and that accords with the notes that I have.
Then on June the 23rd, that was after that morning meeting at the White House between Mr. Dean, Mr. Ehrlichman, and Mr. Helms, and Mr. Haldeman, you received a call from Mr. Dean asking you or telling you that General Walters was going to call you for an appointment.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dean called me that afternoon, but of course at this time, Senator Montoya, you realize I didn't know that there had been any meeting at the White House,
yes,
but I did.
I recognize that.
I did have this telephone call from Mr. Dean.
I recognize that. Then at 2:19, Mr. Dean called you to find out if you had scheduled an appointment with General Walters. And at 2:30, you actually met, or 2:35, you actually met with General Walters. And it was at this meeting that General Walters delivered the message to you that there was no CIA involvement, and you did not know that this message was coming from the White House.
Yes, sir. At that meeting, he indicated to me that if we continued our investigation, we would be apt to uncover some CIA.
You were likely to uncover some CIA assets or sources if you continued your investigation into the Mexican money chain.
That is correct, sir. And he also mentioned the agency agreement to me, and he also mentioned that if we persisted in our investigative efforts south of the border, we would uncover CIA covert activity, and that since we had 5 men in custody, we should taper off.
Didn't you think that this was kind of strange for General Walters to be telling you this when Mr. Helms had told you the day before that there was no CIA involvement?
No, sir, I didn't, because it was a subject that came up quite a few times with regard to whether or not the right hand really knew what the left hand was doing in the CIA. We discussed this compartmentalization.
Well, did you ask him?
We also discussed the possibility that there was indeed some information known only to the White House in connection with this particular facet.
Well, did you ask General Walters a question to this effect? Now, General, you're telling me this today, and your boss, Mr. Helms, told me that yesterday. Did you make an inquiry as to the conflict?
No, sir, I did not, and I don't think that the thought ever entered my mind to question the Deputy Director of the CIA along those lines.
Well, didn't you think it was important for the Director of the FBI to ask that particular question?
Generally, Senator Montoya, in my dealings with the people from the CIA, I ask very few questions, and looking back on it, this was one of the mistakes I made. For example, I didn't ask Mr. Helms any questions at all, and he asked me not to interview the 2 CIA men. I just issued the orders.
Well,
you know, I didn't have those kinds of suspicions at that time.
Well, you were directing this investigation. You were having some staff meetings with your chief for inspections, Mr. Bates, and the rest of the investigatorial staff at the headquarters of the FBI here in Washington. Didn't it occur to you that this was a very important ingredient in your investigation to resolve it?
That's because I immediately, following that visit, telephoned Mr. Bates and gave him instructions that there was some CIA involvement here, that we should proceed very gingerly and very discreetly and carry out the investigation at the Banco Internacional, and also continue to try to trace these checks through the correspondent banks, but to hold off interviewing Mr. Ogario.
Well, then why did you at 2:53, shortly after your meeting with General Walters on this day, call Mr. Dean and told him that you had agreed to hold back the FBI investigation?
No, I didn't call Mr. Dean and tell him that I had agreed to hold back the FBI investigation. I never told anyone that.
Should I be more specific? You had agreed to hold off on questioning of Mr. Ogario. Did you tell him that?
No, sir. What I told Mr. Dean was that General Walters had visited me, had indicated to me that there was some CIA involvement, and that we would proceed very gingerly and very discreetly and work around this until we could determine what we had a hold of. And I did that because in the earlier telephone conversation he had asked me to talk with him following General Walters' visit with me.
All right, Mr. Dean called you approximately 18 times between June the 22nd and July the 6th when you talked to the President. Now, most of these calls were concentrated on Mr. Dean trying to prevail on you not to go through with the inquisition of Mr. Ogario or Mr. Dahlberg. Didn't this indicate to you, Mr. Gray, that there was an attempted cover-up emanating from the White House?
No, sir, it did not, because all along we, in discussing our various theories, had considered that there was the possibility that this was a CIA covert operation, a CIA money chain, a political operation, a political money chain, and if I had any thoughts at all on this thing, it was a zealous counsel trying to avoid political embarrassment to his president. But I did not really have any suspicions on that.
My 10 minutes are up, Mr. Chairman, so I'll follow this later.
No, I didn't. I know.
Mr. Gray, when the White House witnesses, by which expression I mean those who worked at the White House aides, were questioned, Mr. Dean was present at the time in the capacity of the President was at a council. When the FBI interrogated White House witnesses, Mr. Dean was present to listen to the interrogation.
Yes, sir. He had discussed this with me, but whether or not he was present, Mr. Chairman, at each interview, I cannot state with certainty. I'd have to see the report of interview, the FBI 302.
Now, when the employees of the committees to re-elect the President were interrogated, committee counsel were present, weren't they?
Yes, sir, and the same thing occurred when we interrogated people at the Democratic National Committee in September.
Now, we have been furnished the committee's been furnished two tapes by John Ehrlichman, which taped conversations between you and Ehrlichman. Well, did John Ehrlichman notify you he was taping your conversation?
No, sir, I had no knowledge of that, Mr. Chairman.
The first of these tapes says you were reporting to Ehrlichman apparently your testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee, and you said you defended vigorously the right of an employer to insist that his counsel be present at interviews of his employees, particularly when there are implications that these employees may have been involved in hanky-panky that would reflect adversely on the employer. Now, wouldn't the converse of that be true? And if the employer had been guilty of little hanky-panky, those employees would be less reluctant to divulge that to the FBI if the lawyer for their employer was sitting there listening.
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't know what the answer to that question would be, not knowing the facts and not being able to.
Well, all you got to know is just a little bit of human psychology, I believe, to answer that question. If if the FBI is interviewing an employee of the committee to re-elect the president, and the lawyer for that committee sitting there listening to his testimony, don't you think that would have a deterrent effect on what the witness would say?
Well, of course, it's the preference of the FBI, and has been the preference of the FBI, to have any interviews without the presence of the attorney, Mr. Chairman. And
as a matter of fact, didn't a number of the witnesses who worked for a number of the interviewees, if I can call it that, who were interviewed by the FBI, in the presence of the lawyer for the committee, didn't they call up the FBI and ask to be interviewed in the absence of that lawyer?
Yes, sir. Those were committee to re-elect the president people.
And didn't you think there's some tracks leading right straight from the Watergate into that committee?
I'm sorry, sir, I missed that.
Don't you think some of the evidential tracks were leading right straight from that from the Watergate burglary into that committee?
It certainly began to look that way as the investigation progressed.
Here with these witnesses who worked for the committee said they didn't want to be interviewed with the Watergate, with the committee lawyer sitting there listening to their testimony, and they asked for private interviews with the FBI, didn't they?
Yes, sir, that occurred, Mr. Chairman.
And doesn't that sustain the point that witnesses under those circumstances are very reluctant to talk about the hanky-panky on the part of their employer?
Well, this could very well be, but it's something, you know, that I can't say with any certainty or fact. But in connection with the presence of counsel at interviews, this is a phenomenon that the FBI is encountering more and more. And we desire, of course, not to take the interviews in that manner, but sometimes we're placed in a position that if we want the interview, we're going to take it in that manner or not get it, Mr. Chairman.
Now, it was the third day of July that you met with Ehrlichman and Dean, and they gave you two folders, didn't they?
That was the 28th day of June, Mr. Chairman.
Now, don't you know that prior to that time that they had surrendered to the agents of the FBI a lot of material that came out of the safe of Hunt?
Yes, sir. I had a discussion about the materials delivered from Mr. Hunt's safe on the morning of June 27th.
Now, at this time, Dean stated to you, as he gave you these papers in the presence of Ehrlichman, that these were highly sensitive documents that had nothing to do with the Watergate, but they must not see the light of day.
Yes, sir. He said more than that to me, but that was included among the things that he did say to me.
And you construed that to be somewhat indirect way to tell you to destroy the documents.
The clear impression in my mind, Mr. Chairman, then and now was just that.
And Mr. Ehrlichman was standing close enough to you and Mr. Dean to hear what Mr. Dean said.
Yes, sir. We were all very close together, within 18 to 24 inches of one another.
And so you did take those documents into your possession, and later you burned those documents with the trash which accumulated in connection with Christmas packages and the like.
Yes, sir, I did, Mr. Chairman.
Now, you opened one of these packages, and you discovered they were State Department telegrams, marked top secret.
Yes, sir, they were State Department cables.
And you could tell from the telegrams in their then state, whatever their original state may have been, that they indicated that persons connected with the administration of Jack Kennedy had apparently made some suggestion about the assassination of Diem in Southeast Asia.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, that's the thrust of the message in the cablegram, to the best of my recollection of those words.
Now didn't you ascertain further in the investigation that these had come out of the safe of Hunt in the executive office building, and that Hunt had been, to John Ehrlichman's knowledge, had been kept on the White House payroll for about 9 months after he had been guilty of being accessory before the fact to the burglarizing of the office of Ellsberg's psychiatrist?
The first I knew about any burglary of Dr. Ellsberg's psychiatrist was when I read about it in the newspapers, Mr. Chairman. So I don't know that I had that particular information that you are specifying here now, sir.
Well, you did know that Hunt was implicated, or allegedly implicated, in the Watergate affair.
Yes, sir. I knew that he was on that date that he was a person that we wanted to interview, and we had tried to talk with him, sir.
And didn't you ascertain later that these telegrams had been taken out of the State Department, put in the custody of Hunt for the purpose of letting Hunt alter them by forgery so as to make this reflection upon the Kennedy administration?
I don't know that the FBI ever determined that in its investigation, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me that this is something that I recall coming up much after the fact. I don't think that we ever determined that.
Well, don't you think that it was very peculiar for a man who had been implicated in a burglary in September 1971 to be kept on the White House payroll and be given the custody of State Department, top secret State Department cablegrams?
Well, knowing what I know now and not knowing it at that time, Mr. Chairman, there's no question about it. It was not proper.
We've been trying, this committee's been trying to find out who kept Mr. Hunt on the White House payroll after Mr. Ehrlichman admitted that he learned about his participation in the burglary, but thus far, neither the FBI nor this committee has been able to discover that.
I can't testify with any certainty to that, but I think in our FBI investigative file there are indications that his timesheets were initialed by Mr. Colson. Now, I don't know whether you've had those FD 302s, but I think that there's an indication in there to that effect.
I've always understood these 302 files were the original reports made to the FBI by the agents after they interviewed witnesses.
Well, he interviews the witness, sir, and however he takes his notes, I don't know, because that is a part of the mechanics that I never became familiar with, and I have been informed, and it is my understanding, that the FD 302, the report of interview, is what the agent dictates or writes out from his notes of the interview, and which is later to be used and in court under the Jenks Act procedures.
Well, he makes some notes, and then he puts out his reports of what his notes say on 302s.
Yes, sir. They are the results of his interview.
And Dean was given, I believe you testified for the Judiciary Committee about 80 FBI reports.
Yes, sir. I did testify before the Judiciary Committee to that effect.
Now, did the FBI ever make any investigation to determine whether or not the $10,000 and $100 bills which Mrs. Hunt had in her possession when she was killed in the airplane accident were things that came from the committee to re-elect the president?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know. I wish I could answer that question, but I do not know the answer to that, sir.
Well, on the 17th day of June, 1972, 5 burglars were caught red-handed in the National Democratic Committee headquarters in the Watergate with Nixon campaign funds in their possession, weren't they?
I don't know, Mr. Chairman, that I could characterize them as Nixon campaign funds. We tried very diligently, even to the extent of interviewing tellers in 73 different branch banks to try to tie it down with that specificity. That was a direct order that I gave.
Yes.
And I just don't know that we could tie it down. We know that the money came in, that it went out, and we know that it came back into the committee to re-elect the president. But whether it was the same money, I don't know, sir.
Well, it's different money. It came out of checks. Don't you know that 4 of these burglars, that is Barker and the 3 Cubans, had in their possession at the time of their arrest in the Watergate 53 $100 bills which bore the serial number, which serial numbers of the bills that Barker drew out of the Miami bank account, which contained the proceeds of the 4 Mexican checks and the Dalberg check.
Mr. Chairman, I wish I could answer your question in the affirmative. We tried to prove that, but unfortunately the Republic National Bank in Miami and the Girard Bank and Trust Company in Philadelphia didn't keep the serial numbers, so we couldn't track it with that specificity.
We have evidence here to the effect that these 53 $100 bills bore the serial number of the Miami Bank, and the Miami Bank, pursuant to law, which I understand applies wherever they pay out the $5,000 in cash, kept the serial numbers.
Well, my information and the exhibits that I have submitted to this committee, which were the copies of the memoranda submitted to me as acting director of the FBI, do not indicate that. That's all that I'm saying, that we were told that the banks did not keep the serial numbers.
The testimony here is to the effect, as I construe it, that 4 Mexican checks, which were cashier checks issued by a Mexican bank to Ogario, and a $25,000 check known as the Dahlberg check, were received by the committee to re-elect the president here in the city of Washington, and that a short time later they were deposited to the bank account of the firm of Bernard L. Barker in Miami, Florida, and that Bernard L. Barker drew out, after some days, vast sums of this money in $100 bills, and that this bank, pursuant to law, kept the serial numbers, and that these checks found in the possession of these men bore those serial numbers. But you say you don't know about that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, what I'm saying to you is that all the exhibits that I've submitted to you, which were the memoranda submitted to me, agree with everything you say, with the one exception that we were not able to tie down the serial numbers. We asked them specifically if they kept the serial numbers of the $100 bills, and they told us they did not.
Well, I hold in my hand a photostatic copy of the Dahlberg check for $25,000 issued on the First Bank and Trust Company of Boca Raton on April the 10th, 1972, and it bears on the notation to the effect of an endorsement showing that it was negotiated to the order of the Republic National Bank of Miami, Florida, for deposit only, Barker Associates Incorporated Trust Account.
Yes, sir. We detected that. We agree. We're in agreement there. We don't have any problem with that, sir.
And you have no problem about the 4 Mexican checks being deposited in his account?
No, sir. We agree with you.
Now, you do know from your conversations with General Walters that the White House, and I refer to that to Ehrlichman, and had knowledge about these Mexican checks on the 23rd day of June 1972, which was 6 days after the break-in.
Yes, sir. I'm pretty certain of that because I believe that certainly I either discussed it with John Dean on the evening of the 22nd or of June, or on the morning of the 23rd in that telephone call.
And John Dean, you say on the evening of the 22nd or the 23rd, you discussed it with Ehrlichman?
Not with Mr. Ehrlichman, no, sir.
With Dean?
With Mr. Dean, yes, sir.
Now, was that before or after Mr. Ehrlichman called you and told you that Dean was handling this matter for the White House?
That was after, sir.
So, after that, you discovered on that day that the fact that these checks had 4 Mexican checks and the Dahlberg check had existed was known to John Ehrlichman and Dean.
I don't know whether it was known to Mr. Ehrlichman, sir. I know that I discussed them either on the evening of June 22nd or in the telephone call of June 23rd with Mr. Dean.
Your logs show that you had 2 phone conversations on June the 22nd. Well, I'll have to come back to this because I'm informed that my time is up. Senator Baker.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you weren't informed by me.
No, you weren't.
I plead innocent to that. Mr. Gray, over the weekend I've had an opportunity to read carefully your statement consisting of 51 pages. There are a number of thoughts, there are a number of questions that occur to me, but there's one in particular that stands out with great clarity and of potential importance. According to my count, and I may not be exactly correct, but according to my account, you enumerate 27 major items of testimony that are in disagreement between you and General Walters. there are a great number of other conflicts in your testimony with that of other witnesses, Mr. Dean, Mr. Ehrlichman, and others. But they're very, very material conflicts between you and General Walters. I recite just a few. On page 7, you state categorically, however, that any sentiment of that kind expressed by me was an effort by me to abide by the CIA-FBI agreement and related solely to the responsibility of exposing the CIA. You have a disagreement on the conversation about the Dahlberg-Agario checks, about any number of other things. I won't burden my 10 minutes allocated for this examination by enumerating them, but surely you're familiar with them.
Yes, sir, I am.
Now, can you give this committee any assistance as by way of reconciling these patent conflicts between you and General Walters?
I'm not so sure that they are that patent and that they are that conflicting, really. He says low-key, and the evidence clearly is that we move discreetly. Not that we low-keyed, because even after talking with him, we continued to conduct investigation at Banco Internacional. We continued to look to the correspondent banks to see if we could find anything.
Yes, well,
the only thing we didn't do, Senator Baker, was to interview Mr. Ogario, and we were continually trying to interview Mr. Dahlberg, but as I mentioned to Mr. Dean in a telephone call of June 27, Mr. Dahlberg...
What was the relationship between you and General Walters? Were you friendly and cordial? Were you antagonistic or hostile toward each other?
No,
or did you have such varying viewpoints?
No, I thought the relationship was friendly and cordial, and I have no reason to believe it is other than that today.
Do you suspect it may be less friendly and cordial after disputing him on 27 major issues?
No, I don't think so, because I told him this in the Assistant United States Attorney's Office. I said, Dick, this just isn't the way it happened, and this is not my recollection or memory of it at all. And my outrage when I first saw a newspaper article commenting on his testimony was very genuine and very real. Your outrage? Yeah.
Is there any one or two? Are there a few examples of what caused that outrage?
Yes, that these men had apparently had a meeting at the White House, and no one called me and told me about a meeting at the White House prior to them coming over to me. That's just one of the things.
Talking about the Helms meeting?
Yes, on the 23rd.
Yes, right. Let's move off that for a moment. I'd like to, if we have time, examine some of the other of those 27 areas of disagreement, but I have a number of other things. On page 4 of your statement, Mr. Gray, if I read it and understand it correctly, it clearly indicates that you initiated the inquiry about a possible CIA involvement before anyone else mentioned it to you. Is that the correct reading of that?
What language are you referring to?
The third paragraph of page 4, which says, on Thursday, June 22nd, after being briefed by Charles Bates, Assistant Director, General Investigative Division, regarding the latest developments in the Watergate case, and undoubtedly as a result of information developed at that briefing, I telephoned Director Helms of the CIA.
Yes, sir.
I told him of our thinking that we may be poking into a CIA operation and asked if he could confirm or deny this. Now, the question really is whether or not anyone from the White House or the Justice Department or any place else had suggested to you that there might be a CIA involvement and you should check on it at that point.
At that point, no, sir. That was one of the theories that we developed ourselves within the FBI because of the people who were involved in the Watergate burglary.
The people involved having been formally associated with
suspects,
CIA?
yes, sir, having CIA contacts.
How fast did you find out? How quickly did you learn that these people were involved with the CIA at some time previous? And I believe at the time in question, Mr. Hunt was still involved in a consulting basis.
Well,
how soon did the FBI know that?
That we didn't know, but I have exhibits here of my early briefings, which I have submitted to the committee, which indicate that as of June 21 and June 22, it appeared to us in our discussions that there could be a CIA operation involved.
Now, pretty clearly at that part of your statement on page 4, when you talked to Director Helms, and I take it this was the first time you talked to him about this subject, pretty clearly at that time, Helms says, no, we aren't involved. We don't have any CIA involvement.
Yes, he told me there was no CIA involved.
All right, now how do you reconcile that, if you do then, with the Walter statement on page 6, saying that on Friday, June 23rd, Walters informed you that you were likely to uncover some CIA assets or sources if we continued our investigation into the Mexican money chain? That is, to me at least, a conflict in the statements by Mr. Helms and General Walters.
Indeed, it is a conflict, and I viewed it as a conflict, and I attributed it to what we later discussed in our meetings in the FBI on June 28th and on July 3rd to the compartmentalization which is alleged to exist within the CIA. Whether it exists or not, I don't know, and I don't know whether any people in the FBI know as a fact whether it exists or not, and whether the right hand always knows what the left hand is doing.
At this point, June 23rd, 1972, had anyone from the White House or outside the FBI tried to suggest to you that there was CIA involvement?
Prior to this meeting on June 23rd?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Dean had, either in that evening meeting of June 22nd or in the telephone call on the morning of June 23rd, and I said to him, if there is CIA involvement, let the CIA tell us.
All right, now, the reason for these questions, I hope, has begun to appear to you, Mr. Dean. The allegation is made, and a legitimate area of inquiry is to decide whether or not the White House or anyone connected with the White House or the CRP tried to plant the idea that the CIA was involved, and to what extent, if any, the CIA or anyone in the CIA tried to further that appearance.
That's correct, Senator.
Now, when you called Helms, Helms said, no, there is no involvement. You talked to Dean. Dean suggested there might be. Then you talked to Walters, and Walters says you very well may uncover a CIA operation. Is that, in essence, what happened up to this point?
That is correct, with the one exception that I told Mr. Dean that if there is CIA involvement, you let them tell us.
So Mr. Dean and General Walters were suggesting to you that there was CIA involvement, and Director Helms had already told you that there wasn't CIA.
That's correct, sir.
Now, it appears on page 13 of your statement, Mr. Gray, that Director Helms called you, and I don't see the date, and I don't have it in my notes, but at one point, Director Helms called you and asked you not to interview active CIA men Carl Wagner and John Caswell.
Yes, sir. That was in a telephone conversation, Senator Baker, I believe, which occurred on June 28th. I'm sure it was...
Do you know why Helms called you? Were you, in fact, investigating these people, or had you notified them you wanted to interview them?
I didn't notify Director Helms that we were going to interview either one of those men, sir.
Did you know that you were going to?
I didn't at the time he called me. No, sir, I did not know, but
Have you since learned that your agents were about to do that and that triggered Helms' interest? Is that what you...
Well, I am saying that after Director Helms' call, I accepted his word, and I immediately ordered that the interviews of John Caswell and Carl Wagner be held in abeyance.
You indicate that, but what I'm reaching for is why Helms called you.
I don't know,
How he received notice that you might do that. What was the reason for him trying to suggest that you not interview these two men?
Senator Baker, I don't know, but I know that I also have a telephone note in November which indicates that Director Helms had called my number 2 man, stating to my number 2 man at that late date that he, Director Helms, was going to call Assistant Attorney General Peterson regarding the interview of Carl Wagner to see if it could not be conducted. I don't know.
I mean, could not be conducted.
Yes, to be held off.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you know who these two people are? Did you then, or have you since learned?
I do not know who John Caswell is, and I have since learned of Mr. Wagner, and I believe I'm correct in saying this because I've learned it from the newspapers. I believe that he was General Cushman's executive assistant.
Was he General Cushman's executive assistant at that time?
I don't know, sir.
Do you know whether either of these names show up in conjunction with the Watergate affair?
Yes, I have since learned that they were those names. I believe I'm correct in saying this. I know I'm correct in saying it with regard to Caswell. I believe I'm correct in saying it with regard to Wagner, that those names were in one of the notebooks, little pocket telephone address type notebooks that we uncovered, and I believe that it was Mr. Hunt's notebook, but that would have to be subject to verification. I'm not that positive of it.
Do you know who has custody of that material now?
No, sir, I would assume the FBI does, because those leads were sent out from the Washington field office.
Did you inquire of Director Helms why he did not want Wagner and Caswell interviewed?
No, sir, I did not. In dealing with people from the CIA, I did not ask the questions along those lines. I accepted what they told me.
On page 14 of your statement, and you may have already covered this in earlier testimony, you mentioned Miss Kathleen Chenow and a request by John Dean that she not be interviewed, or that she be interviewed in England. Do you know who she is or what her connection with the situation is?
I believe that he told me that she worked on the NSC staff, and I have since found out that Ms. Chenow was Mr. Young's secretary. I believe I'm correct in stating that.
We're running out of time, Mr. Gray. Let me ask you one or two other questions, if I may. On page 20, I guess you come close to summing up your state of mind about the CIA situation when you say that you were concerned and disturbed about the contradictory reports you're receiving from Helms, from Dean, from Walters, and the abrupt cancellation by Ehrlichman of a meeting scheduled with Helms and Walters on June 28th. Now, did you develop, in the course of your investigation, any further information that would bear on any of these questions? First, that this was connected with the CIA, that is the Watergate situation. Or second, that it was not, and someone was trying to use the appearance and identification of past CIA operations as a convenient hook on which to hang their hat. Or three, any other reconciliation of those concerns and contradictions?
Well, after I ordered the interviews following that meeting with General Walters, we did determine that these were contributions, political contributions, and that this was a political contribution chain rather than a CIA money chain.
But in any event, to tie it together, Helms throughout told you there was no CIA involvement. Walters at some point said yes there was or there might be. Dean said yes there was or there might be. The meeting to reconcile those conflicts was canceled, and that's as far as you can go with it.
That's as far as I can go with it, except for our June 28th meeting with Mr. Felt and Mr. Bates and myself to review this, my July 3rd meeting with Mr. Felt, Mr. Bates, and Mr. Kunkel to review the CIA ramifications.
On another subject, Mr. Gray, I have before me a copy of the August issue of the Armed Forces Journal International. And in that is an interesting article which is copyrighted by that publication, authored by James W. McCord, Jr., entitled What the FBI Almost Found. Do you have that article, or have you read it?
It's been called to my attention, Senator Baker, and
Mr. Chairman, I have a copy of that article, and I would ask that it be identified for the record and received as a part of the record, and then deliver a copy of it to the witness, if that's possible.
If there's no objection, that will be done.
Someone taking the copy to the witness. You have the document?
We had one.
Well, Well, I just handed it to somebody. What happened to it? I would especially call your attention, Mr. Gray, to a paragraph near the end of the article, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the fifth from the last paragraph. It's a short three-line paragraph. It says, the question then is, who kept the raps on the FBI in its investigation of the Watergate case? And Mr. McCord, in his article, and this is the first of the three-part series, and I look forward to receiving the next succeeding installments, but the suggestion is made that in the normal and ordinary course of events, search warrants would have been sworn out and executed to search the vehicles and premises of the people involved in the Watergate arrest, and none were, suggesting that someone stopped that normal procedure from operating, that had they done that, they would have found in McCord's residence and his automobile electronic equipment. They would have found $18,000 in $100 bills, carbon copies of wiretap logs, and a copy of a letter signed by John Mitchell authorizing McCord to go to the Internal Security Division of the Department of Justice to obtain information regarding violence allegedly planned for the Republican National Convention. He suggests as well that, as he puts it, senior personnel of the FBI wanted to get such search warrants, but they were turned down. Now, there are a number of other statements by Mr. McCord, who, as you know, has been a witness before this committee. Now, if those allegations are in fact true, they bear and merit the very close scrutiny of this committee. Begin at the beginning. Was there, in fact, a suppression of the efforts of, quote, senior FBI personnel, close quote, to gain search warrants to search the premises of the Watergate defendants?
I testified this morning, Senator Baker, that I thought Mr. McCord was being very unfair to the dedicated men and women of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and I'll make that statement to you again, sir, because those men and women would not tolerate suppression. And furthermore, I know of no such suppression of any desires to get a search warrant. And I would like to read, if I may, please, from an exhibit which is before this committee, Exhibit 76. I would like to read the language of some of the FBI men themselves. Observations as to any limitations on investigation. It is the unanimous view of Assistant Director Bates, his number one man, Richard J. Gallagher, Section Chief Charles Bowles, and Supervisors Charles A. Newsom and John J. Clinic, as well as SAC Kunkel of the Washington Field Office, that there were absolutely no limitations placed on the FBI's investigation of captioned matter. This is the Watergate case. It was understood by all personnel involved in this investigation that it was to be a most thorough and exhaustive investigation, with all leads receiving top priority and sufficient personnel assigned to assure prompt handling of all investigation. Our investigation throughout has been aimed at developing violations of the interception of communications and conspiracy statutes. Investigation was directed toward identifying each participant in the bugging, including identification of those who may have recruited the subjects, financed the operation, or participated in any fashion. In this connection, we were particularly interested in funds that may have been used to finance the Watergate incident, period.
Thank you, Mr.
And I just say, Senator Baker, that this question was raised again later on in the year, and there is a document before this committee, an exhibit before this committee, which I have presented to it, that the agents were not restricted in pursuing any lead which they wished to pursue, with the one exception of Mr. Wagner.
My time's expired, Mr. Gray, but I can't resist a last final question. On page 11 of your statement, you speak of trying to gain assistance in identifying an individual who had been seen with Mr. Hunt at the Miami Playboy Club. Did you ever find out who that was?
Yes, sir, indeed we did. We were able to track down and identify that individual as Mr. Liddy, who was under the alias at that time of Mr. Leonard. We tied him together with his alias as of July 3rd.
The statement just sort of stands out. I don't understand the significance of it. Is there any?
No, sir, there isn't. That was a telephone call that I was merely recounting a call that I had with John Dean in which I asked him for some photographs to assist the Washington field office in making identification.
Thank you very much.
Senator Weicker.
Mr. Gray, I'd like to go back, if I can, to late June and ending with the call to the President on July the 6th. What was the significance to the FBI of the Mexican money?
Well, the significance to us, sir, was that it was either, at that time in our theories, that it was either a CIA money chain or a political money chain, and it was important to us to try to track it down and determine what it was, whether it was dollars used to finance the burglary and the bugging of the Watergate.
And in the course of the investigation, did you arrive at a determination as to which of those two
Yes,
situations?
sir, we were able to determine that indeed it was a political money chain, as we were calling it in the FBI. Political contribution, Senator Weicker.
Was this Mexican money one of the few pieces of hard evidence that the FBI had at that time?
At that early stage it was. It wasn't, I believe I'm correct in saying, until June 28th that we had the lead to Mr. Liddy. But I believe it was at that early stage.
So that the Mexican money was, could be termed as enormously important to the investigation of the Watergate.
It was the only money chain that we had right at that point in time, sir.
All right. Now, at what point in time did your antennae alert you to the fact that somebody might be trying to interfere with the investigation?
I think that I had perhaps a feeling along those lines, or a feeling that somebody at the White House knows a lot more than we know, beginning when my meeting with Mr. Helms was canceled. But there was a feeling then that maybe this is an activity on the part of people to put some kind of a cloak on the political contribution aspects of the thing, but the suspicions really began to generate along those lines rather solidly when I had the meeting with General Walters.
This being what meeting? The meeting?
July 6th meeting, sir.
The July the 6th meeting. All right, now, Mr. Gray, the question has been asked, it's been debated as to what it was that you intended to convey to the President of the United States on July the 6th. Now, could you tell this committee what it was that you intended to convey in that phone conversation?
Well, I certainly had no knowledge of any attempt at a cover-up at that point in time. There's no question about that. No knowledge of, no suspicion of, or no awareness of. And I was trying to tell the President that I believed, and Dick Walters believed, that people on his staff were using the FBI and the CIA to confuse the question of whether or not there was CIA interest in or non-interest in people that we wanted to interview. And it could very well have been the activity on the part of overzealous individuals over there to protect the President. I said trying to mortally wound the President.
Was it a question, or did you attempt to convey that insofar as the investigation of the Mexican money was concerned, that there were those that were trying to impede the investigation?
No, sir, I don't think I'm sure I didn't mention the Mexican money chain to the President.
Well, then, I'm trying to pin this down and be very specific as to exactly what message you conveyed to the President. Did you try to convey the fact that you felt there were those individuals on his staff who were impeding in any way the investigation of the Watergate matter, without reference to the Mexican money?
I think probably what was going through my mind was a careless and indifferent attitude toward both of the agencies and their use of them, and it was with reference to what money that we believed. I didn't say money to the President, but I had this in my mind, that it was either a CIA money chain or a political money chain. But I felt that by their actions of trying to confuse us, that they would be mortally wounding to the President.
By this time, by July the 6th, had you made the determination that this was a political money chain rather than a CIA money chain?
No, sir, because we hadn't really conducted the interviews. We had to await the interviews of the individuals concerned.
All right, now let's continue on that phone conversation with the President. Did you, in that phone conversation, suggest to the President that the matter of Watergate might lead higher?
No, sir. To the best of my recollection, the words that I have been using consistently are the words that stick in my mind, are the words that have always been in my mind. And the only other thing that I did say to the President was that I have just spoken to Clark McGregor about this morning and asked him to talk with you about it, Mr. President. And there was a slight pause, and then the President said to me, "Pat, you continue to conduct your thorough and aggressive investigation."
Did you raise to the President the fact that you and Dick Walters were concerned, or was this a question from the President to you?
No, sir. This was a question, really it was a matter that I raised, and I didn't really, from my meeting with General Walters, draw the feeling that I had to call the President, and indeed, and in fact, that's why I called Clark McGregor, and I was surprised that the President called me, and I just blurted out to him when he finished congratulating me on the hijacking. I just blurted out to him, "Mr. President, there's something that I have to speak to you about."
And then what'd you say?
And I gave him the message. Dick Walters and I feel that there are people on your staff who are trying to mortally wound you by using the FBI and the CIA to confuse the question of whether or not there's CIA interest in or non-interest in people that the FBI wishes to interview.
Did you get into a discussion with him relative to your being given assurances that the CIA was not involved?
No, sir. No, sir. The President, as best as I can recollect it, did not ask me any questions, because if he had, I would have suspected that he would have asked me, "Who do you mean?" and I would have told him.
Well, now, Mr. Gray, I want to read you a statement made by the President of the United States on May the 22nd, 1973. On July 6, 1972, I telephoned the acting director of the FBI, L. Patrick Gray, to congratulate him on his successful handling of the hijacking of a Pacific Southwest Airlines plane the previous day. During the conversation, Mr. Gray discussed with me the progress of the Watergate investigation, and I asked him whether he had talked with General Walters. Mr. Gray said that he had, and that General Walters had assured him that the CIA was not involved. In the discussion, Mr. Gray suggested that the matter of Watergate might lead higher. I told him to press ahead with his investigation. Now, you've characterized you've set your description of this conversation alongside that of General Walters, and you said that you'll stick with your version of the conversation.
Yes, sir.
Will you also stick with your version of the conversation, set aside that version given by the President of the United States on May 26th?
Yes, sir, because this is my memory and my best recollection, and it's a memory I've had for a long, long time. And the only thing I was interested in, Senator Weicker, in talking with General Walters on that July 5th telephone conversation was Ogario and Dahlberg. I just wanted to know if they had any interest in them or not so that we could interview. And I told him that. I wasn't interested in anything else. I wasn't interested in reading a 2 3/4 page memorandum about previous information furnished at the working level from the CIA to the FBI. I just wanted the answer to that question.
One last question. In this round, do I have any time left?
Where's the timekeeper? I think we lost the time.
Mr. Gray, when was the first time that you realized? I had it written down a certain way, and I realized that could be misconstrued. When was the first time you started to realize you were swinging? That could be interpreted both ways. What I mean is, when was the first time that you realized that you were hanging and twisting slowly in the wind?
I think perhaps, Senator Weicker, the first time that I realized this and realized that I was in a situation where I was going to have to scramble to extricate myself was really either in my April 25 conversation with you, but I think in more the point where the point was really made with me on the evening of April 26 in the meeting in the Attorney General's office when I had the conversation with Assistant Attorney General Peterson.
Why, and this relates to Mr. Peterson's statement relative to you and he being expendable.
Yes, he said, "Pat, I'm scared."
As to the interpretations coming forth from the White House, whether or not you'd resigned or whether you'd been kicked out, did that start to reaffirm or strengthen those suspicions?
I don't know that I really thought of it that way. I just thought of it as a very unfair way to handle a factual situation that was different.
I have no further questions in this round, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Talmadge.
The fascination of the committee with Gray's receipt of those Hunt files from John Ehrlichman and John Dean is shown again by Senator Talmadge in just a moment. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. Fact continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
Senator Talmadge picks up the questioning now as we return to the hearing.
Gray, in your previous testimony, you stated that you conferred with Mr. Dean on June the 21st last year. Many theories as to who was responsible for the break-in in Watergate, and almost all of them involved the CIA. When did you check out the theory of Committee for the Re-election of the President involvement?
I think that was encompassed, Senator Talmadge, in the theory that we had that this was a political operation. We didn't just think it was the CIA, sir.
Did you interview the officials of the Committee to Re-elect the President?
Yes, sir. We interviewed, if my memory is correct, 60 people over there.
When?
We have a list of those interviews, and we have placed it in as an exhibit before the committee, sir, but I can...
When did this start, sir?
I'll have to look, sir, if you
Certainly.
give me just a moment. No. I'd have to find the earliest date. Yes. Yes, there's some. We began, sir, on June 17. Ms. Gleason was one that was interviewed then, and I noticed some earlier ones here. June 19, Mr. Odle was interviewed on June 19. These were contacts. These could either be an interview, sir, or a telephone contact by us to them or them to us. Either way.
Did you investigate the possibility of White House involvement?
Yes, sir, we did, and we interviewed people in the White House, and I believe the very first interview there was Mr. Colson. No, it was earlier than that. We talked with, I think, Mr. Butterfield on the 17th of June. We talked with him regarding Mr.
Is that a full field investigation or just a telephone-friendly chat?
No, sir, that was, that particular call was to call Mr. Butterfield to determine whether or not Mr. Hunt was in the employ of the White House, sir.
Didn't you, getting back to the papers now that Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Dean delivered to you, didn't you think it was strange that top secret papers would be in the hands of White House advisors and that they would tell you, the acting director of the FBI, a supposedly non-political organization, not to let them see the light of day because they were political dynamite?
Senator Talmadge, I've got to say to you that at that time when I received those, the answer to your question has got to be no, because I did not have those kinds of suspicions.
You didn't think your office as director of the FBI was an extension of the White House, did you?
No, sir, I didn't. I'd only been in the FBI really actively on duty there when this whole thing broke, you know, about 4 weeks. I'm not trying to make an exculpatory statement because I've told this committee earlier that I stand responsible for my actions and the actions of the men and women under my command during my tenure as acting director. And I'm merely trying to recite as a fact those suspicions did not enter my mind. And I have not been that kind of a person in all of my life. I have not been suspicious of people. I have not lived nor was I raised or brought up with or served with people that I had to be suspicious of. Looking back on it is another matter, sir.
Now, you stated that you opened one of the files in your home in Connecticut at Christmas, saw that it implicated officials of the Kennedy administration in the assassination of President Dim, and had no doubt, no reason to doubt the authenticity of the papers, and then you burned them. Why didn't you show them to the president?
Those were copies of documents, and the thought never entered my mind that I should show them to the president, that if the president needed any knowledge along those lines, I'm sure that Mr. Dean or Mr. Ehrlichman either would have or could have conveyed it to him. But the thought did not enter my mind, sir.
Did it ever cross your mind that if these documents were indeed authentic, that it might throw a new light on the assassination of President Kennedy, that is, retaliatory action?
No, sir, I never gave that a thought. And, you know, and even in looking back on it and analyzing it, these were copies of documents. These were not the originals of the documents.
Now, after Mr. Dean and Mr. Ehrlichman's actions, which prompted you to call the president and inform him that he was being mortally wounded, did you begin investigations into Mr. Dean's and Mr. Ehrlichman's possible role in the break-in?
No, sir, no one of us did, and when I didn't hear from the president, those suspicions that I had, as I testified to earlier, were dissipated, and I really and sincerely believe that General Walters and I had been alarmists, and that's why I testified, I think, to
in other words, you thought if the president had no suspicions, that your suspicions were ill-founded. Is that your answer?
Senator, I certainly thought that in view of the message that I had given to the president, that if there were anything to it, there would have been some checks made on it, and that in each of the following 2 successive meetings that I had with General Walters, I asked him if the president had called him. And his answer in each case was no, except that on one occasion, as I recollect, he said, yes, he did call me, but on a different matter.
Now, only one final question. I read one sentence from the president's statement. In the discussion, Mr. Gray suggested that the matter of Watergate might lead high. Now I'm quoting from the President of the United States in his statement. Your testimony was that some members of his staff might mortally wound him. Did the President ask you who?
No, sir, he did not.
He did not.
No, sir.
Thank you, Captain Gray. Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor.
Senator Garney.
Mr. Gray, just to follow up on the questioning that Senator Talmadge was doing, in retrospect, it occurs to all of us that it was rather strange that your suspicions perhaps weren't heightened. But isn't it a fact that everybody in Washington, and I guess probably elsewhere in the country, around about that time in June that this break-in occurred, thought that this was a crazy, harebrained scheme that was done by some stupid fool and ended probably with Hunt and Liddy? Wasn't that the general feeling around Washington?
Well, it appeared to be from the reports, it appeared to be from the discussions that we had within the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and even in my first conversation with Director Helms, he said to me, we can't figure this one out. And even in a conversation that I had with Mr. Peterson on the 28th day of June, he said that to me that we are at 6s and 7s. We can't figure this one out. The most we'll get is IOC, interceptive communications violations, or burglary. Yes, we were groping in those days. We were looking, we were seeking, and there was plenty of activity. There were more leads, really, than we could follow out, and people were working literally around the clock, Senator Gurney, to try to put this all together.
Now, my own recollection is that anybody I talked to during this period simply dismissed it out of hand that anybody in high authority could have had anything to do with this harebrained scheme.
Senator Gurney, I would say to you that even during the discussions that we had in the Federal Bureau of Investigation during my confirmation hearings, that we still felt, and we made these statements at the luncheon table. These are luncheons at which would be the senior men of the FBI present, that they just believed that these men were far too intelligent to have any part of this kind of a sordid affair. And this indeed was a frame of mind. I don't know how prevalent it was, and I can only testify really as to my knowledge of it.
Well, I'm only testifying as to what I know with people I talked to. It certainly was my own feeling. Just one or two final questions here, because I think we certainly have probed about everything that you could, light you could shed on this. I do recall that when you had your first meeting with John Dean on this Watergate matter, you said you discussed several theories. We've talked about a couple of them here, of course, the CIA theory and that somebody at the committee to re-elect was responsible, as indeed it turned out that two were. But you also mentioned a theory of double agent.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever explore that theory, and did you ever run anything to ground about that? And why did you think it might be a double agent?
We in the FBI thought it might be a double agent because of the replacement of the tapes, and we did everything we could to try to run that into the ground. And when I say replacement of the tapes, Senator Gurney, I mean the replacement of the tapes on the door locks in the Watergate. That it just seemed to us that people who are breaking and entering are not going to come back and find the tapes on the locks removed and just willy-nilly put other tapes on there and then go about their business. We were unable to develop anything along those lines at all, sir.
Didn't get any kind of a hint at all from any investigation that it might have been that?
No, sir, we did not.
Did you ever determine in your investigation of the actual mechanics of the break-in whose decision it was to leave the tapes on the door, on the doors?
Senator Gurney, I'd have to be honest with you and say I just don't remember, and I haven't got an FD 302 to refer to so I could answer your question, sir. I just don't know.
What about the Attorney General's role in all this? Because he really is your immediate boss of the Justice Department. What did he tell you, not tell you to do as far as this FBI investigation of Watergate is concerned?
He placed no restrictions on me whatsoever, Senator Gurney. And in the very first telephone conversation that I had with him on this, which is also an exhibit before the committee, he agreed with us that this should be a vigorous and a thorough investigation, and he stated that it was a matter for the investigators, the prosecutors, and the courts. And I believe really that whatever information he had of substance on the investigation came through the Department of Justice side, through the criminal division side, because he and I had no talks of substance regarding this particular investigation.
There has been some question, I'm sure you know, about whether Mr. Dean conducted an investigation or not. His testimony was that he was greatly surprised when the President of the United States on August the 29th said in a public statement that Mr. Dean has conducted a thorough investigation, I'm paraphrasing the words here now, and found no one involved at the White House. In your many conversations with him during this period of time, what did you think Mr. Dean was doing?
I believe that he was conducting an investigation, and I believe that he was reporting to the President because he told me he was, and I believe that even as late as November he was looking into the relationships of Segretti with Strawn and Chapin, and I just believe that he was conducting an investigation.
Then from what you knew of your own knowledge as to what he was doing with your many contacts, the statement made by the President of the United States on August the 29th that he was conducting an investigation didn't surprise you at all, did it?
Didn't surprise me because I believed him to be conducting an investigation.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chairman. Yes, there's another fact that turned up here. In February, apparently Dean contacted the CIA and asked them to retrieve their files on trying to think whether it was Watergate or the Ellsberg thing. Anyway, those materials that Hunt borrowed from the FBI, the Hunt files. Did Dean ever contact you with regard to this?
No, sir. We didn't have, I'm assuming, the particular file that is being referred to, because this is a file that was delivered to the Department of Justice at the request of the Attorney General and the Assistant Attorney General Criminal Division. And to the best of my knowledge, we did not have this file unless some of the material referred to in that file was delivered at the working level from the Director of Security at CIA to the Alexandria Field Office agents who were liaison with the CIA. I know that from the newspaper accounts, which I read about long after I'd left the FBI, that there are alleged to be some pictures in there of, I forget who the individual was, either Hunt or Liddy, standing in front of Dr. Fielding's office, Dr. Fielding being the psychiatrist for Dr. Ellsberg, I believe. Yeah. And I know that I did not at any time see any such pictures, and I don't know if anyone in the FBI ever saw any such pictures.
At any rate, there was no contact with you or anyone in the FBI, to your knowledge, by Mr. Dean on this?
No, sir.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, in our way.
Thank you. Mr. Gray, this morning you testified that on June the 28th, when you met with Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Dean, you were convinced that the message being conveyed was a message from the President as it related to Mr. Hunt's papers. Isn't that correct, sir?
Well, that may very well be your interpretation of my answer, but we were dealing then in assumptions, and I think just so the record is real clear, I couldn't testify that the President gave them an order to give me those files. No, sir. I testified that they were that I believed them to be acting under color of their office and in their official capacity. I had no reason not to believe that.
How was this meeting arranged, sir?
That meeting was arranged, Senator, to the best of my information, either in that 11:17 a.m. telephone call that morning that I had with Mr. Ehrlichman to discuss the leaks that had been occurring in the first week, the allegations and rumors of leaks coming from the FBI in the first week of that investigation, or it was arranged between my secretary and Mr. Ehrlichman's secretary.
And where was this meeting held, sir?
This meeting was held in Mr. Ehrlichman's office at the White House, sir.
So on June the 28th, you had no reason to be suspicious of either Mr. Dean or Mr. Ehrlichman?
None whatsoever, sir.
And you felt that the request being made was not improper, illegal, or unprofessional or unethical?
No, sir, I did not.
But then by July the 6th, because of intervening activities, you got suspicious.
I got suspicious when I saw General Walters lean back in that red overstuffed chair of mine in my office and put his hands behind his head and say, I have an inheritance, I'm not worried about my pension anymore, and I'm not going to let those kids kick me around. That, coupled with his preoccupation in that meeting with his inability to deliver me a letter that would tell me that the CIA had an interest in Ogario and Dahlberg, and if he were directed to write such a letter,
and
that
so
he would have to talk to the President.
You felt compelled to call upon Mr. McGregor and the President of the United States to...
Yes,
share.
Senator, I did. I called Mr. McGregor, and I didn't call the President because, as I testified earlier, I didn't feel that I had that much to go direct to him. You know, it's a pretty awesome thing to call the President of the United States, but I had enough. I felt that the message should be given to the President, and I was indeed surprised when the President called me. And when I heard nothing further on this and repeatedly asked General Walters if the President had talked with him about this, I felt that he and I I don't think we were goof-offs, but I think we were alarmists, that we had seen things that weren't there.
But at that moment, didn't you get a bit suspicious about the Hunt files?
No, sir, I did not. I didn't even think of that. You know, the Hunt files, to me, when I took them, were non-Watergate. They weren't on my mind day and night, Senator. I was a pretty busy guy, working 18 to 20 hours a day in that job, and I wasn't, thinking about those two files all the time. Perhaps I should have been, but I wasn't.
Did you believe that Mr. Dean and Mr. Ehrlichman, in trying to involve the CIA, was doing so with the color of authority?
I certainly did. I had no other alternative but to believe that.
If that's the case, why did you call the President on July the 6th to say that you were being mortally wounded?
Because I felt, from talking with General Walters, that he was going to be asked to write me a letter saying that there was CIA interest in Ogario and Dahlberg, and I should not interview those two gentlemen. And that is the reason. It was his fear of a future act, and that's why I said trying to mortally wound you.
And this future act was an act on the part of these two men, or did you believe that it came with a color of authority?
I believed that he was going to be directed by someone. He didn't specify who. The only inkling I got was these kids, and I drew from that my own interpretation to be John Dean, with whom I had been dealing and talking about the CIA, and John Ehrlichman, who had caused me to cancel my meeting with Mr. Helms and General Walters.
When did you interview Mr. Dean and Mr. Ehrlichman?
Mr. Dean was never interviewed because, quite frankly, Senator, I think everyone in the Federal Bureau of Investigation thought he was on our side. We were working with him on a practically almost daily basis.
Even if he was about to mortally wound the President, you felt that he was on your side?
We kept working with him, and when the President did not respond in any way, and when the concerns that I had with regard to any interference on the part of the CIA were removed, I had no suspicions, and as I told you earlier, I felt that I was an alarmist, and the General Walters and I were both alarmists.
When did you suspect that Mr. Dean got off your team?
Sir?
When did you believe that Mr. Dean got off your team?
The first indication, Senator, in a way that I had, I'm certain, was a morning, and I believe very definitely it was a Monday, March the 26th, when two of my staff came into me with regard to an article that had appeared that weekend in, I believe it was the Los Angeles Times, concerning allegations that Mr. McCord was making concerning Mr. Dean and Mr. Magruder, I believe.
And up until then, you felt that Mr. Dean was not in any way involved in any improper activity?
No, sir, and this was a matter that we discussed in the FBI at these luncheons that I have previously testified to, and I would meet and have lunch with members of my personal staff and the various assistant directors of the FBI.
When did you interview Mr. Ehrlichman?
Gee, I don't know the exact date. I think it was about the middle of July, though, sir. About the 14th of July, if my memory.
This is after the meeting you held with Mr. Walters?
Yes, sir.
What sort of interview was this?
I don't know, sir, because it was conducted by the agents.
Didn't you see a report on this interview?
I probably did, but I can't recall the FD 302, sir. I don't have it available to me.
Didn't you consider the interview of the second most important man in the White House staff important enough for your personal involvement?
Well,
at least reading the report.
Oh, yes, I'm sure I read the report, Senator, in a way, but I read quite a bit of reports, you know, teletypes and papers. It was a known fact in the Federal Bureau of Investigation that when I went home every evening, I had 4 briefcases with me. When I went on my trips to the field offices, I had 4 briefcases with me, and when I went to Connecticut on weekends, I had 4 briefcases with me. There was an awful lot of paper that flowed across my desk, and I'm sure that I read this report of interview, Senator, but I cannot recall it.
When did you become a member of the Justice Department?
I think I moved into the Civil Division on December 7th of 1970, and I was sworn in on December 14th. I'm not sure of those dates, but that's very close.
And during that time, from 1970 until your service as acting director of the FBI, were you required to handle classified material?
Very little of it, sir.
As acting director of the FBI, were you required to handle classified material?
One of the strange things I found out about the FBI was that the FBI did not stamp things secret, top secret, and confidential to any great extent. Most of our paper is not stamped in that manner. Some of it was, however, but a very, very small proportion of it.
I asked this because I found it rather strange. You're voluntarily telling us that under your desk you had 2 waste paper receptacles,
baskets, yes, sir,
painted red, and
yes, sir.
You didn't know that this was the burn basket?
Absolutely not. And another thing that I can tell you, Senator, in a way that I didn't know until March of 1973, that daily logs were kept as they were kept in my telephone room. These were details that I just didn't concern myself with. I was concerning myself, I thought, with an awful lot more important items, really.
Did you have a shredding machine in your office?
I do not know, sir. I could not answer that question.
You were in charge of the nation's most important criminal investigation division. Did you have any criminal law experience, sir?
Not as a practitioner of criminal law, except with regard to general courts-martial in the armed forces of the United States. Also, Senator, in a way, if I might say, the FBI was involved with more than just criminal law. As you know, we had an intelligence function, too, and I know you're aware of it.
When these papers were given to you for its ultimate destruction, with your criminal law background, did it ever occur to you that you might have been called upon to obstruct justice?
No, sir, it did not occur to me at all, because I had no reason to believe that I was engaged in any such act. I do not believe so today, and I know that that material, at least that I saw, was certainly non-Watergate evidence.
When did it occur to you as acting FBI director that papers were destroyed in the FBI? You said you didn't know that the cans were for burning. Did it ever occur to you that the FBI would destroy any papers? Or did you feel that every piece of paper that came into the FBI was kept at all times?
No, I think that I probably had the thought that paper was destroyed, but I can't say as a fact that it was. I don't know as a fact that it was.
And the only document that you have ever destroyed as acting director of the FBI were those 2 Howard Hunt files?
Oh, I would sit at my desk and tear up little telephone notes or things like that and throw...
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that, sir. I'm talking about classified material, burned or shredded.
No, I did not.
I've just been notified that my time is up, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Montoya.
Mr. Gray, this morning under examination by Mr. Edmondson, you responded that you had approximately 60 leads with respect to the CRP. That is correct, isn't it?
Yes, sir. I don't know, Senator Montoya, that in the interest of accuracy that I would classify them as leads. I would classify them as interviews or contacts there. Now, this is using the verbiage of the FBI.
How do you develop those leads? And what do they mean?
These leads are developed by the agents working the case at the case agent level in conjunction with all of the agents and in conjunction with the field supervisor. They're supervising that particular case, and sometimes in conjunction with the special agent in charge of the field division. They develop them and they say, these are people we ought to interview because there has to be a logical reason.
How did you develop the leads with respect to the White House people?
I don't know exactly how they were developed, but I would rather suspect that they stem from the fact when we first found out that Howard Hunt was employed there, we wanted to find out who employed him and then go talk to that individual to find out for what purpose he was employed and what were his duties.
Well, you called Mr. Butterfield. Did he give you 20 names?
No, sir. I think that my recollection now, Senator Montoya, is that he told us that Mr. Colson had engaged Mr. Hunt's services. If I'm relying heavily on my memory now, and the best evidence of this would be the FD 302 itself.
Now, going back to Mr. Dean and his calls to you, how many times would you say that Mr. Dean called you to tell you not to pursue the planned interview with Mr. Ogario and Mr. Dahlberg between June the 22nd and July the 6th?
I don't know. I haven't totaled those up, and I would say perhaps just a guess, a half a dozen times that was discussed and that request was made, and was made indeed on June 29th after I'd already ordered the interviews on the evening of June 28th.
And how many times did Mr. Helms tell you that there was no CIA involvement?
Mr. Helms didn't tell me that in that specific manner except for the June 22nd conversation, because my other conversations with him were directed to asking him a specific question. For example, the conversations I had with him on the 27th, where I asked him specifically, does the CIA have an interest in Manuel Ogario? And he said, I will have to check and call you back. And he called me back that afternoon and he said, no, we don't have an interest in Manuel Ogario.
And how many staff meetings did you have with Mr. Bates and Mr. Felt between June the 22nd and July the 6th when you called Mr. McGregor?
On the CIA ramifications, we met on June 28th, the three of us, and then on July 3rd, I called a meeting of myself, Mr. Bates, Mr. Felt, and Mr. Kunkel, the special agent in charge of the Washington field office.
Did you get any other briefings as to the state of the investigation that was going on from other people in the FBI during those meetings or at any other meetings? Between those dates?
No, sir, I don't recall any at all.
How were you keeping up with the state of the investigation and the progress?
In that period of time, there were these initial briefings that I had, that I previously testified to, and then we've covered the June 28 and the July 3rd meetings that I had, and then there were the teletypes that were flowing across my desk all the time during this period.
Didn't you think that Mr. Dean was being too persistent in his request that you not pursue the interview with Mr. Ogario and Mr. Dahlberg?
No, I didn't think that he was being too persistent. I thought he was being, I certainly would say, have to say now, zealous in it, but at the time, under the circumstances existing with the confusion of the interest in or non-interest in, no, I didn't.
Well, he even continued to request that you not pursue this interview or interrogation, even after you had told him that the CIA had assured you that there was no danger of involving CIA in Mexico. Isn't that correct?
That's correct on June 29th, to the best of my recollection, and certainly the conclusion that I had to draw from that there was information possessed in the White House that was not possessed either by the FBI or the CIA.
Now, you were talking to two very knowledgeable men, Mr. Felt and Mr. Bates, with respect to investigations. They were briefing you, and you were going over the state of the investigation and the progress made therein. Now, didn't it ever occur to you or to them or to all of you collectively that the Dean persistence was actually a design to cover up something with respect to this investigation?
No, sir, it did not, and I think the reason it didn't is that we were investigating one small facet of it, which in our minds was either going to turn out to be a CIA money chain or a political contribution money chain. So I can truthfully say that we didn't get that excited about it, except to say that these leads were going to be covered eventually, and we did continue to work those leads with the sole exception of interviewing the individuals concerned, sir.
Well, then what was the basis for you concluding with General Walters that the President was about to be victimized or that he might be mortally wounded?
Because General Walters conveyed to me the very clear impression that he was going to be directed to write a letter to me that would say that there was CIA interest in Senor Manuel Ogario and Mr. Dahlberg. That was his preoccupation, and that was when he would discuss with me, and did discuss with me, the fact that he was going to resign. Then he would ask to see the President, that this would be a great disservice to the President, that this would be injurious to both of our institutions.
But then on July the 6th, you did call Mr. McGregor at 10:51 and received a call from the President at 11:28.
Yes, sir.
Very soon thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Didn't this trigger some curiosity in your mind?
I was surprised, Senator Montoya, to receive the call that quickly, and the question indeed has been asked me, do I think there is any tie-in? I don't know. I really don't. I don't know whether Mr. McGregor spoke to the President or whether he did not speak to the President.
Well, then, did you, in view of the closeness of the two telephone calls, did you think of calling Mr. McGregor to ascertain whether or not he had called the President?
No, sir, I did not, because I felt and believed that if there were anything to the substance of my report, that I would hear further from it and questions would be asked, and no questions were asked, and in fact, General Walters was not even called.
Well, weren't you interested in finding out what the reaction of the President was if Mr. McGregor had told him about your message?
Well, I may very well have been interested, but I'm not going to go bang on the President's door and demand a reply. I felt that I had given the Chief Executive Officer of the nation the information that I ought to give him. And, you know, I was really surprised because I was going to, Senator Montoya, I'll tell you quite frankly, I was going to leave it right there with Clark McGregor because I didn't feel that I had absolutely enough.
Why did you select Mr. McGregor as the messenger to carry on your message? Why didn't you call the President yourself?
Because I didn't feel that I had enough to call the President myself. And one does not call the President without giving it some due consideration. And even when I did talk with him, I blurted the words right out.
But you had a feeling at that point that the President was being victimized or that he might be mortally wounded?
That if General Walters were directed to write such a letter, yes, sir.
All right, now, why didn't you go to Mr. Kleindienst, or did you?
No, I don't believe that I reported this to Mr. Kleindienst at all because I looked upon it as my responsibility to handle this.
Did you ever report any part of this investigation or the results thereof to Mr. Kleindienst at any stage between June the 22nd and, say, April the 1st of 1973?
No, I didn't, Senator Montoya, in the form of substance because that just isn't the way it's done within the Department of Justice. The Attorney General works with the Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Criminal Division. The Attorney General could have called me at any time and said, I want this or I want that from you. He didn't.
Thank you very much. My time has expired.
Sir.
During the judiciary hearings on your nomination, you contacted John Ehrlichman daily, didn't you, by telephone?
Sir.
During the time the Senate Judiciary Committee was passing on your nomination to be director of the FBI, you had daily conversations by telephone with John Ehrlichman?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether they were daily or not, but whatever my logs show on that in that regard, that
well, you have a copy of the tape of Mr. Ehrlichman of March the 7th or 8th, 1973.
I have Tuesday, March the 6th, 1973. I talked with Mr. Ehrlichman. Called me at 6:34 p.m.
Yes.
that evening.
Now, you were very much concerned that it might come out in the Judiciary Committee hearings that the contents of Hunt's safe were delivered, a part of them were delivered at one time to the agents of the FBI other than yourself, and that these two documents, or rather these two envelopes, were delivered to you yourself at another time.
I don't know that I was concerned. The message, if you're referring to that telephone call, the message that I was giving him then in that March the 6th telephone call did not have to do with the contents of
I'm asking about the next one. In other words, it says, another thing, now this is you talking to Ehrlichman. Another thing I want to talk to you about is that I'm being pushed awfully hard in certain areas, and I'm not given an inch. And you know those areas. And I think you've got to tell John Wesley, good Methodist name of his parents gave John Dean, to stand awful tight in the saddle and be very careful about what he says, and to be absolutely certain that he knows his own mind, that he delivered everything he had to the FBI, and don't make any distinction between, but that he delivered everything he had to the FBI. Now that was in effect to asking John Ehrlichman to tell John Dean, in case he testified before the Judiciary Committee, that he would say that everything was delivered to the FBI at one time.
Senator Ervin, what I was telling Mr. Ehrlichman there was told to him on the evening of March the 6th, because it's not March the 7th or 8th, because that is the day on which we received the letter from the ACLU. And what I can pin it down with that, because the language of mine is right there with reference to the letter that was delivered on that day, and that call was in the evening of March the 6th.
Well,
and the areas, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the areas that I was being pushed awfully hard in were the fact that I had given to Mr. Dean reports of FBI interviews and had permitted Mr. Dean to sit in on FBI interviews.
Well, the interpretation I place on this is that you were calling that you were asking John Ehrlichman to tell John Wesley Dean to be careful what he said, and to say that all of these things that came out, all the contents of Hunt's safe were delivered to FBI agents at one time, instead of some of them being delivered to the agents and the other being delivered to the director, acting director.
That's correct. And
yes.
the message, Mr. Chairman, let me say that the message that I gave to Mr. Ehrlichman was to tell John Dean to shut up, but was not certainly a message to tell him that if asked under oath that he could not testify, because I had previously spoken to John Dean on this very subject and had asked him if he had told Henry Peterson everything about those same very files that he had told me.
Well, John Ehrlichman said right in reply to your statement.
And I don't know what that means, sir.
Well, you were asking to tell John Dean to say that all of the contents of this safe were delivered to the FBI at one time, instead of part of them being delivered to the agents and others being delivered to you.
I was telling John Ehrlichman to tell John Dean to shut up unless he told the real facts of it. No question about that.
And the top of the next page it says, and he, that is Dean, delivered it to those agents. This is absolutely imperative.
That is correct. I told him that to distinguish between the Watergate evidence and the non-Watergate evidence, as they told me.
And Ehrlichman said, all right. And then this same of this bugging that John Ehrlichman did shows that he called Dean. And he told Dean that you had called him and that you had said to him, Ehrlichman, to make sure that old John W. Dean stays very firm and steady on his story, that he delivered every document to the FBI, and that he doesn't start making nice distinctions between agents and directors.
Yes, sir, I did.
And then Ehrlichman asked Dean, Ehrlichman asked Dean, said, why did he call me? That is, why did you call him? To cover his tracks? And Dean says, yeah, sure. I laid this on him yesterday. Ehrlichman, oh, I see, okay. Now, as a matter of fact, isn't the interpretation of that transaction that you called Ehrlichman and asked him to see that Dean said, whenever he talked, that all of the contents of Hunt's safe had been delivered to the FBI at one time to the agents, rather than part to the agents and part to the director?
I think you've got to put that in the proper context, Mr. Chairman. I had just had a call the day before with John Dean regarding this, and in which I went into a chapter and verse with him, because he had told Henry Peterson of the delivery of these two files to me, and I had asked John Dean if you, John, have told Henry everything you told me about those files, that they were non-Watergate evidence, non-Watergate related, should clearly not be permitted to see the light of day, were political dynamite. So this has got to be put in that proper context, but there's no question about it that in that telephone call I was saying to John Ehrlichman to tell John Dean to shut up, because he was making nice distinctions there that those two did not make with me at all. My assumption was that they had delivered all of the Watergate evidence that was in Mr. Hunt's files to the agent.
It seems to me this is a very simple proposition. Isn't this it, in essence, that you asked John Ehrlichman to see that Hunt refrained from telling the truth about, the Dean refrained from telling the truth about this, and tell on the contrary that all of them were delivered to the FBI at one time. And John Ehrlichman agreed to do that and to call Dean and repeat your request to him.
Certainly that was not my understanding of the call. They can't tell me one thing, Mr. Chairman, you know, and then tell another thing. I certainly told, I don't make any bones about it, I told John Ehrlichman to tell John Dean to shut up.
Yes.
But
Well,
just the day before, I had
Mr.
told
Gray,
John...
isn't the interpretation to be placed on this that you were asking Ehrlichman to tell John Dean not to tell the truth about how these documents, some of them got to you and some of them to the agents of the FBI?
No, sir, because...
Well, I don't believe I'll question further. Just let the record show that the two tapes of John Ehrlichman, the recording, I believe, instead of the bugging, the two recordings of John Ehrlichman of his conversations with the witness be put in the record at this point, let somebody else interpret it. Now, you were asked this was thought to be a sort of ordinary burglary at first, and then it came out that one of the burglars was the chief security officer of the committee to re-elect the president. Then in a short time it was discovered that a White House consultant who then had an office in the White House was implicated, and that the chief counsel of the Stands Committee, Finance Committee to re-elect the president, was also implicated, didn't it?
Yes, sir, eventually.
So it came out that while the burglars might have been ordinary, the burglars were extraordinary. And short time after that, you found the FBI in its investigations got a lead indicating that some political money was possibly involved in the form of 4 Mexican checks and the Dahlberg check, a total of $114,000.
That's correct, sir. We found those early in the investigation in the Republic National Bank.
After you started working on that, you got a phone call from John Ehrlichman informing you that John Dean was representing the White House in connection with the FBI and the CIA.
I don't, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure whether you're referring to the first telephone conversation I had from Mr. Ehrlichman on June the 21st.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the first one, but the time he called you up and told you that John Dean was representing the White House in this investigation.
Well, that was the very first day that I was back from my trip to the West Coast. That was on June 21st that he informed me that John Dean would be conducting the official inquiry for the White House.
After that time, you either had communications in person or by telephone with John Dean, according to your logs, as follows. June the 21st, three communications. June the 22nd, 5 communications. June the 23rd, 7 communications. June the 27th, 2 communications. June the 28th, 2 communications. July the 3rd, 3 communications. And July the 5th, 4 communications, making a total of 26 communications between you and Dean from June the 21st to July the 5th.
Yes, sir, that's probably correct. I haven't added them up.
And John Dean told you, kept suggesting, that if you investigated this lead into this political money, that it might impinge upon CIA activities.
Well, he didn't characterize it as political money at all, Mr. Chairman. He told me that there was definitely a CIA interest in these two gentlemen.
And then General Walters, who has testified that before he went to see you, he went to the White House and talked to Ehrlichman and Haldeman about this, and were asked to convey a message to you to the effect that there might be CIA involvement. General Walters came down and told you there might be CIA involvement.
Yes, sir, that was on June 23rd.
Didn't you construe all of these communications you had as an effort on the part of John Dean to slow down or end the investigation into the Mexican checks and the Dahlberg check?
Well, I continued the peripheral investigation as I have previously testified, Mr. Chairman, but there's no question about it that there was a temporary delay encountered in interviewing Mr. Olgario and Mr. Dahlberg. No question about it.
Well, didn't you draw the inference from all of these contacts with John Dean that he was trying to persuade the FBI to lay off of the investigation of these checks because and signing as a reason for it that it might impinge on the CIA.
Yes, sir, that's what was happening.
And wasn't that the reason that you thought that somebody was trying to, one of the aides was mortally wounding the president?
Well, coupled with General Walter's statement to me at least 3 times during my July 6th meeting, if he were directed to write such a letter to me saying there was CIA interest, and coupled with Mr. Ehrlichman's cancellation of the meeting that I had scheduled on June 28th, the answer is yes, sir.
So, isn't it somewhat difficult to reconcile your statement that you thought that John Dean was mortally wounding the president with the idea that he was acting above reproach until you discovered to the contrary next March? Can you reconcile those two ideas?
Yes, because, you know, after I talked with the president, Mr. Chairman, I felt surely that General Walters and I were alarmists and that what we had believed to be so was not so.
I've used about my time, but if the committee will spare me about 2 or 3 more minutes, I'll subside for the rest of the day. On July the 6th, General Walters and you talked.
Yes, sir.
And you agreed that this, the way they were trying to slow down or stifle the investigation into these Mexican checks and the Dahlberg checks might do infinite harm to the president, didn't you?
I agreed with General Walters that if he were directed to write such a letter, this could be mortally wounding to the president. And when General Walters got up to leave after putting his hands behind his head and saying to me, I have an inheritance, I'm not concerned about my pension anymore, I'm not going to let these kids kick me around, we discussed whether or not the president should be called. Yeah. And I don't know whether it was I who first mentioned it or whether it was General Walters who first mentioned it.
You did both agree that the president ought to be notified, didn't you?
Yes, sir, we did.
And so you first called Clark McGregor and you indicated to him that you thought something was wrong. And then you got the call from the president.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you told the president in that call that some of his aides were wounding him mortally.
Yes, sir, I said Dick Walters and I believe that some people on your staff are trying to mortally wound you.
And when you gave that information to the president, didn't you expect the president to ask you who it was that was wounding him mortally and how they were wounding him mortally?
I blurted this message out to the president with great fear and trepidation, and I did expect that the president would ask me a question.
And the president asked no questions at all?
No, sir, he did not. He merely told me, when I said to him, I gave him that message, and then I said, I have just spoken to Clark McGregor, and I have asked him to speak with you, Mr. President.
And you say you worried about the matter for 2 or 3 weeks, that you got no questions from the president.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think I testified that I worried about it. I checked with General Walters on the meeting of September 12 and on the meeting of July 12 and July 28 to see if the president had called him. I was interested.
Well, you were concerned about it.
I was interested to know, yes, sir.
And during that time, did you ponder any of the old ancient adage which says, there is none so blind as he who will not see, and none so deaf as him who will not hear?
No, I don't think I did, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Well, in view of your testimony here, just for your consolation, the 15th chapter of Proverbs talks about the people, the kind of people that are going to dwell in the holy hill of the Lord. And it says among those that he who sweareth to his own hurt and changeth not. And I would say that you might lay claim to that blessing because of the testimony you've given before the committee here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I just make an observation, sir? On the very first Sunday that I went to Mass, after being appointed acting director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the lesson of the Mass and the little leaflet that was passed out at Mass was the story of Job. And for some strange reason, I put that in my briefcase, and I've kept it there ever since.
Senator Baker.
Mr. Chairman, it's...
Please do not laugh any more than you have to.
I, Mr. Chairman, have found that I can contend with one sermon at a time, but to have both the chairman and the witness is almost more than I can bear. But I'm sure my soul is salved and improved by the example. Mr. Gray, did you ever tape your telephone conversations or your conversations in your office?
No, sir, I never did. And
did anyone ever do it for you?
Sir?
Was it ever done for you? Was it ever done?
To the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, this was never done, and I saw no reason to do it.
In light of the McCord article, which after all lay pretty strong charges against the nature and quality of the FBI investigation of the Watergate, in light of that article, if we chose to look into the matter and interview the senior and principal agents and others who were actually involved in the investigation, could you tell us who we ought to talk to?
Yes, sir, I could, and I think I would refer you also, Senator Baker, to exhibits before this committee 76, 77, 134, and 181.
What do they do?
They set forth in the language of the men of the FBI the intensity, the vigor of this investigation and its aggressive approach. And as I have testified earlier, I think Mr. McCord is being very unfair in his allegations toward the very dedicated men and women of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Of course, much of the testimony, Mr. Gray, by many witnesses would be characterized as unfair by one party or the other, depending on the point of view. But are you in a position to supply us with the names of all of those officials of the FBI who participated?
Yes, sir, they're on those exhibits. They do give you those names, and they list them all out, and I think I could remember most of them right now if you wanted me to testify to them into the record.
No, I don't, but I wish you would, if you don't mind, compile a list so we don't have to comb through the exhibits of every person in the FBI who had some part in the investigation of the Watergate episode and submit it as a late filed exhibit, Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection.
Yes, sir, and I would, Senator Baker, and I would just also direct your attention to
that list to be printed in the record when received.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to
pardon me a minute. I believe someone told me I said the 15th chapter of Proverbs. I meant the 15th chapter of Psalms.
That was not me, Mr. Chairman. But, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask that staff receive that exhibit and include that in the range of their investigatory responsibility, to look into an interview with those FBI people. Mr. Gray.
Excuse me, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure that it is within the power or ability of Mr. Gray or myself to come up with the names of all of the agents, Mr. Gray no longer working there, who were involved in the Watergate investigation. What Mr. Gray had reference to, Mr. Vice Chairman, is those copies of documents which he does have in his possession. I can tell you that one effort that we've made to learn for our own purposes, for preparation purposes, some information from the FBI in recent weeks has been denied us. I'm not complaining about that, but I am explaining that I frankly think it is an impossibility for Mr. Gray to come up with all the names that your question seems to assume.
Well,
we'll do the best we can.
That's really all I can ask you to do.
So, Senator Baker, did you want me to get every agent? There are 343 of them. The exhibits I referred to, sir, are those key agents. They're the case agent in charge of the case in the Washington field office, and then the field supervisors and the special agent in charge of the Washington field office.
Let me put it this way,
Bureau
Mr. Gray.
supervisors.
I really don't know what I want. I don't suppose we're going to investigate or interview all 341 agents, but we might. But what I'm interested in is information that we can derive by interviewing FBI personnel bearing on the allegations made by Mr. McCord in his article, which says senior personnel of the FBI sought search warrants and were turned down, and other matters and charges and allegations that are made in that article. That's really what I'm after. Now, any other names you can supply us that you think would be helpful in testing the quality of the investigation and the enthusiasm and the thoroughness of the investigation would be helpful, but I have to yield to your superior judgment in that respect. Obviously, I'm not calling on you to give us exact detail because you're not in a position to do so at this point, but you're in a far better position than I am. So
Yes, sir.
If you do your best in that respect, I'd appreciate it. The last thing I want to ask you, Mr. Gray, is this. There's been a lot of talk about the FBI being demoralized, a lot of talk about the quality of the investigation, as I've indicated, the McCord article aside. There's been a good bit of speculation about how thorough and how probing it was. Make a long story short, the FBI is sort of in a tough spot. It's been an elite organization enjoying a superb reputation, and I think it's still a great organization and will continue to be. But I'd like to ask this. It seems to me that the thought begins to emerge that maybe there's something about the nature and the relationships of the FBI to other branches of government, and particularly to the Justice Department or the White House, that don't necessarily make it the best possible agency for the investigation of alleged political activity of this type. Now, before I ask the question, I want to tell you in advance, I have a deep and abiding distrust of a federal police system. And I would be greatly shocked and surprised if this country ever came to a federal police force. But do you have any thoughts you can give this committee on how the FBI might be structured vis-a-vis being an arm and part of the Justice Department or not? Or whether it should or should not be the chief investigatory arm for things of this type? Surely you have better insight into that than I do, but can you comment on the nature of the FBI, its future role, and how it might relate to political controversy?
Well, this is a very difficult question to answer because I found in some of my research that there's never been a situation like this that the FBI has been confronted with. Watergate was unique. I would like, if I might, Senator Baker, to say to you that the reports that I get are that the morale in the FBI is high, that the FBI is not demoralized, and even letters that I get today from some of the street agents who still write to me indicate this. I don't feel that morale has been hurt at all. What has happened has been that an acting director had to leave. He had to leave proudly, but with a broken heart. And I think the agents feel that too, and I don't think their morale has been hurt a bit. It was a very difficult investigation, I'm sure, for those men, even on the street, as some of the exhibits before this committee will attest to. For example, where one of our special agents was accused by two newspaper reporters as being the source of their story, a very controversial and a very inflammatory story. He got himself right in the jaws. And it so happened that this same special agent I defended rather vigorously in connection with the interview of Mrs. Mitchell. I wasn't going to let that agent down, but he did say to Mr. Mitchell, "All right, Mr. Mitchell, if you tell me so, that's good enough for me." It's this type of thing. I think that perhaps those street agents in this kind of a situation may very well have been overawed by the individuals with whom they had to come in contact in the course of their interviews. And they may not have asked as tough questions as we might have wished them to do. Yet I had a report from them that they did ask those tough questions. But they're good men, and they're strong men, and they're well-trained men, and they're dedicated men and devoted to this country. And I don't know that putting them in an independent agency would create a national police force. I think with the proper individuals selected to head that agency, and with the idealism and with the love for this country that is so necessary, I think that it could safely be done and removed completely from the political wars. But there's no question about it that with us being within the Department of Justice, we were right in the matrix of politics. No question about it.
Is it a fair inference to draw from your statement that it might be possible to have an independent agency but still retain essentially the same jurisdiction that the FBI has today?
Yes, sir, it is my feeling, and even in my confirmation hearings, I testified that I wanted to work with a committee on the judiciary. I wanted to work with an oversight committee. And I had talked even with people who heavily criticized the FBI because I wanted their views. I wanted to know what they thought. I met with the professors who had the Princeton conference to see what their views were. But I think that with the type of man and woman that serves in the FBI, that legislators could consider the idea of an independent agency operating under an oversight committee without fear of the creation of a national police force. This has become a bugaboo. I didn't see any evidence at all in the almost year that I had in the Federal Bureau of Investigation of any tendency toward a national police force. I saw just the opposite.
Well, Mr. Gray, I think that's very helpful, and I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to discuss that both in the public forum and in private conversations as legislators in the future. But I think your suggestions are well taken, and I think they will, in fact, be taken into account. Thank you.
In just a moment, Senator Weicker tries to tie up some loose ends regarding Gray's relationship with President Nixon. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
Senator Weicker now resumes questioning his friend, L. Patrick Gray.
Senator Weicker.
Now, Mr. Gray, the last is the end so far as my questioning is concerned, but there's one loose end I think that I want to pursue. This morning, when I read to you the President's statement of the 30th of April, wherein he says, as a result, on March 21st, I personally assume the responsibility for coordinating intensive new inquiries into the matter, and I personally ordered those conducting the investigations to get all the facts and to report them directly to me right here in this office. End of quote. I asked you whether or not you'd received such an order from the President at that time. You indicated no.
That is correct, Senator Weicker.
Now, just so that if any responses come in the future from various and sundry parties, that we put them into proper context, it could be interpreted the reason why you received no such order was a lack of confidence in you. It could be interpreted that way. I'm not saying that that is the case, but it could be interpreted that way. Now, do you have any knowledge that there was a lack of confidence, a lack of faith in you at this time, or March 21st, on the part of the President of the United States?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, I received a call from the President on March the 23rd, where, among other things, he told me there would always be a place for me in the Nixon administration.
All right. Now, I'd like to get to the one loose end here. You had another conversation with the President of the United States, as I understand it, on April the 5th. Could you recount to this committee the nature of that phone conversation? In order that we might shorten up here, as I understand it, on April the 4th, it was suggested to you, and you may want to make further comment, that you withdraw your nomination on that day or the next day. On April the 5th, it was indicated to you by the Attorney General, Mr. Kleindienst, that you would be allowed to withdraw your name and that the White House was expecting a call. So with that background, and if you want to add to that background, please do. Would you recount to the committee the nature of the phone call?
I called the President that evening after I'd met with the assistant directors of the FBI at 5:30 to tell them that I was going to request the President to withdraw my nomination. And I called the President and I told him that it was obvious that I did not have the votes and that the nomination would not come out of the committee, and I thought that the best thing that I could do would be to request him to withdraw my nomination. And he told me that this was and I can't, these are not his exact words, I know that, but the thought is here that this was a bitter thing to have happened to me, that there will be another time to fight our enemies. And he again said, I'm quite positive there will be a place for you in the Nixon administration. And I believe that I read to him my letter requesting that my nomination be withdrawn, in which I said to him that I would be perfectly willing to serve, should it be his desire, until my successor would be named and confirmed. And the President said to me, I will want you to do just that. And I did. I remained there until April the 27th, actually.
So that at least insofar as up to April the 5th was concerned, you had firsthand knowledge, firsthand knowledge of the President's confidence in you, insofar as the President himself expressed it to you.
Yes, because I'm quite certain I read to him that paragraph in my letter where I said that I would remain, should you desire, until a successor is nominated and confirmed.
Now, lastly, Mr. Gray, as far as I'm concerned, this trail started with a phone call to me from you on the 17th of April in the morning, around 9 o'clock, where you indicated that the lid was going to blow off. And starting at that moment in time, through our meetings of the 25th, 26th, and subsequent days, slowly but surely you've told a complete story to me, to the committee staff, and to the committee, and I believe here to this committee today. And probably nobody has more right to wonder why the story was so slow in coming, and in some instances was incorrect than I have, because you told it to me first. But I think at least I'd like to go on record in saying that at each point along the way, more truth came from you earlier, even though it might not have been the whole truth. More truth came out earlier than from any other person that I encountered in this town. I think a good example of that, because I only try to relate something in the people's mind that happened right here before this committee. We all talk about the July 6th phone conversation with the president. I remember hearing that about 7:30 in the morning on the morning of May the 10th. General Walters, of course, gave it in testimony before, I believe, Armed Services on May 18th, and the first we learned from the president was on May 22nd. I just use that as a simple example as to the many matters that you and I discussed. So certainly I, for one, am deeply appreciative of what must have been a very difficult role, and nobody is exonerating anybody else, and you've admitted to this committee yourself as to the burdens that you have to bear. But at least as an end to my particular questioning, I noticed that a minute ago you commented that maybe the agents were overawed by those that they had to go ahead and interview. And of course, I suppose my question to you, Pat, is, were you overawed by the men, the institution of government that you work for?
I don't know that I was overawed, but I certainly had a very, well, the only way to classify it is a deep and abiding respect built up over the years for the office of the presidency, and knowing and feeling in my own mind that no matter who comes into that office, he always rises to the burdens of that office, and that the individuals in it, in my judgment and in my book, have always been above and beyond reproach. And perhaps with that in mind, Senator Weicker, you could say yes, that I was overawed, but I believed and I trusted. And I think I had every reason to believe and to trust, and at no time did I ever consider that I was dealing with individuals who were trying to sweep me into the very conspiracy that I had the responsibility of investigating. That's a madman's horror. And I just didn't have that feeling.
I have no further questions, Chairman.
Mr. Gray, you've testified that on April 27th of this year, Mr. Peterson said that you and he were expendable and Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Haldeman were not.
Senator, in a way, I think that was the evening of April 26th
Yes.
in the little office off of the Attorney General's larger private office. Yes, sir, he did say that to me.
Did you agree with this observation?
Oh, sir, I was sitting in the overstuffed chair, and I remained sitting there as Mr. Peterson paced up and down, and he said to me, "I'm scared, Pat." And I said, "Why?" He said, "Because I believe that you and I are expendable and Haldeman and Ehrlichman are not." And I still stayed seated in the chair, and I said, "Do you think I should get a lawyer?" And he said, "Yes, I do." And then I did get up out of the chair.
Is it your testimony that you agreed with Mr. Peterson's observation?
I couldn't agree with it because I had no basis on which to agree with it.
Then why did you seek advice of counsel?
Because I valued Mr. Peterson's opinion.
But you didn't agree with him?
I didn't agree with him in the sense that he and I were expendable and Haldeman and Ehrlichman were not. But I agreed with him certainly, as I've testified earlier, that it appeared to me that I was going to have to scramble to extricate myself.
Extricate yourself from what, sir?
From the situation in which I found myself at this point in time.
Was that necessary? You've testified that all your activities, as far as you were concerned, were legal, improper, and ethical.
That's correct, but when the Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Criminal Division tells me that he and I are expendable, you know, it's a prudent thing to do to look to your defenses and keep your powder dry, Senator, in a way.
In response to Senator Baker's question, you indicated that the FBI, because of its involvement with the Justice Department, was in the matrix of political activity in Washington. Am I correctly quoting you, sir?
I don't know whether I said the matrix of political activity, but certainly in a political matrix. There's no question about it.
In the fall of 1972, during the presidential campaign, you were reported to have made several speeches, and some have suggested that these were politically inspired. Is it your belief that these were justified and non-political speeches?
Senator, in a way, I testified that I believe that I went out to talk about the FBI and to talk about America, which I love very, very deeply. This is my country, and I was talking about that country because there were a lot of people who were knocking this country. And I was talking about this country of ours. In fact, Senator, I was told by the Attorney General that there were people at the White House who were complaining that I was making too many speeches. And knothead that I am, believing as deeply as I believed in my country and not believing at all that these could be taken as political speeches, I said I'm jolly well going to continue to make those speeches in behalf of my country. Now, other men will differ with me, and they have, sir, but this was what was in my heart and my mind in making those speeches.
You've indicated that you are convinced that the FBI made a very thorough investigation of the Watergate incident, and you cited the fact that 60 employees or staff personnel of the Committee to Re-elect the President were interviewed by your agents. Is that correct, sir?
Well, that's only one of the facts that I cited, Senator, and that was in response to a direct question from one of the members of the committee as to how many employees of the Committee to Re-elect, but that is not the basis on which I reached my judgment that the investigation was thorough and aggressive. That's just one series of leads that were pursued, sir.
In September of 1972, a non-operating bug was discovered in the Democratic National Committee office, I believe, in the phone belonging to Mr. Spencer Oliver. We have received reports that the FBI conducted 80 interviews with DNC and McGovern Campaign Committee personnel for that little unoperating bug. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know the number that we conducted, sir, but I know that the Assistant United States Attorney was very insistent that that be wrung out very thoroughly because the contention was made that this bug had been there all the time and had been one that had been missed in the initial search back on June 17, 1972 by the telephone company and the FBI. But I don't know how many people we interviewed, sir, and I didn't order us to interview 10, 20, 190, or whatever, Senator. Those leads, Senator, are originated and generated and set out down at the case agent level. The acting director of the FBI, Patrick Gray, did not order X number of interviews, sir, at the Democratic National Committee headquarters.
Was there any suggestion that the Democrats had planted the bug themselves to further embarrass the administration?
I don't know that there was any suggestion of that at all, sir. I didn't hear it, I didn't make it, or anything like that.
This is as far as your relationship to Mr. Dean is concerned. First, Mr. Dean had requested destruction of certain classified documents. These are the Hunt papers. Then he suggested improperly, as you've testified, the involvement of the CIA in the Watergate incident, and that he suggested that Mr. Ogaria and Mr. Dahlberg not be questioned, and as a result, the interviews were delayed. And then all of the White House interviews, the interviews of White House personnel, were being monitored by Mr. Dean. But you have indicated that none of these events caused you to be suspicious of Mr. Dean.
No, sir, I didn't. I didn't, because he's sitting there as counsel to the president, and if I may, Senator, in a way, He didn't request that these documents be destroyed. I think my statement quite clearly stated that it is true that I did not get a direct order. This was my impression of the conversations, that I drew from it the clear impression that this was what the...
There was a message there.
Yes, that this was what was going to be done, that this is what Gray should do. But they, in all fairness and honesty, they did not give me a direct order. They did not say, Pat, destroy these.
Without a direct order, you destroyed classified information?
The impression that I had was that they should be destroyed, Senator, in a way, and I'm just trying to be as honest as I can with you and as clear as I can with you.
As a director of the FBI, did you operate on the basis of impressions?
Well, I think that's too broad and general a question for me to answer with a simple yes or no. This was not just an impression type of situation. I was dealing there with the counsel to the president and with the assistant to the president. And what I'm saying to you, Senator, is to me, the clear import of the message was destruction, sir.
And you've testified that on April the 27th of this year, you for the first time became suspicious of Mr. Dean as a result of an article appearing in the Los Angeles Times. Am I correctly?
No, if I may, Senator, it was March the 26th on a Monday when that Los Angeles Times article, I think of the preceding Sunday, was brought to my attention, sir.
March the 26th.
Sir?
March the 26th.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. On March the 27th, an article appeared in the Washington Post, and the headline read, "Nixon denies Dean knew of bugging." President Nixon denied today that White House counsel John Dean III had any prior knowledge of the Watergate bugging and said he had, quote, absolute and total confidence in Dean. The president telephoned Dean this morning from his office in Key Biscayne to discuss with him a Los Angeles Times report that Dean and former presidential assistant Jeb Stuart Magruder had advanced knowledge of the bugging of Democratic headquarters. Now your commander-in-chief had said that Mr. Dean was clear and clean. Did you still believe that Mr. Dean was involved in some way?
No, I think I told, my testimony was, Senator, that this was the first inkling that I had that he could be involved, and that this was confirmed for me later on by the telephone calls on the 15th and the subsequent developments.
Did the president's statement in any way suggest that you were overly concerned?
That I was overly concerned? No, because I've testified that this was the first inkling that I had that he could have been involved in this. And indeed, and in fact, this was subsequently confirmed later on with the telephone conversations of April 15 and the events that have followed. But this was the first glimmer, Senator. That's what I'm saying to you. The question was asked me, when did I first have an inkling, or when did I first become aware? And I tried to describe.
And did the president's statement erase that inkling?
I can't remember back to that particular day and that particular statement to be able to give you a fair description of my state of mind and react to that article and to your question, sir.
So up until then, you were convinced that Mr. Dean, and for that matter, Mr. Ehrlichman or Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Magruder, were not involved at all?
That's right, sir, and I was not only convinced, but the senior executives of the FBI were. We discussed this. You know, this isn't something that we did not discuss. And we considered that these people were far too intelligent to be involved in this kind of sordid business. Just disregard every other fact.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Montoya.
Mr. Gray, I'm going to be very brief with you. I think we've covered almost every phase of your part in the investigation. I want you to know that I've read your statement very carefully, not once, not twice, but 3 times, trying to figure out what motivated you to say in your last sentence, "I shall carry the burden of that act with me always"? Now, this moved me very much, and I can appreciate your situation. And I see that throughout your statement, I see a thread of hurt, which encompasses a pattern experienced by many others at the White House and at the Committee to re-elect the President. Now, we as human beings cannot help but have compassion and intense feeling brought about by the burning rays of Watergate. Why do you think that the tentacles of Watergate touched so many good people so adversely? Can you explain that to me?
Well, Senator, I would like to say in Spanish to you, if you would not be insulted. Yo tengo mucho dolor en mi corazón ahora.
I have a lot of hurt in my heart at this time.
Yes, sir.
That's what you said.
Yes, sir. I said early in the game that I thought that Watergate would prove to be a spreading stain that would tarnish everyone with whom it came in contact, and I'm no exception. I had a responsibility, Senator Montoya, I believe, not to permit myself to be used, not to permit myself to be deceived. And I failed in that responsibility, and I have never failed in anything that I have undertaken until this point in time. And it hurts.
And many others did too.
Yes, sir, and they are hurting too.
Under similar circumstances.
That's right, and my sympathies go to them.
In spite of their motivations.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
I have no further questions. Senator Baker?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Weicker? Senator Norway? Senator Gurney?
I have no further questions.
Senator Montoya? And counsel, resume question.
Mr. Gray, Mr. Walters turned over some memorandum to you. What were they? And I do not mean the ones that he wrote regarding his account of his conversations with you.
Well, the one that I best recollect is the July 6 memorandum. The July 12 memorandum I know that I received. I can't remember whether I received it in an envelope or how I received it from him, but I received it from him personally, and I know that I wrote at the bottom right-hand corner of it, received 2:15 p.m., 7/12/72 from LGN, the abbreviation for Lieutenant General Walters.
Is that there are three memoranda here?
I think there was another one that was on the July 28th meeting that was an unsigned memorandum.
Let me show you three memoranda, and you identify them, then I think that will be sufficient.
All right, sir. Yes. Yes, Mr. Edmonston.
The last one has been identified by the CIA. Do you accept that?
Yes, I will accept their identification, Mr. Edmonston.
I mainly want to get those in the record. Mr. Chairman, if we could admit these memoranda in the record. Mr. Gray, at one time during your confirmation hearings, you said that you, in concert with Mr. Peterson, determined the scope of the FBI investigation. But at the same time, you said that you and your agents were not allowed to follow leads. Now, I'm asking, if you can determine the scope, don't you necessarily determine the leads you can follow?
Yes, and that is not exactly a correct answer, because the scope of this investigation, as I think the exhibits before this committee will show, is determined by the Department of Justice. And I think I can say that without fear of contradiction because there is documentary evidence before this committee of my efforts in October to include political activity within the scope of this investigation. There is also documentary evidence before this committee of my attempts again in December to include political activity within the scope of this investigation. But the director of the FBI does not set the scope of the investigation in a situation of this type. We had an intercepted communications investigation and a burglary investigation going, and there did come a time when I felt that the activities of Mr. Segretti should be looked into more carefully, and I had a memorandum prepared by my assistant director in charge of my Office of Legal Counsel. And then we met people, I should say my people from my accounting and fraud section of the General Investigation Division, met with Mr. Peterson on this particular subject, and at this time, Mr. Peterson did not feel that there was sufficient factual evidence on which to go into that area.
Mr. Peterson made that determination.
Yes,
you did not?
No, sir, I did not. And that's a matter of written record documentation before this committee.
Now, well, who determines the leads then? You said that you didn't determine the leads. What person
I didn't
determines
determine the leads, sir. The leads, what I meant by that are that the leads are originated and generated at the case agent level, working with the Assistant United States Attorney and in conjunction with the other agents who are working on the case. But the acting director of the FBI does not determine and set out the leads, sir.
Mr. Gray, you're a lawyer. You know the term we use, making a contemporaneous writing following a conversation. Did you make any contemporaneous writings following your conversations with Mr. Walters and with others and the President in relation to Mr. Walters' contemporaneous writings?
No, sir, I did. Usually I would make brief notes of a conference, but mostly I relied upon the documentation that would be within the FBI as revealed by my orders to them, but I did not sit down and scribe out everything that was said at every meeting that I attended. I did not do that.
So you do not have a contemporaneous writing or memorandum like Mr. Walters does?
Not on the subject of those meetings. I have quite a few notes of telephone calls, and what I had, I have submitted to this committee. I've submitted everything to this committee, and they're among the very first exhibits.
Do you have notes of your telephone call with the President?
No, I did not make any notes of those telephone calls with the President.
It was a rather momentous occasion, wasn't it?
I know it, but you know, those kind of telephone calls, Mr. Edmiston, I think you kind of tend to remember. I didn't write them down.
Now, during your tenure as the acting FBI director, Mr. Gray, was there ever discussion in your office about recommending that the President appoint a special prosecutor for the Watergate case?
Yes, sir, there was. On the.
Did you do it? Who drew it up?
Two of my staff people drew it up and came in to talk with me about it, and I went over it very carefully with them and discussed it with them and discussed it with the Attorney General that same day, March the 26th.
What did the Attorney General say about it?
The Attorney General did not approve of the recommendation. He stated that this would be very harmful to the Department of Justice, and this was just an act that could not be taken.
Mr. Gray, during your confirmation hearings, you offered the entire membership of the Senate Judiciary Committee FBI records. Now, you were told not to do that. Who did it? Who told you not to?
Mr. Edmiston, I offered the entire FBI Watergate investigative file to every member of the United States Senate, not just the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. But those orders, no, I shouldn't say those orders. I should say my offer was rescinded by an order that I received from the Attorney General.
Mr. Gray, have you ever had any indication that any of your agents were engaged in any so-called dirty tricks for the White House? Is that ever?
I don't know what you mean by dirty tricks. I have told you that I authorized a surreptitious entry on one occasion solely to protect the lives of innocent Jewish men, women, and children. and I would do it again. But this was in the course of national security and domestic peace and tranquility. But I know of no agents of mine engaging in dirty tricks, sir.
That's the question I wanted answered.
No, sir.
Yes. Now, Mr. Gray, when you were before the Senate Judiciary Committee for your confirmation hearings, did Mr. Kleindienst make contact with you and tell you that he would like for you to meet with him every day afterwards and sort of have a session about what you'd done that day and what you maybe might do the next day?
Yes, I think he did, and those meetings quickly went by the board. Very, very few of them. I think there was only one of them that were held at 5 o'clock, and I think my logs would reveal that because of the amount of work that I was engaged in and just keeping up with the Bureau work and doing the necessary preparation for the hearings.
Did you ask for him to meet with you at some point in that time, and he said, no, Pat, it's all over now?
No, I don't.
Or something to that effect?
I don't remember that, Mr. Edmiston, if that did occur.
So if you don't remember that, then you couldn't comment on whether or not you were getting the feeling then that you were being dropped?
No, sir. At no time did I get the feeling that I was being dropped until after I had requested that my nomination be withdrawn, and Mr. Kleindienst told me that there were other candidates being looked into.
Mr. Gray, if an FBI agent of yours had taken documents from Mr. Dean and Mr. Ehrlichman in the manner in which you did and had not reported it to the FBI, there would be a very large possibility that they would be indicted and at the least fired. Is that not true?
I'm not so sure that that would be true because these men were my superiors, and certainly they would be his superiors, and I'm not at all certain that I would view the matter in that frame.
Mr. Gray, when the President spoke with you on March the 23rd, 1973, you stated this morning that you had a strange feeling, I believe, that maybe your call was being recorded. Well, now you've had time to reflect and to know that there has been a discovery of certain taping. Does that cause you to have any different reflection now about the President's conversation to you that day?
Well, Mr. Edmiston, I don't want to let you put words in my mind, and I just can't do that. My testimony, I think, was not that I had the eerie feeling that it was being recorded, but the eerie feeling that it was being said for a purpose. And I related it back to the same words I heard on July 6th in the conversation, sir.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Thompson. Mr. Gray, let me ask you a few more questions about the FBI investigation into the Watergate matter.
Yes, sir.
And I don't mean to go into it for the third or fourth time to be duly critical of the Bureau or its agents. But I do think a determination as to whether or not it was a good or a bad investigation is relevant. If it was not a good investigation, why was it not? And relevant from the standpoint of the future of the Bureau and possibly its relation to the White House or the executive branch. We have been furnished some information from the Bureau, and the indications are that there were 343 agents who investigated this case. They conducted 2,347 interviews, and that I believe 56 of the 59 field offices were involved, and 22,403 man-hours were expended on this particular investigation. And yet we know now that there were tremendous relevant factors which were not uncovered by the FBI, that the only persons indicted were the persons who were in the DNC or in the Watergate itself at the time of the break-in. So while it might not be deemed relevant for you to characterize it, whether it was a good or bad investigation in isolation, I think because of these factors it would be, because of the factors I previously mentioned. Can you still say that it was a terrific investigation, as I believe you put it earlier this morning, in light of these factors?
Mr. Thompson, I had the deepest sense of pride in those men. I had the deepest sense of pride in that investigation, which is one of the reasons that I offered it to the United States Senate, the members of the United States Senate. And even beginning early in April, where I believed that I was going to continue to remain in the position of acting director, we began to audit that investigation in the FBI. I sat with some of the top people to prepare to take the FBI investigation through the meetings of this select subcommittee. And I felt then, and I feel now, that that was a very, very, very good investigation. But I would also have to say that we have to take what people are telling us, too. And in many cases, in conjunction with the Assistant United States Attorney, people were brought right to the grand jury. We tried, with the ways available to us, to do the very best job we could.
Well, how do you test whether or not an investigation is good? Is it not in the results that are produced?
It is in the results that are produced, and we thought that we had produced some pretty decent results until...
Well, I'm not talking about it as of the time even that you were testifying before the Judiciary Committee in February. I'm talking about as of now. Does it really matter as to how many man-hours were expended, or how many interviews were conducted, or how many agents who were assigned to the case if the results were not produced, if the job, in effect, was not done, as it appears to be in certain cases now? It has nothing to do with the motivations or any evil intent on behalf of anyone.
I realize that, Mr. Thompson, but I still say to you that on the basis of everything that we had to work with and on the people we interviewed, I think that those agents did a magnificent job.
Well, let's discuss a few of those, and if your recollection of any of these matters differs with my notes, please tell me. This is based on limited information, but I believe, for example, that Mr. Haldeman was not interviewed at all. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct, and that was taken up during the meetings that we had prior to my confirmation hearings, and I asked the question, and I was told by the senior executives that we had absolutely no leads that led to Mr. Haldeman, and no lead was set out to interview Mr. Haldeman.
Well, that gets to another point. You mentioned several times that you were not naturally curious, or that you were not curious, but does not a good investigator, just from the standpoint of an investigator, have to be very curious? And does he not have to follow the leads out to their logical conclusions and their logical possibilities? Here you had the committee to re-elect. Here well, first of all, you had people caught inside the DNC, some who were employees of the committee to re-elect. You knew, of course, that committee to re-elect was the President's committee. You realized that Mr. Haldeman had contact, to say the least, with the committee to re-elect, and there certainly were contacts between the White House and the committee to re-elect, and if anything beneficial was derived from the DNC by the committee to re-elect or any of its agents, that there's a very good possibility that someone in the White House would know about that, or it would be possibly useless or not as useful. These are, of course, these are matters of speculation, but aren't these things that investigators are supposed to do? Speculate to the logical conclusion, and if you did, would that not lead directly to Mr. Haldeman?
No, sir, I would have to say, Mr. Thompson, in all fairness and with respect to you, that my agents did not come up with any leads going to Mr. Haldeman, and as a matter of fact, I think all of us were babes in the woods there with regard to the relationship that existed. We did not know of that relationship that existed that now has...
And you did not ask?
No, I didn't. I did not.
I believe you did interview Mr. Ehrlichman, but you interviewed him once very early in the game, as I understand it.
That is correct, sir, and that documentation is in the record, and as I recollect, that was at the request of Assistant United States Attorney Silbert, working with the case agents.
And there seem to be various who we might describe as principals now who were interviewed and who were interviewed only once and who were interviewed very early. Seems like that as things developed, as new disclosures were being made, these people were not being re-interviewed. Now, you might have touched on some of this while I was out of the room briefly, but who makes the determination, or in this particular case, who made the determination as to who was to be interviewed?
Those leads were originated and generated right down at the working level, the case agent level, working with the Assistant United States Attorneys, and subject to review, of course, by the field supervisor and even by the special agent in charge of the Washington field office, and then even up into FBI headquarters with the bureau supervisor working on the case and with the assistant director of the General Investigative Division.
And you mentioned that you were hamstrung because of the information that was being furnished to you by the people who you were interviewing. First of all, who makes the determination as to what questions or what lines of inquiry are pursued with the individuals who you do interview?
I asked that question of my people, and there's a documentation before this committee with regard to that, which sets forth the fact that no agent is specifically told the questions to ask and how to ask the questions, that these men are pretty well trained as investigators, and reliance is placed upon them to ask the proper questions, and I believe that they did.
Well, Gordon Strawn, for example, he was interviewed, and evidently interviewed rather extensively, but he also evidently was interviewed only with regard to the Segretti situation. And the hard questions, of course, hindsight again is better than foresight, but with regard to whether or not he ever saw any materials which could be construed as results of electronic eavesdropping, of course, I assume that in the interview you found out that he personally did have contact with the committee to re-elect and was in effect Haldeman's liaison between the White House and the committee. The questions about those possibilities, even though there were no leads, or perhaps not even any accusations, those possibilities were not pursued with Mr. Strong. When he was interviewed on August 28, Mr. Magruder was interviewed on July 20, and evidently was interviewed with regard to financial matters only. And he testified at trial, I think, primarily with regard to financial matters. And, of course, we know that he was receiving these results from his own testimony. Dean, I believe, was, in fact, interviewed on June the 26th or 27th, but only with regard to the materials in Mr. Hunt's safe. So it does seem that not only you might have been hamstrung by the particular answers you were getting, if you were being lied to, of course you were, but someone was hamstringing himself, it seems, and not pursuing these other inquiries or not going back and following up on them. Well, is this an unfair characterization, or does this not seem to be true?
Well, I think it may be just a little bit unfair, because I can't really account for the state of mind of the agents at the time with regard, to the specific questions that they are asking. And I do know that the prosecution strategy was to endeavor to drive to conviction, and convictions were obtained on the basis of the FBI investigation, and then after conviction to hope that some of those convicted would disclose some relevant facts, which is indeed what occurred.
But of course this would not, this is no excuse, of course, if these facts are true. The earlier that this information could be derived, the better, I would assume, would it not?
Well, that is
regardless
correct.
of the prosecution's intent.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Thompson. But what I'm saying to you is that I don't know the state of mind of each one of those individual agents as he asked questions and developed his report, and as those reports were reviewed. I really don't.
Well, again, going back to what we were discussing a minute ago, I don't think it's as important as to the state of mind of the agents, because I don't know of anyone who's accusing any field agents of doing other than what he thought his job was, but with regard to whether or not it was, in fact, a good investigation, even in retrospect. Lest there be any intimation that there were political considerations with regard to these men, you might point out that the political composition or lack of political composition of the Bureau itself, the agents, whether or not, I don't know how many people realize how much turnover there is within the Bureau, for example, when a new administration comes in. Could you tell us briefly about the composition of the Bureau?
Relatively none, sir. The right behind me and all down the line throughout the ranks of the FBI, you have all career professionals. The only people during my tenure who were not career professional members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation were the acting director and his personal staff.
But of course you were appointed by the President.
Yes, I was appointed by the Attorney General, sir.
And you have related several matters here, contacts with the White House, which evidently caused you some concern during the course of this investigation. Mr. Ehrlichman canceled a meeting which you were going to participate in, I believe with Mr. Walters. You were concerned about what was going on with regard to the CIA implications, that you took it upon yourself to talk to the President about the matters, which I believe you stated is something you did not do lightly. You were receiving requests from John Dean for FBI material, and although you ultimately determined that it was the correct thing to do, you were, I suppose, sufficiently concerned that you asked for a legal memorandum or a legal opinion from your own people to make sure you were on firm grounds.
Well, I knew I was on firm ground. What I wanted to do, Mr. Thompson, I testified earlier, was take a step in the direction of standardizing within the Federal Bureau of Investigation the delivery of such materials through the cabinet officer. And if you will look at that particular memorandum that was developed, you'll find that the comments are made right in there that Mr. Hoover disseminated when and whenever he wanted, and this had been the practice in the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And I was trying to reach a different objective.
But these were contacts that you were having, or questions or matters that I assume caused some thought in your mind as to whether or not they were the correct things to do. I especially refer to the cancellation of the meeting and the things that led up to the telephone call from the President and what you told him on July 6th. And my question is, I think it relates to the line of inquiry Senator Baker was pursuing a while ago. What would lead us to believe that future directors would not have these same contacts by White House personnel? And what would lead us to believe anything other than that they would feel like that they should acquiesce or do what the boss is ordering, in effect? Does this point out some structural defect in the FBI or some situation with regard to the relationship between the FBI and the Justice Department, or the FBI and the White House that should be rectified?
I think every president has looked upon the FBI as his own province, not just this president. In fact, the research that we did in the Federal Bureau of Investigation on this question revealed just that. And I think that the one suggestion that I did make to Senator Baker is that I do not fear the FBI as an independent agency with an idealistic, properly motivated individual there as a head reporting to an oversight committee or committees here in the Congress. I wanted to do that. I had that as one of the proposals that I made, and I think it will work. I met with the House Judiciary Committee early in the game. I wanted that kind of a relationship with the legislative branch because the FBI is in a difficult position in its present matrix.
Would that take it out of the Justice Department, according to your...
According to my view, it would be an independent agency, yes.
Would this completely absolve the difficulties with regard to the relationship that the director might have with the White House?
I don't know that it would. That's pretty broad that I could answer you and say that it would completely resolve it. I think that the matter is going to have to be studied a little more intensely, Mr. Thompson, and you and I could discuss it this evening.
But under your recommendation, then I assume at least the director would not be looking to the president as his direct employer, so to speak, as the situation exists.
That's
now.
correct.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. I have no further questions.
I take it, is there any further question from any member of the committee? If Captain Gray, you have cooperated fully with the committee and the staff in these hearings, and I want to thank you on behalf of the committee for your cooperation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank you and the Vice Chairman and the members of the committee and the committee staff for the courtesies shown to me in a difficult situation. Thank you, sir.
The committee will stand in recess till 9:30 tomorrow.
And so, after a day and a half of testimony, the former acting head of the FBI, L. Patrick Gray, concluded his appearance before the committee. Tomorrow, Gray's former boss, Richard Kleindienst, will testify. Kleindienst, who succeeded John Mitchell as Attorney General, resigned in April, saying he felt he could not be effective any longer because of his close connections with several of the central characters in Watergate.
L. Patrick Gray had a lot to say today about the FBI's investigation of Watergate and also about the attempts by some to involve him, the chief investigator, in the cover-up of Watergate and some of its ramifications. Well, Jack Murphy of the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington is with us now, as is David Wise, author of the new book, The Politics of Lying. First to you, Jack. In your opinion, how does Patrick Gray's testimony fit into the total picture of what we now know about the alleged White House cover-up of Watergate?
Well, very generally, Jim, I don't think that anything that Mr. Gray testified to provides a basis for any final determinations on the key issues of who authorized what and when. There's nothing that definitive on the basic issues. But I think equally generally I could say that what Mr. Gray did have to tell us was generally damaging or harmful to the presidency and to the Justice Department, and indeed to the FBI, even though he protested to the contrary with respect to that organization. Let me point to a couple of things which I found troublesome with respect to the presidency, for example. As we anticipated, there were questions today, notably from Senator Talmadge and Senator Inouye, with respect to that phone conversation of July 6, 1972, between Mr. Gray and the President. And the question came up, I thought in a damning way, why didn't the President ask you who it was you had in mind on his staff who was going to mortally wound him? That was stressed, and I think effectively. It remains a very serious question.
And Mr. Gray said that if he had been asked by the President, he would have given the names Dean and Ehrlichman.
Yeah. That's true, which is an interesting point, which I think that my colleague here can make as effectively as anyone I've heard make it so far. Why was it on June 28th Mr. Gray was loyally and without serious question taking the Hunt files from Dean and Ehrlichman, and 8 days later on July the 6th, he is prepared to attack them to the President? Very curious contradiction there. Several other things about the President which are worrisome. The decision apparently on April 26th at a meeting attended by Kleindienst, that is of this year, a meeting attended by Kleindienst, Mr. Peterson, the Assistant Attorney General, and Mr. Gray, at which those former gentlemen learned that he has burned the Hunt files. A phone call is made to the President, and the President, despite this information, conveys the message that Gray can stay on as acting director of the FBI. I find that an amazing action by the President. Similarly, it was pointed out through questioning by Senator Weicker that, as the President said on April 30th in his speech to the country, he had personally taken over control of the investigation because of what he'd learned on March 21st of this year, and had personally ordered all the people entrusted with the investigation to report to him personally. Mr. Gray could only say in response to this that from March 21st on, he was never contacted by the presidency with respect to this investigation. Finally, the Justice Department, I think, suffered a slight tarnishing effect on its image because of the information that in October of '72, when Gray wanted to expand the operation of the investigation to include political activities in the Segretti matter, he was told by the Justice Department not to do that. On the basis of the evidence, that would be imprudent.
Also, Jack, three times during the course of the day, the question of the FBI investigation, and all the statistics were cited, but it kept coming back to the fact that, yes, all the statistics and all the work was done, and yet the truth of it all was never gotten to by the FBI. Of course, that's a question, which brings me to the question I want to ask you, David. You're an expert on the intelligence activities and the intelligence agencies in this country. Wrote not only The Politics of Lying, but also The Invisible Government, which was specifically about the CIA several years ago.